water and heaven trigrams. The Matrix of Prescience gave the following interpretation. You will have 3 uninvited guests. This is ultimately auspicious.
Ultimately auspicious? Wow, sounds pretty good to me. You know, I see you've been using the Matrix of Prescience to divine...
I see. You wish to use the Matrix to relive the past and awaken parts of your memory? Viable in principle, but whether the Matrix is truly capable of achieving this result remains to be seen.
I knew it. Things are never simple, are they?
Kafka's situation was different. I feel I must explain in detail the principles behind the Divination Commission's ultimate weapon to avoid any misunderstandings. The Matrix of Prescience does not allow one to remember anything. It merely collects data in order to infer past events, in the same way that future events are inferred. Just as Realm Keeping Commission officers collect forensic evidence to recreate the scene of a crime, there are materials from which we can infer the past. These may be items related to the experience, or memories of the people involved. Miss March's predicament is very different from Kafka's situation, because she doesn't remember what happened in her past. I am no medical professional, but fortunately I'm very fond of reading. We understand that there are 2 types of memory loss. One where the memories remain dormant, floating around in the unconsciousness unable to be awakened. And another that involves direct erasure of memories from the brain.
Something must have happened when I was frozen in the ice. I bet the memories were freezing and decided to hibernate.
Why don't we try using the Matrix of Prescience to determine which situation pertains to Miss March? Let's begin then by preparing the requisite inference materials. Miss March, your memory is unreliable. To guarantee the Matrix's accuracy, you'll have to provide something related to your past experience. Anything will do. When you're ready, come and find me in the Matrix core.
The diviner said I need to provide something from my past experiences. What should it be? How about a Xianzhou souvenir?
One zero.
So, have you acquired something from your past? As a nameless, surely you must have souvenirs from your journeys that could evoke memories.
I've got lots. It's just, I don't know what to choose.
Is that it? Miss March, are you not able to provide possessions from before you lost your memory?
Before I lost my memory? So, something I don't remember getting? Even then, I couldn't be sure it was from before I lost my memory, right?
It may be strange to you, but to infer the past, I need materials that were pertinent at that time. Could you try—
From before the memory. I'm sorry, Master Diviner. When Himeko found me in the ice, I was stark naked, like a newborn baby. I didn't have any items with me. And before you ask, no, I don't have any of that ice lying around. It melted away not long after I was rescued. Oh yeah! You sure are a smart cookie. My 6-phased ice ability must date from before the memory loss. Master Diviner, any ice I create should do, right?
It should indeed. I'll have someone place the material in the base of the terminal, the Matrix. Miss March, please position yourself in the Matrix core. We may begin our inference whenever you are ready. The Matrix has clear diagnostics. Miss March, are you ready yet?
I'm pretty sure I
Please be prepared. Not all memories are suitable for reawakening. People carry with them much pain and suffering. If you're not ready, we can pause the inference process. I would never wish for good intentions to result in harm.
I'm okay. Let's do it. Only...
Very well. I will soon connect you to the Matrix of Prescience Ultima, where the Matrix will read your memories and guide you back into your past. If you reach a block in your memory, the Matrix will use the data gathered to derive a scenario and construct a possible past for you.
Got it. Oh, can she join me too?
I'm sorry, that would be highly inadvisable. You form the nexus of the Matrix's inference. In other words, inside the memory palace that the Matrix constructs, the only person you'll be able to count on is yourself. Don't worry. I can communicate with you from outside the Matrix and manipulate the recollection process to a certain extent. Let's begin. The Matrix of Prescience has reconstructed your past. Before you is a space generated from the memories and items you provided as raw materials. Are you okay, Miss March?
I'm good. Everything seems normal.
You have a strong constitution. Most individuals feel nauseous after being presented with a dizzying excess of information provided by the Matrix.
I must be seeing things. Why are there two Fushens here?
Your eyes are working just fine. One of the Fushwens is a projection of me which allows us to communicate with each other at all times. The other Fushuen indicates that I existed during this part of your experience.
What experience is this? It looks like the healer's market.
Unless I'm mistaken, this must be the time we broke into the Alchemy Commission.
Really? That can't be right. I remember there were lots of Cloud Knights in the plaza.
Well, this is just a Matrix inference, remember? Distortions are possible. Although the scale of this distortion is surprising. Try communicating with the Fushuen you see over there. We should hear what the Master Diviner has to say.
Miss Fushuen, is that you?
If we want to resolve the Stellaron crisis, we must refine the question. What is the crux of the problem? Generally, it is believed that when one seizes on the crux of a problem, the problem will split open like bamboo on the edge of a knife. Nobody could have foreseen the catalyzing effect of the Stellaron on the ambrosial arbor. As the ancients said, blessings bring about misfortune and vice versa. Nature has its own algorithm, and it is precisely when fate wins betwixt blessing and misfortune that I, a Master Diviner of masterful proportions, am called on to save the people of the Lafu.
What the heck is she talking about? Master Diviner, did you actually say that at the time? I can't remember.
It would appear that in Miss March's estimation, I'm somewhat of a blabbermouth.
No, I've always seen you as a masterful Master Diviner.
Despite the obvious distortions in this experience, The base materials from which it is composed are taken from your actual memory. There is no falsehood here. In other words, your subconscious mind thinks that I talk in tongue twisters.
It's mainly just that I, can't always comprehend the lofty ideals and...
Forget it. Now is not the time for losing one's temper. If the inferred experience is distorted, we should focus on filtering out each distortion one by one. Otherwise, we won't be able to trace your memories back any further.
This is getting a little complicated. Is there a...
Draw your bow.
Time for a buzz. Perfect. This combat needs optimizing. This is double speed.
Together as one.
Stand down. Tedious.
Blade of moonlight.
That freaked me out. I don't like people suddenly deciding to fight me. Now, let's see who's here. I don't have to fight all of them, right? The Master Diviner was easy peasy, but I don't think I could take General Jing Yuan.
Easy peasy? The interference factor creating the distortion here should only have one source. That is, the person present who shouldn't be.
So I have to pick someone and clear them of interference?
My projection will disappear for the moment so as to not cloud your judgment. If you can hear my voice, then it means I'm watching over you.
You're the best, Master Diviner.
I hope the best version of me can overwrite the gloriously absurd version that lives in your subconsciousness.
The person present who shouldn't be. Who could that be? General, hello! General what's his deal?
This is clearly your subconscious projecting onto the General.
I remember now. The General wasn't there when we broke into the Alchemy Commission. Looks like we found the source of our distortion.
March 7.
Ah! You scared me.
Are you not satisfied with your life as it is?
I'm satisfied.
Then why are you obsessing over the past?
More enemies. Time for a buzz.
Converge and awaken!
Can I have fun this time? This combat needs This is double speed.
Try harder.
Perfect!
Stand down.
Blade of moonlight.
In lunar flame.
I think something bit me. Time for a buzz.
What is that?
I know what this is. It's a Bellabog heater. Wait a minute. What's a Bellabog heater doing at the healer's market?
Looks like part of one experience has infiltrated another. A foreign object, so to speak.
A foreign object? That sounds like a medical issue. Will it require
No. I believe the object is a sign of the Matrix purging distortion. Make contact with the object. Bellabog. I've seen that name somewhere in the astral charts. There are many similar star systems on the Xianzhou trade routes. Unfortunately, all of them lost contact after the appearance of the Antimatter Legion.
Yeah, Bellabog is a kind of snowy doomsday city. There are heaters like this all over the place. Otherwise, people wouldn't survive. Come on, Master Diviner. I'll give you a whirlwind tour of Bellabog. Is touching a heater a good idea? This thing is wrecked.
It's okay. This is a memory space. If something hasn't injured you in reality, then it cannot injure you in memory.
Well, I was never beaten up by Jing Yuan in reality either.
Enough of that. Touch it.
Hey, don't pull on my... What the actual... That thing was flaming hot! You said things that never happened to me in reality couldn't happen here.
I said that if something hasn't injured you in reality, then it cannot injure you in memory. I didn't say anything about the sensation of injury. So this is Bellabog. I was expecting it to be cold.
It's freezing. What? Master Diviner, aren't you cold? I can't stop shivering.
Most likely a result of me never having experienced true cold. I'm afraid you'll have to do the shivering by yourself. On the Luofu, you and I have shared experiences. And so I was able to provide more active assistance. But in Bellabog, you'll have to rely on your own judgment to ascertain the source of distortion, and get the foreign object to appear.
Yeah, I get it.
Oh, Miss March, I have one more thing to ask. Have you ever experienced great suffering?
What?
Sometimes people forget extreme memories to protect themselves from suffering. Perhaps you didn't notice, but in your memories of the Luofu, everyone you met was either hinting or explicitly stating that you should stop trying to remember. I believe this is most likely your subconscious communicating with you directly. Though, of course, we cannot rule out that external forces may have interfered with your memory. In the latter case, it is possible that someone decided to leave warnings in your subconscious to prevent you from recalling the truth.
Am I really that important to someone? I don't think there's anyone who'd go to all the trouble of...
And yet, memories are precisely what you seek, no? I say this to say one thing. Are you certain you wish to continue exploring your memories?
You said external forces might be messing with my head, right? That just makes me more curious. No one gets away with locking up my memories. Let's go. I'll show you the way to Goethe Hotel.
Very well. I must admit that I'm finding the whole matter more interesting by the minute.
This memory should be from the first day we arrived in Bellabog. By the second day, we were wanted criminals already. The person present who shouldn't be. Who could it be?
The tea service at Goethe Hotel is first class, especially this Whale-Tide Spring. They say that an architect once used the preservation's power to make camellias bloom on the snow plains, and that this tea is made from those leaves.
Whale-Tide Spring? Isn't that a variety of Xianzhou tea?
My brain must be filling in the blanks. Probably because I never drank any famous tea in Belobog.
Ugh, so bitter. Yuck. Bitter tea is good for your health.
Ugh, bitter is bitter. If it tastes like that, it doesn't really matter how good for you it is.
There's an old saying in Belobog, blessed is he who can eat the bitterest of bitter.
These experiences are becoming increasingly distorted.
Seems like my subconscious mind has no talent for screenwriting.
I'm not sure your conscious mind does either.
I'm not denying it.
Miss March!
The Sampo Hotel? This is Goethe.
Was Goethe Hotel. Now it's the Sampo Hotel. In the autumn of his years, old Goethe got too old to run this place, so he handed it down to his most trusted young confidant, Sampo Kuski. And before you get the wrong idea, there was zero trickery involved. This was a cherished agreement between gentlemen. You see, old Goethe and I chose to face the future instead of clinging to memories of the past. You should do the same, March.
This blue-haired fellow has an air of deceit about him every time he opens his mouth.
You don't need a jade abacus to get a feel for Sampo.
Miss March 7th. Welcome to the Sampo.
Why would hotel security need to be armed to the teeth?
No. Japard is a captain of the Silvermane Guards. Just like how the Lafu has its own Cloud Knights captains. I have no idea what he's doing running security at a hotel like this, though.
It isn't so surprising. In attempting to pursue the rational, we piece together the unrelated. The result is a seemingly meaningful fantasy. A fantasy called life.
Excuse me, Miss March. Do you need anything? If there's nothing else, please let me get back to my duty. Also, allow me to remind you, you cannot change the past. The future is all that's left for you.
That actually does feel like something he would say.
Welcome to the Sampo Hotel, Miss March. The Sampo Hotel used to be called the Goethe Hotel. After old Goethe retired, Sampo managed to trick his way into acquiring this place and renamed it after himself. Luckily, the high-quality service of the hotel remains undiminished. It's still the best place to stay in the administrative district. I should mention, the Sampo Hotel's new slogan is, "Don't think about the past. Strive for your future." Sounds like the kind of ad copy that Miss March would like.
This girl seems quite trustworthy.
That's just the work of my subconscious mind. Long time no see, Zila.
March? Long time no see. How's everything been going since you left Belobog? The Express never looked back. It headed straight for the other end of the galaxy, because that was its fate. The same goes for us. We can't return to the past. March, don't dwell on the past. It won't do you any good. Trust me.
Got it? Thanks.
These warnings are ongoing. The situation is becoming stranger by the minute.
It sure is. Let's press on and see what awaits. I remember our second day in Belobog was mostly us being hunted down by Silvermane Guards. We didn't meet Zila until way later, which means Zila shouldn't be appearing in this memory. She's the source of the interference.
In which case, we must eliminate her.
Seems like you don't trust me.
It's not that I don't trust you.
An answer is not required. She's merely a mirage hindering your progress.
I understand. Let's do this.
Can I have fun this time? Time for a buzz.
Perfect. A quick divination. All things in the human creations.
Commencing research.
Blade of moonlight. In lunar flame.
What's this? Let me see. Developed on Herta space station.
Seems like this must be the foreign object. The next experience should be meeting her for the first time. Herta Space Station.
Shame we didn't get to see the stunning vistas of the snow plains. This hotel lobby must have left a deep impression on you.
Well, waking up after a great sleep in a comfy bed to find out you're a wanted criminal tends to leave a deep impression. Let's move on to the next stop. I mean, the last stop. Let's go.
So long as you're ready.
I'll take a monitor over a red-hot heater any day.
March, wake up. We have to hurry.
Huh?
Fu Xuan? Who's that? And there's no time for daydreaming. The space station is in crisis.
Huh? What do you mean?
Come with me. Asta said that the Stellaron is stored in that room up ahead. And I'm guessing the Legion might also be interested in its whereabouts.
Hi, Dunhung! Where are you? Master Diviner! Can you hear me? Darn it, something must have gone wrong. What am I gonna do? Why did Miss Fu Xuan pick the scariest time to vanish?
March, I'm getting more and more evidence that your memories have suffered interference. But I don't know where from.
Looks like I'll have to do it by myself this time.
March. Leave your memories in the past. Why do you insist on returning to them? If they were so important to you, wouldn't you have remembered them the moment a nameless boards the express? A new life begins. We set out on a new road, never to return. Explore. Trailblaze. But do not dwell on the past. You'll tarnish the reputation of the Nameless.
Enough! You're not her! Nothing like her! She would never try and force me to give up something so important to me. I don't care who you are. Disappear right now and let me pass. And don't you ever pretend to be one of my friends again.
This combat needs optimizing. This is double speed. Time for a buzz.
Specimen peak! Together as one. No matter.
All things
Human creations.
Tedious.
You took the bait. Time for a buzz.
Blade of moonlight.
all things shift in divination.
Weren't there coordinates sent out from the space station? Weak heartbeat and pulse. March, you better do CPR.
This is the first time we met her. But she isn't here. Who are you? I don't remember you.
I am a messenger of the Garden of Recollection. Miss March, please refrain from looking back upon your past. Leave the matrix of prescience and return to reality. The past is not worth exploring. It will only hurt you.
You're the one who needs to leave. I'm not letting this go.
The Garden of Recollection? Did the Glow Swader send you? Are you the one meddling with my observations? What do you want with this girl? No matter the nature of your intentions, stealing others' memories like this, deceiving them, blinding them. I cannot allow that to happen.
You leave me no choice but to resort to unconventional means.
Miss March, this might feel uncomfortable, but I'm going to enter your memory world and help you clear out any obstacles.
Trickier to crack. Time for a buzz. This is double speed.
Together as one.
Stand down.
I think something's in there.
Time for a buzz.
Specimen sighted.
Tedious. Blade of moonlight. In lunar flame.
I see through you.
More enemies. Time for a buzz.
No matter. Yin and yang.
This combat needs up. This is double speed.
Commencing research.
Thanks for your help, Miss Fushuen.
I promised I'd watch over you. Besides, I've been blessed by the Wisdom Walker. I will never tolerate efforts to impede the truth.
That person said she was a messenger. The Garden of Recollection. Why would they come after me?
Many members of the Garden have their own agenda. It's impossible to confirm anything from a cursory introduction. This is the Astral Express, no? It would seem that you're nearing the source. The Matrix of Prescience Ultima should start making further calculations soon. Do you remember where it was exactly that you were discovered?
They set the ice down in one of the passenger cars. It ended up being my room.
Then let's pass through this carriage and find your room.
Dan Heng, let's crack open this ice block. Perhaps we can still save the girl inside.
Be careful not to harm her.
I've got this. Pom-Pom, go and get the first aid.
Gone! This must be when the crew first found me. I don't remember a thing. What's going on? How come we're back at the start?
It's the messenger. She's interfering with your movements again.
Don't look back. Keep going forward. Don't look back. Keep going forward. Don't look back. Keep going forward.
The Interferer has been thwarting your progress this whole time. Maybe the only way for you to find your past is to take a step back.
Don't look back. Keep going forward.
As soon as you open this door, the Matrix of Prescience will start calculating your past whenever you're...
Is this my room? I didn't get a chance to tidy up. Don't judge.
This is your room? That block of ice in the center. Has it always been there?
Ice?
This must be the foreign object. Looks like our exploration has reached its final stage. I will confirm one last time. Are you sure you wish to keep exploring your past?
Yes. I'm sure. Master Diviner?
She is busy running the matrix of Prescience Ultima.
You again? What I do with my past is none of your business. Why do you have to make things so difficult?
Please, trust the Garden of Recollection. Everything I'm doing is for your protection.
You don't protect people by imprisoning them.
If you are truly set on learning about your past, then come with me. I'll show you the origin that you seek. I hope that you will refrain from exploring any further than this. Trust me when I say, nothing good can come of it. There it is, your origin. Your life unfolds from this point on, full of unique experiences and adventure. What happened prior is meaningless to you. The value of your life does not lie in what happened in the past, but in the present and the future. The eagle returns from an unsuccessful hunt. The sailor avoids the course they know to be dangerous. And you, my child, should come to learn that the past is just an illusion. But your experiences now will be remembered forever. It is time to say goodbye. Here, a parting gift for you. I look forward to our next encounter.
Wait! Hold on! Miss Fu Xuan, why did the simulation just cut off like that? I don't know. Before I could figure out what was going on, it spat me out.
And the Matrix of Prescience stopped at precisely the same moment. March, I lost sight of you once you touched that block of ice. What happened?
It's kinda hard to explain.
So, that mysterious girl was really a messenger of the Glow Swather?
Glow Swather? You mean Fu Li, the Remembrance? Are they the Eon connected to my past?
No, it's too early to draw such a conclusion. All I can say is that it was very likely an Eon that sealed away your memories. But not necessarily fully. When the messenger spoke of protection, perhaps she meant the following. By sealing away your memories, the Glow Swather wasn't attempting to harm you, but to shield you from the memories themselves.
It's not so bad. At least I know it has to do with the Garden of Recollection, right?
It seems like retrieving memories is beyond the operational spectrum of the Matrix of Prescience Ultima.
That's all right. You've helped me so much already, Master Diviner. I owe you a big one.
If you'll excuse me, I must organize an inspection of the Matrix. Fingers crossed there's no damage done.
We'll leave you to it then. Run. If we broke something, there'll be a huge bill to pay.
I must organize an inspection of the Matrix.
Is it just me, or are there fewer people in the healer's market now? Can you just give me some... How long do they play?
Match found.
Never show weakness. Ever.
Fight!
I'll cut through. You're done. Anyone else?
One kill remaining.
Human creations. Lend me your strength.
Okay, what is up, everybody? I'm here with another AIM Community Legends, a cartoon FPS. Another excellent aiming coach, someone that has many records himself and has really achieved a lot and is doing active coaching with pro players as well. Much like Minnie and Matty, Cartoon is an absolute authority. So, and you guys have been enjoying very much. I think those are my most successful podcasts so far. So, Cartoon, thanks for joining me. I'm super happy to have you on. We might cover some similar ground, but I think some of these points do need to be, beat into people because there are a lot of things people don't understand. So, thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to chat with me.
Thank you for inviting me. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. And, I think a really good place to start because the aiming community is definitely more niche and, not a lot of people who are outside of it really know what's going on inside of it. It'd be really important to have some sense of your background so people can get to know you. What are your achievements? How did you get into all of this?
Okay. Should I start like all the way when I didn't even play tag FPS or shooters in general?
Let's do it. Let's go all the way back. How did you?
Sure.
How did you? How did the journey look like from the beginning?
Wow. Okay. So I've been always like a overachiever. Absolute tryhard in games and everything. First was when I was 8 years old in Guitar Hero. Pretty much I grinded and I was pretty sure I was like the best player in my city. In my entire country. Sorry. Joined like online communities. I learned a lot of English with that, talking to people from all over the world that were like really super good back then. Got into Osu, got into League when I was 11.
Match found.
I hit Challenger when I was 14. Really early on. Eventually stumbled upon CS:GO because I wanted to play with some friends, and one classmate at school invited me to play CS:GO with them, and I was like, I've never played shooters or anything.
All right, where's the
So I just went with it. I met, this is like super big coincidence. I actually met one of my best friends in my entire life, who is also a franchise player now in Valorant. I met Mazzino in a competitive game, in a matchmaking game, and we learned how to play together. He was better than me. He has been playing shooters since like he was 4 years old. Got global elites and stopped playing around 2018 when Fortnite came out. That was my first true professional experience in Fortnite. I played for a couple local organizations. I was the best player in Chile in Fortnite really early on, very early on, like pre-World Cup stuff, super early phases of the game. Yeah, eventually got a couple tournament earnings in that game, and I quit gaming for a bit to focus on my studies, to focus on university. I was 19 by the time.
What were you studying?
I was studying, so I studied 2 things. I switched and then eventually dropped off, dropped out of college. University.
Yeah.
I studied, yeah, it's the move. I'm kidding, I'm not encouraging that. I was studying industrial engineering, which is
Match found
in Chile. I don't know if it has like a more standardized name anywhere else. Engineering, and then I moved on. I was working on getting which one is the first one? Bachelor's or master's?
Bachelor's, yeah.
Bachelor's degree in math, and I quit around the second year as well. And yeah, after that I dropped out of uni. Around the same time, Valorant was on the come up. Project A, not Valorant, it was announced that Riot Games was gonna publish a game, a shooter game, and I was like, shit, this is my shot at it. You know, it's like I've been playing a lot of things. This might be like a really good chance, and I started like preparing really well for it. I went back to CS because like FPS, right? Same fundamentals. And I started aim training. I played a little bit with my buddy Vecino, amateur team. Very early stages once again of the game. But eventually, I quit. I'm a quitter. I'm something like a quitter right now. But yeah, I just got bored of the game. Ask Mini, we think like the same of the game. I stopped playing, but I stuck with aim trainers. And I stuck with aim trainers because I realized I was getting like really good scores, specifically on static clicking scores, targets that don't move, flicking, pretty much all that is flicking. I was getting really good scores in, really early on, like top 50, and time passed and I'm getting like top 1 world records, and that's how I kind of made a name for myself. I've been here since then, going on and off Valorant, trying other games, just to form clips or whatever. Yeah.
Nice. And then you got into coaching eventually too. So you are a pillar of the aim training community, and everybody. I think you're essentially one of the absolute most requested people to like jump on these podcasts with me because of just how much you've been a part of the community, how much impact you've had. So it's really cool to hear some of your backstory and to see that you started with tac shooters, and that's really cool too, because we'll definitely dig more into those, because huge amount of players, I think, especially on my channel, but in general now, flooding into this genre. You mentioned that you're static clicking, so like the target's not moving, just flicking aim, that was your initial strength that you noticed, and obviously for well, maybe not obvious to some, but that is like the most dominant skill, really, I suppose, in tactical shooters. So when you were first training that, what was different from how you trained like in the beginning with aim trainers to how you would train now? Like, what would you, if you could go back in time and talk to yourself and coach yourself when you're just starting, what would you have told yourself to do differently?
Okay, that's a really good question. I like it. When starting out, I was really scared of breaking the common knowledge in the community. It was also at a really early stage. Aim training is still like a really early stage. There's like so much we don't know.
Last
So
player
theories
standing.
are always evolving. People are trying new things out. Coaches are like trying a lot of things out. So there was this like defined categories, for example, like static, switching, tracking, right? And I only thought I repeated what everyone was telling me. Like static equals good for tech FPS, right? Not tracking, not anything else. Like static is really good for tech FPS and blah blah blah. Now it's like all that knowledge, I can mold it myself.
For a straight shooter, that
things
chain
are not
of
as one-dimensional as they might have seen, or like how I viewed them like early on. I don't think you can like aim can be reduced to just categories. Like it's not like you're an RPG character and you're putting stats into, okay, I'm gonna max out static first, I'm gonna max out dynamic then, and then I'm gonna max out like smoothness tracking. No, it all connects together.
Killjoy?
It all connects together, and I really didn't understand that until like 1.5 years, 2 years into the community. So that expanded my view a lot on possibly like what tasks, what scenarios should I play for like a specific issue.
Revealing area.
I used to think like, oh, but this it doesn't make sense when I put it in Valorant routine. But no, it's not the case. So many things help with this, so many issues.
Planted.
And I just have like a way broader view on that topic now. So what I would have changed is play more things, because I was a static one trick. Although it's kind of ironic, because I did make a name for myself for being a static one trick, right?
Right.
So
Last player standing.
Maddie made that name for herself for like being the best at everything. So I don't know. Maybe could have been close to that or something. I have no idea. But yeah, in practice, it's really good to be well-rounded. That's something I know now.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting too, because I you know, I've been aware of aim trainers for a while. I didn't really dive deep, I think, really, to be honest, until I guess this year when I started working with Mini. So even though I've sort of learned already that you guys run stuff, and I've been a part of these competitions where I started to see some of these practices of like, you know, one player using wildly different sensitivities but still having insane control. I'm like, hang on, that doesn't make sense based on what I know. So I knew that there was all these gems of knowledge. I started to learn like practically like what those gems were, but I hadn't really had the experience yet fully implementing it myself and experiencing it. And recently, what I've been doing more of is I've been really enjoying the PASU tasks, where I'll put that on the screen for those of you that are not familiar with what that looks like. But the PASU tasks are really cool because it is combining a bunch of different skills. I'm like, oh, I have to actually control, even though I have a fast sensitivity, I have to control my arm and I have to do a bit of tracking with my arm, but at the same time, I need to be following in different depths, a lot of different movements.
One enemy remaining.
But then there's also a reactive element because there's so many targets that you don't know what the optimal route is. And then suddenly you're doing all this thinking, all this focus, multiple different movements all connected. It's like, it's kind of like a multi-joint movement that people might refer to, like, a compound lift in the gym, for example. It's like, it's just more practical for
30
growth.
seconds left. Last player standing.
And I started to realize that I was getting way more benefits from that than actually just doing static clicking. So yeah, I totally feel what you're saying there. That makes a lot of sense to me. And with that said, we talked about a common mistake, I suppose, for you there, like, if you went back and could coach yourself, what you would say. But what are common mistakes that you see that generally are pretty prevalent in the community at the moment, or in general outside of the community when people are approaching aim trainers? What are the common aim training mistakes in aim trainers?
Mistakes? Maybe not directly mistakes, but I see a sentiment with newcomers, and is that exactly
Scanning
maybe
ahead.
something that I kind of mentioned in the previous question. I feel
Strike down
like
A.
fear
One
and
enemy
doubt
remaining.
when trying things out, or like when they're playing, or like their approach. Because it's like the fear of the unknown, right? You don't really know how it feels to improve at aim. So how will you know if you are like doing things correctly or not? So I would like for people to just, as long as you're like, oh, my camera thing.
Oh, don't worry about the camera thing. That's going to happen a few times. We were talking about this before. Yeah, it's going to happen.
So I would like people to put themselves out there a little more. For example, if static, I see a lot of people like wondering how to improve speed and static. Yeah, go faster.
30
Try
seconds
to adapt
left.
and hit more shots while you're going faster, right? There's a lot of trivial questions that people need an answer to, but now even I go back and I'm like, there's no reason to answer those questions because you need to try it yourself, right?
Not
Aim
so
is different
tough after
for everyone, and a lot of people are trying to find answers really early on when just coming into the community.
Lead us to
and that's
victory,
not what
Brimstone.
it's about, in my opinion. It's about trying out things and figuring out things for yourself, thinking about. Yeah.
That makes sense. I mean, this is something that Minnie said as well, that one of the thing that he considered a talent was actually just the ability for somebody to learn what a good approach for them is, like having the awareness of this is working for me or is not. And like you said, that is difficult because it's a process oriented thing, and you have to apply a process and you commit to it consistently, that's going to give you results. But for a lot of people, they're going to get maybe a week or two in, they're like, I've been doing this, investing time.
You want to play? Let's
I'm not
play.
Sure if I'm seeing the outcome from this investment that I'm supposed to see, and I don't know if I'm not seeing it, I don't know when I'm going to see it. So do I change something already, or do I keep doing? That's a really, I think you highlighted a really important and difficult part of aim training. Do you have any advice for people that are in that kind of place?
Knife deployed.
Well,
One suppressed.
first is to acknowledge that
One enemy remaining.
you need patience. Anxiety is a really common feeling. I want to see results quick. I want to improve quickly. And your brain tends to take actions towards that. Kind of trick yourself into believing you're improving faster. Changing your sense, buying new mice, whatever. Be patient. Be patient. It all comes in time. It will come as long as you're putting your effort in. If everything feels comfortable and nothing feels wrong with the scenarios you're playing, and you're like, yeah, this is easy, I'll just keep playing, something might be wrong. Something always should feel like a little bit uncomfortable when you're playing, because that means you're adapting.
Like you would stop
Right.
me.
It's like it's the gym thing again. You're in the gym, you're lifting a weight that's easy. Well, your muscles not going to say, okay, well, I need to grow or get stronger. It's going to be like, I have enough to be fine here. I don't need to make any changes.
Then improve.
So a bit of discomfort is necessary. That makes a lot of sense. Challenge yourself. So Matty actually, in the podcast that I did with him, he had a really cool, I think, system that he used. He didn't necessarily recommend that everybody uses it, but I think he called it like the score threshold approach, where he finds out, okay, what is my max score for this scenario or task, and then I need to make sure that I'm like within a certain percentage of that, like 5% of that top score. So, and that's when I can then move on to
Someone's in attacker spawn.
really challenge himself to get one of those scores, and if he doesn't, then he can't move on from that task. So he might be stuck in a knockout session. But that was obviously he is the GOAT. He's the best at everything. So he's going to have training methods that are very hard. So that's like an interesting way for someone to judge when do I move on, or when is enough to actually get some gains from this.
Yeah, especially that method might be good for anyone that is like hardcore trying to grind aim trainers only, right? I don't think if I'm working with like a Valorant pro,
last player standing,
I don't think I'd encourage that.
One
I
enemy
might
remaining.
induce like this
My
feeling
ult's
of,
ready.
oh, I might get this score. I have to get this score before I move on, which is like we don't really care about that much about aim trainers. Like your main game is
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And that's we'll definitely delve into that topic. I think that's a really important one on the channel. Recently, I've noticed that there's a lot of people that they really want to improve their aim, and they are looking to invest all that time in doing so. But then it kind of has almost a negative effect when they get into the game because they're so over focused on all this aim training that they've been doing, and they almost they're looking for the aim to solve the problems in the game in a way that it's not really designed to do. So I think that's a really important question to ask. And in fact, because I've raised this topic already, we might as well just go into it a little bit. What is your sense of the balance between aim training and in-game training, and how you can essentially confer the aim training
Revealing
benefits
area.
into
Out
the
of
game
charges.
without sort of
There they are,
over-focusing
right
on
here.
in-game and essentially creating problems by doing that.
I think there are many ways we can answer the question.
Enemy down.
Because of course we can. I've been working with people like directly, and giving them like tips and
Spike planted.
direction, so that doesn't happen, right? But this is like a different case because it should be like a universal feeling, right? So what I'm gonna say is that
Last player standing.
you build your aim training. So you try out things with aim trainers, right? And you try out things and then you go in game and you're like, oh, I felt this, blah, blah, blah. I really like the warm-up, but I don't really like doing the routine this time, or I don't like doing a warm-up, it feels weird. Good, like, you know that now, so work with that. Don't try to force things that someone else told you, right? Goes back to what I said about how it's a personal experience. So, a really good training program should never be detrimental to your performance. A lot of this has to do with this is where you kinda gotta make sure like you're doing you're aiming the same way you're aiming like in the game, like in aimlabs, right? Because in aimlabs you like a completely different speed and doing things you never do with your mouse inside the game. Then of course it's gonna be like counterproductive or something. I kind of went off a branch right there. I was talking about.
Yeah, essentially how, like, what are some good ways to understand how to not, I mean, because the thing with aim training is that if you're investing time in it, some people will put like maybe like a lot of time into the aim training, sit too tired to actually play well in the game, or they'll think that, okay, I'm doing a lot better in the aim trainer, but I'm not really seeing that result when I'm playing the game, and so that might be frustrating for them as
player
well.
standing.
And so I think we're just sort of generally talking about this idea of really trying to converge that so that you're not really wasting your time and not, because this is what throws a lot of people off with aim training, is that they go in, they're like, oh, aim trainers are useless because I'm not gonna, I might see benefits in the aim trainer, I might get better scores, but I mean, I'm not getting better experience in the game. I feel like I'm still like losing fights that I shouldn't be losing and this kind of thing.
Yeah, whenever they say like people say that aim trainers are useless, the first question that comes to mind is like, what are you playing, and for how long? Because you never know. Because you might even be playing like a super easy static scenario, and if it's like really easy, it's not gonna be that useful either, right? I think it's important to acknowledge, right, that application for aim for attack FPS, I think only like a few people in the community really know what they're talking about when it comes to like aim training for attack FPS. But you have to recognize that Valorant is a game that doesn't have much aim, right? It's a game that is micro-adjustments. Only micro-adjustments.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
Exploit it within aim trainers. Like the really tiny movements, your reading of targets like within a short distance, all this stuff.
Let's make a plan.
So
then execute.
Yeah, that's kind of my general thought within like why my work, why it might not work in fairness, right? It's not an aim-heavy game. If you are talking about Overwatch or Apex, I picked up Overwatch like for the first time seriously, and I got like GM5, GM3 within my first 15 hours, just because I learned tracking of aim trainers, right? I don't think you can see like the same success in Valorant. It's a much more elaborated work. Same with
Scanning
Apex.
ahead.
Tracking is higher. Time to kill games have like a way easier time translating the training, right? Valorant, you will see improvement, but at a much it depends on anyone actually. I've seen like, miracles happen with like new players, and I've seen like other people that you know takes a little bit of time.
on the loose.
Right, but it does happen.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. I love the point you made there about like the low time to kill, because I say this to people sometimes too. Like, you know, when you're in an aim trainer or in a deathmatch, you're like maybe shooting like 100 targets a minute, but when you're actually playing around, you might get one fight, if that, you know, and so you just have one sample size of that one shot, and they hit their first shot. Like,
Last player
that
standing.
makes it so you're not going to necessarily
Revealing
feel
area.
My ult is so much more about there's so many things going on, the positioning, the game sense, the micro like predictions and awareness of what's going on, the communication, the economy. There's so many things happening. So I think that's probably one of the themes here as well. Like not trying to fix your aim with aim trainers completely. You want to actually make sure you put enough time into kind of also at the same time developing your understanding of your decision making in the game to get really good results in like a tag shooter like Valorant or CS, for example. That makes total sense to me. What have you noticed though? Because you know you mentioned you're really good friends with Mazzino.
You want to play? Let's play.
What are some common areas that you're seeing that pro players need to work on, and how have you been helping them?
Some people have developed like a really nice aim style, so they kind of fall off like the common mistake that I usually visualize. But usually structure is something I really like settling down with pros. Like give things a name. This is actually something that came up to my mind. Like we could talk about the value of
enemy spotted A.
The value of knowing what's going on.
Suppressing.
Kill with my copy.
About aim, right? It's like just a generalized concept
Spike
of like,
planted.
okay, that's good aim in your head.
One enemy
What's
remaining.
really going on, right? So that's what I kind of like dissect into with players. I like giving things a name. This is good reading. This is bad tension management. This is a really good micro adjustment, but the initial flick was wrong, and so on and on and on, right? That's kind of like the trend. Yeah, trend with my work in coaching. I really like giving things a name. With structure.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's like very like-minded to me too. I like to define everything, measure it, and see how, like, does this fit into a framework or a,
Last
a
round
system,
in the
and how
half.
do we understand what all
Save
this
nothing.
means? And because otherwise, well, that's the spirit of an aim trainer to me. It's like, okay, if you know how to define something, well, now you can. This is the tool to isolate that thing that you just defined. So I love to hear that. You mentioned tension control. This is something that I've heard a lot of people talking about, that they struggle with tension, that they struggle with, they'll call it calm aiming, essentially. How do I get calm aiming? What are your thoughts around like how you would define this and how you would improve it or get better at it in general?
Tension management is definitely a huge topic that people just don't know exists at all. I've seen a lot of people in the community talk about this.
Fire in the hole!
But mostly like the heads of coaching right now in tech FPS within tennis, right?
Get out of my way!
Tension management. How much force, how much intense is going to be the movement that I'm going to do right now. If you're for a really small adjustment,
Spike
like
planted.
a really long distance, you're not going to do you're not going to death grip the mouse. Just more force equals like a stronger movement, right? Less precision.
Last player
A lot
standing.
of people come, well, think that good aim is
Jet's
like
grounded.
this really snappy aim, like this really flicky type of adjusting all over the place, right? Really wide angles, like flicks, they are like really snappy.
Switching
and lack,
sides.
like major confirmation, like major precision. They just have to like make up for the mistakes
Surrounded
constantly.
by minha família.
I see that a lot.
Out of charges.
I really think tension management, it's like for each situation, there's like a ideal range of force you should do with like the movements. And the more you play aim trainers, the better you get at it, right? I think one of the most valuable things that you can learn inside aim trainers is learning how to aim with lower levels of tension. I hear a lot of people say that they are like really fatigued and like really tired when playing aim trainers, and I ask them like, are you tensioning up your arm or something? They're like, oh yeah, I do. Like, that's why, that's the reason, right? So tension is good for some situations. Calm aiming, for example, as you mentioned, is like the kind of the goal, but it's not like mix things
Spike
up and
down,
say that
mid.
tension is completely wrong, because it's not. It's good in like really situations of development, but it's also good to be able to, you know, go back and forth. Like,
Yeah.
that's where the skills come, in my opinion.
Do you know what this reminds me about? In martial arts, like I haven't done it for like over about a decade now. And but when I was first learning martial arts, I was first being taught how to do do striking, like standing striking. One of the things that I learned like first from the teacher there was when you throw a punch, you have no tension until right at the end, where you have all the tension. And
Last player
but
standing.
also to like deliver the strike in the most like technically proficient way, most efficient way, and that's what you just reminded me of, because you do have to learn how to do that, and it's not like there's one easy answer. You have to mix these things together. You have to have the ability
Anyone have
to
any
do that.
splints?
And
I may have
I
jammed
think
my
with aim
fingers.
training too is
Multiple
I love that you
fingers.
mentioned tension control, because it is one of the things I've seen the most benefit with myself personally. And then when I was thinking about it, I realized that there's no way that I could ever change my tension control when I'm actually just playing the game, because I'm thinking about 20 different things. There's no way I can unless I'm throwing the game, there's no way I can have like this, because in an aim training you're focused on like moving the mouse, like the target, and how much tension, like how like that's all you have to worry about. That's
Enemy
it.
spotted
So you
A.
can actually habituate something new into your play. So I love that you mentioned that, because it's huge. So many people complain about like the depth grip and the calm aiming and so on. So it's a huge one. Are there any other ones like that you feel like really good to help people with?
Tension management is one of the biggest topics. What else could be? I guess flick technique is what we like to call it. Flicks have like stages. It's not kind of
Last player standing.
by hand with
Spike
tension
down,
management. Flicks need like confirmation that you landed on target. They are not like RNG gambles all the time. If you flick really fast, it's super hard to confirm like a specific, precise position in your screen. That's why you actually need to a micro adjustment. Right. That's another topic I talk a lot about in my coaching sessions. So that's something you can learn how to do as well. Of course,
Okay, I
some
only have like
situations
78
demand
teammates left.
like less confirmation. Some others require like a really precise approach, so it's like only a micro adjustment, not even a flick. It all, it's like a spectrum. Same with tension. It's like a spectrum of situations that can possibly happen. So aim training helps with that.
Yeah, that's man, you're actually just making me think about tension control again, because I remember I was talking to Minnie about this idea when you're flicking, and essentially like the bard pill method, where it's like, okay, you do a fast flick, micro
Revealing area.
and kind of target, flick, micro adjust, confirm, and then going through that process. I found the issue I had was I would have too much tension on my landing. Micro adjustment kind of difficult. And so Minnie was talking to me about how you learn this technique, and then he didn't quite put it
Spike
like
drop.
this. I don't want to put words in his
I
mouth.
have the
This is kind of
spike.
how I understood it. In a sense, kind of learn to a degree. That kind of
One enemy
method,
remaining.
in a sense, because you want to be landing quite softly, which is almost in contrast with the fast flick. But you want to have that what he called like the mouse deceleration. So when you get to the target, it allows you to have like more control for your micro adjustment, and then that also allows you to go much more accurately and much more quickly to the next target, like much more effectively. And he was telling me this how he started to get like way better scores in some of these static tasks. Well, to be honest, really the dynamic as well. So mouse deceleration, that was like another thing. I was like, I haven't really heard anyone talk about this before, but that was kind of game changing for me as well.
Yep, it goes exactly with the idea of like, you know, tension management and proper tension management, proper flick technique, and mouse deceleration. Those three concepts like all in the same direction.
Yeah, super interesting. When it comes to another really common thing people talk about, you know, the setup. What are your thoughts about this? You know, sensitivity, mice, pad, so many different things you can change. Like you know, for example, recently people on my stream, I have a guy called Faint Motion that jumps on my stream all the time, and he's talking to me about like the dot skates, because I'm using a SkyPad at the moment. And I was like, you know, and he was explaining how the dynamic of the friction changes because of the surface area of the skates, and like this is really nerdy stuff, and I'm like, oh, I'm really into this, but I know it's not necessary. Like, I know I'm just like really going down the rabbit hole here, even though I'm probably going to do it. So with that said, what actually matters when it comes to this setup? What are the things that neutralize care about?
It is a rabbit hole. It's an absolute rabbit hole. Let's get that out of the way first.
One enemy
I have
remaining.
a stack of 25 mouse pads in my closet, and I have a drawer with like 10 mice like here, like. What happened?
30 seconds left.
Spike planted. Out of charges.
I won't go over it.
I feel you.
Out of charges.
So, at this point, I've seen everything. I've seen world records on every grip. I've seen grips made up by players in the community that are absolutely insane to me. I've seen insane aim with glass mouse pads. I've seen insane aim with cloth mouse pads.
Scanning ahead.
It's. I think right now, like, all products are really good. I think you can do anything on any setup at this point. Just make sure like your things are of quality. Yeah, if you want to try new things out, do it. But I think this is like the most important rule. Like, don't change constantly things. Make sure like if you want to like truly develop like a sense of consistency, the time window that you give yourself to adapt to a setup should follow that like idea accordingly. So give yourself like a couple, maybe weeks, maybe months. I don't know, up to you, your philosophy, to like properly get the hang of your setup. Because if you fall into the typical thinking of like, oh, I got this score with this mouse and this mouse pad, I'm gonna try a new mouse to see if I get a better score, right? Which is something like a lot of people do in the community. That's dangerous. That's unproductive. You're focusing on the things that don't matter.
It's so fun.
Just like
maybe
it is really fun. It is way too fun. It's like little band-aid fix, but the band-aids peel off like super quick, right? They don't really fix anything.
Yeah,
that's how I see it. For tech FPS, well, yeah, I'm pretty much have seen anything work. It's really hard. Just maybe according to your hand size, pick a mouse accordingly. Don't be, if you have tiny hands, don't get a massive mouse.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, you can try skates out.
Scanning ahead.
A lot either way. Mouse pads.
Be at rest.
Yeah, what do you think about Rocket Jump Ninja's website with like the hand measure? Because you can search, you can do a mouse finder with your hand measurements and stuff. Because that's something I think we talked about on Mini's podcast and we kind of recommended it. Do you like? Because I don't think anyone else has got that service. I think he's the only person that has like that kind of service. So, what do you think about that? Do you recommend it?
It's good. I'd say it's like basic. It's a good starting point. I remember using it back then. But after a certain point, like your grip adapts to like certain way you like to naturally hold the mouse. It gets to a point where it's like super specific. Like for example, the NP-ONS that I have on my desk, it's a vacuum mouse. It's good
Revealing
for
area.
bow grip, right? And there's also a lot of other mice that are good for
On my
bow
way.
grip. But they differ a lot in how they feel when you grip things, right? So I don't think that tool covers those aspects like, perfectly with precision. But it's a good starting point.
Yeah, that's.
Fire
Yeah,
in the
definitely
hole!
agree. I think it's really worth checking out if you've never thought about the size and like according to the mouse, like in correlation to the mouse size as well. You should definitely check it
Deploying
out
drone.
as a good starting point for sure. Because that was something that for me I was like, there are certain mice I always wanted to use, but when I kind of refused that my hands were not
Scanning
like, the
ahead.
right size for those mice.
Last
to use
player
those
standing.
mice. I had to take the reality check. And, I used the mouse that actually made sense for my hand size, and also the grip preferences. Like, you can trust your feelings. I guess is one thing I would say too. Is like trust your feelings. If the mouse grip feels comfortable, that probably
Everyone
means
note
that
down
it's
your
easier to
observations,
control.
then
probably
let's
for
run
you.
it again.
And if it feels like uncomfortable, then it's probably harder to control. So just go with your feeling. But with that said, I love your answer. Obviously, we talked in the last couple of podcasts with Matty and Minnie about sensitivity. It can really be all over the place. It's all about the training and the process. Which brings me to the next question for you, which is, what is your approach to programming training? If someone is
Revealing
new to
area.
it, or even if someone is somewhat experienced to it, what
Right
is your
here.
method
Spike
to be
drop.
like, okay, we're starting from scratch. I'm
Take
going to tell you exactly what to do to give you a process.
You want to play? Let's
Then
play.
Essentially,
Right.
the process. How would you create that process?
Definitely starts out with an assessment. Depending on what game or what goals we have, we're gonna have different assessments. If you want to improve like overall aim,
Right here.
you can get away with like really generic, like standardized scenarios from like benchmarks. If we know what benchmarks are, we'll go into them later. If you are focusing on Valorant,
Scanning
right,
ahead.
have an assessment done with like all those skills that I mentioned previously, like attention management,
Match point.
the technique, deceleration, all those things. So I will pick scenarios to like exaggerate those effects within your aim to see how well you do them. Depending on what I see, we're gonna focus on like the weaknesses while still not ignoring the strong points, right? But definitely focus on like your weakest things
Eyes
first,
up.
so you like level them up accordingly.
Oh yeah!
Yeah, we can go in
Monster on
depth
the loose!
a lot within each category. Try to go faster in your flicks, make sure you're not dragging, all that stuff. But that's how generally I would build like I have to see first like what your style is, what you lack on, what you're strong in, and build within that. Like styles are important.
Revealing area.
Nowadays when you're working with a player.
How much training is enough training to see improvement? Like, if let's assume we're not trying to be specialists with aim trainers, but we're using it to get better at Valorant or whatever. How do you balance the time between training aim and aim trainer and spending time
One enemy remaining
in this process?
I saw a ratio. I remember people saying like for every 5 hours you spend in the game, you should spend 1 hour or something. Maybe I got it wrong. Maybe it's more hours. I don't know. You should spend like 1 hour in aim trainers. I think that might be good for specific games. For Valorant, definitely not. As it's more like double. Like
let's ruin their day.
If you spend like 8 hours in the game, you're probably good with like 45 minutes a day or something. It really, you can get value of all your time. It's a matter of how much time you're willing to spend in aim trainers. And if you're focused during all this time. If you're just playing to play, don't play, because you could be spending that time somewhere else. Efficiency is important, right? But I think like a minimum, like 30 minutes, you're good for improvements. Don't play anything over like
scanning ahead
2 hours. I don't think it's necessary. And if you are willing to put in 2 hours into aim training every single day, make sure you're focused.
Take
and
flight.
You're having like, you're actually like make it worth of your time. I don't know if that makes sense. But yeah.
Well, what does that focus look like then? You know, if someone's listening to this and they're like, okay, I feel like I can be focused, but what is it actually?
Last
how do
player
I, what am
standing.
I trying to focus on? Is it?
One enemy remaining.
So
My ult is
aiming,
ready.
like, I mean, because I understand, you know, when I'm playing a task, I need to feel like I'm actually, first of all, being challenged in the task. So that's one thing I'm thinking about. Like, if it's hard for me to actually like talk coherently and still do the task, that means it's probably too easy for me because I need to have like enough focus. I've noticed this when I'm streaming and I'm playing aimlabs, and I'm like, dude, I'm like trying to answer
Defenders
people's questions
win.
and stuff, and I'm like, I can't. I'm just an idiot when I'm playing an aim trainer because I'm focusing so much on the task. So that's one thing that I can understand, that okay, this is me actually really challenging myself, is in those moments. But what are some other signs for you that someone's actually focusing, and or what can they do in terms of the mental part of aiming to really be focused to get the most out of the training that they're doing, if it's like 30 minutes or 40 minutes a day?
If you're talking with friends while you're playing, if you're paying attention to your phone, if you're like have like music way too loud, I think music is fine, but like way too loud, like it gets into your brain, those might be signals that you're probably not focusing properly. With focus, I mean like exactly what you said and what we said earlier, challenge, like identifying a challenge and working on it, actively working on it. Because if you are like, okay, I should be flicking faster, then you are working mentally towards that, right? You have like puzzle pieces and you're trying to make them fit with this like new piece you added, which is like a speed, right? So you're trying to make everything connect. You're trying new things out, new feelings. It's like a super implicit process, just like really weird to put into words. But if you need to be trying to make things connect to one way or another. If you're trying to do it, that's perfect. Like you're on a good road. It's not as complex as it might sound. Just make sure you are thinking and acknowledging what you're doing right. Um, if you don't know what you're doing right or wrong, it could be good to ask someone, watch a replay. Replays in aimlabs, for example, are goated because you can see what everyone is up to, like what they do. So maybe just take one thing from, or also don't try to copy like directly the top players because they have like
Match found.
insane technique already and they have pushed it like way too far. But like maybe the top 10, maybe top 15. I remember I was terrible at Pasu. Actually, you talked about Pasu
Wherever they run,
earlier.
I will find them.
I was terrible at that. And I watched a player play it, but it's not Maddie, because Maddie's like the best. And I was like, no, there's no way I can copy Maddie. I watched a player named Dan. Shout out to Dan. And I learned Pasu just by looking at his crosshair, like what he was doing. Like instead of like flicking really harsh, he took like the approach like way smoother, and like really calculating the way that the trajectory of the targets. Like I understood that there was like a bigger priority to reading targets instead of like speed all over the place. So that's a good guidance point. Watching bots is from other players is like super good in case you ever feel lost, if you ever need that knowledge to understand like what you need to work on, to focus on.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. It's so funny you said that with Passy, because that's exactly like the change I had to make, and then that's when my mind kind of exploded, because I'm like, oh, this is kind of cool, because what I'm doing is actually I have to bring my arm in, and I wasn't really needing to bring my arm in the way I was doing it before, and so then I was like, oh wow, now I'm like getting this multiple kind of skills kind of connecting all together. It's really cool. But that is, I think, a good way to think about it too, because with the aim trainers, we talked about like the Bard pill method, or you know, but like deceleration and tension and all these different things. Like there are all these like things that when you're playing these tasks you can focus on. Like I think one of the things I learned, one of these tidbits of like a thing to focus on was with switching tasks, where switching tasks is like, you know, it's a little bit of tracking and on these dynamic targets, because they're moving and you're going between these two targets. And maybe I'll throw a video up in the background so you can see that too if you're not familiar with it. But I heard some advice that if you focus on the next target, as soon as you start tracking the current target that you're on, you're already like focusing on the next target. That'll help your speed quite a lot. and that increased my speed a lot when I was doing those switching tasks, and I became a lot better, more competent at them. But if I hadn't had that kind of mental focus, that extra tip, I wouldn't have probably worked that out for a while. And so you're always focusing on like something with mouse control in all of these tasks. I think that's a really good point you mentioned, that if you're just playing the task and you're not actually really thinking about anything or focusing on doing specific things or refining specific techniques, you're probably not going to get a lot out of the aim training. So I think that's a really good point that you made with that. Do you think, unless you have anything else to add to that?
Well, you mentioned Morphle, which is an example of like focus and having higher accuracy, right?
Yeah.
You can also have a focus on taking more shots. For example, like the opposite of Morphle, which is like, okay, if you're hovering like 100% accuracy every single time in static scenarios, that's probably not ideal for improvement because you're playing too comfortable, right? Back to the idea of having a challenge. So your focus instead is to have more hits while maintaining a similar accuracy, right? Something like that.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, you're working towards something.
Revealing area.
To challenge yourself. So like some key like overlaying concepts. And again, it goes back to what you were saying at the beginning. It's like everyone's aim is kind of individualized. We all want to think that there's a magic pill, a magic mouse that you can pick up, that your favorite pro player uses for stick aim. You can take his sensitivity and you can copy his grip, and that all these things will solve all of your problems. But in reality, everyone's aiming journey is unique, and it makes sense because our brains are really complex. We're all unique.
Down
so,
A.
One
enemy remaining.
Everything, so it kind of makes sense. But with that said, we're talking about the process with aim trainers, and I'd love to hear your take too with regards to what the process can be when you're actually training aim inside the game, whether it is Valorant that doesn't really have that many options for aim training versus CS which does. Kind of mixing aim training between aim trainers as well as the stuff you can do in game. What are your thoughts about what good practices are with this?
Your hearts are pounding.
I wish we had better tools in game. In Valorant, I wish, because you can improve, definitely, but there's nothing in the games that tells you that you're improving. Maybe if you're winning more death matches, right? But that's like such a bad metric. Yeah, it's a random metric. There are drills that are like in aim trainers, for example, that you can replicate in the range.
Revealing area.
If you see like people Grim ult or like push with the breach ultimate, like focus to the side and then just flicking between two.
Reloading.
An underrated drill is with strafing targets, although it's RNG as well. Sometimes they strafe like 0.1 milliseconds and you have like no chance to do anything. That's not because you're bad, that's because it's RNG. You have no chance to hit the shot. So yes, I do like mixing them up.
One enemy remaining.
Having a couple of drills. I really like, I'm a fan of Sheriff and Guardian DMs because they give like a huge focus to the first bullets, and so you don't rely on spraying because sometimes that covers a lot of mistakes. I'm a fan of a couple of drills you can do in the range. Probably Beanie talked about this, I have no idea, but like flicking to one target and tracking it for a bit, and then flicking to another one, tracking it for a bit. Things like that are kind of what you do in aim trainers, right? At a much more basic scale, the exercises you can do are not that complex, but you can do them, right? To some degree, and you can get better. But once again, super hard to tell that you're getting better if nothing is telling you that you are, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. I think it's, you reminded me too that I think this is another example of,
you better hide, old man.
What feels like it's helping you too, because I think for some people can use the aim trainers and not even feel like they want to or need to deathmatch at all, but some people really want to have the in-game feeling first. So I think it's another one of those.
Reloading.
Whatever you can find.
My ult right.
Best for your training, challenging yourself. And we covered like with mini.
Enemy defender. One enemy remaining.
Skills work, so I don't feel like we need to necessarily go over that. But one thing that I've noticed with aim trainers too is that there is like this mental game that's happening that's it's kind of similar. I mean, it is similar to the mental game when you're actually playing in CS or Valorant, but it's just a little bit different. Like for example, you're hitting really well for 30-40 seconds, and you become aware. It's like, oh, I got a really sick score right now, and then because you become aware of it, you break your focus, and then you start doing worse, and then you're like, oh no, I'm doing worse, I'm ruining my score, and then you have to like refocus. So I would love to hear your thoughts about the mental game of like aim training, because I think it's that's challenging too.
Revealing
that's it's funny that you mentioned it, because that happens to absolutely everyone. That happens because you're like pressured to get a good score, right? And the scores are like the main motivator. It has been the main motivator for like all the goats, so it might just as well stay that way. It's natural for this to happen. Don't be discouraged. You will get used to it, and you will also with that you're getting used to it.
One enemy remaining.
That you're focusing too much on the score, right? And like deep inside your brain is like slowly learning that, okay, I'm eventually like I'm gonna drop this like behavior, like getting nervous because of the score. Ideally, you only focus on the technique. You're like full in the zone, locked in. Focus on the straights of the target, like every single tiny detail, and your attention is going towards that instead of like the score and what time it is. There's a big factor of anxiety, definitely. And it's funny because I really felt it yesterday when I was grinding at second.
Revealing area.
The fact that the target can change direction at any time, but you don't know when, that generates a lot of anxiety. So you kind of learn how to fight with that, right? And just develop like a more natural approach. That mental challenge is something you'll learn how to fight yourself. It's natural. It's supernatural. Don't be scared of it. Just keep pulling through. You will be improving even if those happen, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, for sure. It's
one
definitely a
enemy
tricky one.
remaining.
I think it can be really frustrating. I think you can get really in your head with it. I think one thing I heard, I forget who I heard this from. I don't know if it was Maddie or Minnie or just somebody else, but I remember somebody saying that one of the ways they handled it was whenever that moment happens, basically, where there's a couple whiffs and you're kind of
last player standing,
and you kind of start to get in your own head. They just said, okay, I just say focus in my mind. And because, and I talked about in this video, like the reframing tools, where how you can kind of create a lot of meaning into like one action or one word, so that when you can use that word later and you know what it means, and because like, oh, you talk back to the fact that while you're just stressing out, you're just, all you have to do is just reset yourself mentally. Nothing bad's gonna happen. Just and you can kind of build all of this, all these different meanings into this one word, and you say the word, and then you can kind of just like helps you to kind of get back on track and to not care about the thing you just cared about, which is I just cared that I missed a couple times, and now that's throwing my focus away. So you could try something like that.
Scanning ahead
as well, possibly.
That was probably Maddie. Maddie has a lot of mental tools. A lot of them that he's thinking. So that was probably Maddie.
Yeah, it must have been. It must have been Matty. Yeah. Because also I was thinking with him too, because he was obviously playing that competition, and like the amount of training that he did to win that competition. It's like when you invest so much of your life into doing something, and battle, because he's done all the training, and then all he's left with is the mental battle of the performance. It could all just like couple with when we're aim training, it's so frustrating. But imagine you spend 12 hours a day for the last like 9 months, and then that could all go to waste if you. So he was dealing with insane pressure because.
One enemy remaining.
So we definitely covered quite a few areas with aim training. And did we talk about aiming nets? I'm not sure if I skipped over it. I think I may have done. So I talked with Minnie about this, but I'd love to get your take on what you think are the most annoying myths that you hear that people repeat that are just plain wrong. So now's your platform to correct people.
I could say some really basic ones like muscle memory and changing senses long and blah blah blah. I think that was probably mentioned before with Maddie and Minnie. I'm trying to see if I can say something else Maybe
Revealing area.
I want to connect it back to the topic I mentioned, like the value of knowledge and how like the theory is evolving and stuff. But
Caution here.
might not be the most direct way to say what I have to say, but
Let's go with it. Let's go with it. What's on your mind?
Pretty much like the image. It's not more like that much like the myth, but more of like the image that people have generally of aim trainers. I've heard so many arguments. I've seen that friend go on a rant about like how you're not moving in aim trainers, so it's shit.
Spike dropped.
Which made a lot of sense to a lot of people, but then again, it's like it's still helping you.
Enemies and defenders spawn.
It's definitely a place to improve, like for any, I don't know, pro, whoever might be watching this.
One enemy remaining.
Wants to go like the extra mile for improvement, like aim trainers are definitely a way to get that extra mile, right? The details, like strictly the details. No one is perfect. There's always room for improvement. Even the goats still have like massive amounts of improvements. And saying that aim trainers don't work is baffling to me. You might have had your experience with aim trainers not working. It is probably because you, number one, you picked a terrible choice of scenarios. Number two, you.
I think.
Fire in the hole! Here.
30 seconds left.
Scanning ahead.
Shadows traveling.
Deploying.
Last player standing. Seconds left. Flawless.
They demand a fight. Who are we to disobey?
Hello everybody and welcome to Valorant Minecraft episode 150! Today we'll be going into the Nether with our team Achilles, Mimi, and that little rat boy at the end, Avast! You know him, you love him, and he's back for good! Oh my god, that just took everything out of me.
I'm turning this off. Avast is here.
That was hated. I'm not gonna lie. You don't have the Minecraft.
Don't I?
You don't have it. No.
Okay, well what is it then?
You gotta have to do like, I mean, we
Scout
created
destroyed.
when I did the Germacraft.
Take flight.
You know, well, we did it in the stream on Monday, but it's like, hey guys, here with another Let's Play of Minecraft, and you know, we're gonna be doing some hijinks, some shenanigans. You know, it's like kind of like
Spike down, B.
Was I too fake corpo?
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. It sounds like you're gonna eat us or something.
Yeah, I think it's to lean more into your kind of natural. You do have a kind of biological advantage of being a Minecraft YouTuber because they are all British.
Last player standing.
It's true.
So
It's-
I think if you
it's in
lean
your blood.
into being yourself a little bit more, energy, you really have.
Right, okay. Well, you know, I love that. I've only been streaming 52 hours this week of Minecraft like it's my full-time job. But, I actually looked up these stats recently. So the 4 of us have been playing the Platchat Minecraft server, along with a bunch of other people.
but not nice enough to die in. Let's win and get out of here.
I was looking at the stats. I've streamed 52 hours. That's more than like a full-time job. I was looking up, Bren is at 55. And that's only the amount that he's actually streamed. I swear he's playing a ton off stream as well. But that's not even topping the charts. Up there at the #1 position, as far as I can tell, is a evil cat herself with 60 hours in the last week streamed trying to make trains.
Yeah,
I've got your trail.
At this point, I think I am so technologically ahead of the rest of society. My last night's task was building a that creates basically a 10 block by 10 block giant hole
I have the spike.
through the earth. It took me like hours to build, but I am now boring tunnels at like a block a second.
Connor was trying to make melons. Connor was trying to make melons.
A melon wall, because Smex is building a doomsday device in the server. And I'm like, the only thing, and because like we're doing it from 2 different
revealing
approaches,
area.
You know, Mimi's going full technology. She's like the humans that invade the Na'vi planet in Avatar. You know, she's like we're gonna deforest the world. We're gonna do all this shit. We're gonna harvest. I'm going organic. I'm going organic. Okay, I'm making melons. I'm letting Mother Earth protect me, and that's gonna be my
one enemy remaining.
Living, you know, and like that's gonna be my area.
Flawless.
Melon as a protective device.
They're pretty thick. You know, they got a thick rind. So
What is mine?
So you'll just have to see, I guess.
I dig holes. That's all I've been doing. I've just been
actual mole man. POV, you're a mole.
Yeah, I've just been digging into the fucking depths of the earth and then getting things that I don't know what the fuck to do with because I've never played Minecraft before. I have all of these rare precious metals and shit. And I'm just like, I don't know what any of it does.
Wow, what a time to join that, because we're going like the modded Minecraft realm too. So this is like a we're getting like full culture shock.
Revealing area.
In the deep end.
There they are.
I don't even know what I can do with copper yet. And that's like a basic cereal.
You can make you can make your white
That's my plan. I'm trying to open for labor costs.
Spike down mid.
But we'll see if that one works out. Wilkinson, though, you doing your best to piss anyone watching this in the fucking vicinity of you off by playing modded Minecraft, which adds hundreds of items and not
last player standing.
Recipe. And just
Mimi said the bad word.
You've been swearing as well, Achilles. There's no money coming into this episode.
I was trying to pass that off. I was trying
last round before the switch.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll become millionaires by selling some, I don't know, crypto to the children or something. But the ad revenue's not coming through. You're accusing me of trolling by not opening the recipe book.
Take it.
Yeah, thank you. We'll take it. We'll put it in the swear jar. Put it in the swear jar. Yeah, we're gonna get demonetized here, but we will talk about Valorant in a moment. But I mean, I feel like just appealing to consumers here is
scanning ahead.
I wanted to show some clips, okay, of what of what has been going on. I wanted to start with Mimi's math is really hard because this shows you what Mimi has been doing.
So for context, I was subway train line and
spike down mid.
Send you something to pull up. So I'm gonna put this in the chat, Video Ninja. I was trying to create a plot of where I wanted to build my train line and what the most optimal the underground train line.
Fire in the hole!
Last player standing.
So I opened up Pesimo, and I created this. As you see, start
switching sides,
and then I have my 2 turns. So I had to go into creative and plan out what the optimal curving radius was to keep speed with the train and not break anything and make it look good. And
this is what the Zoomers are doing in Minecraft.
Yeah,
this is what the Zoomers are doing.
They're not doing this. They're not planning this.
The issue is it appears like most of my chat is fucking like engineers, and they were just like belittling me for my inability to do math and sending me random math things. And at my worst hour of having no idea how to solve for the curves of this graph, the clip you're about to watch happened.
They tire. We don't.
I'm waiting with bated breath.
I need to see it. What is the circumcenter of a triangle?
What is that?
Multiple enemies A. Ready.
Scanning ahead. Found them.
What am I even solving for?
One enemy remaining.
What is the circumference of a triangle? Isn't a circumference for circles?
This is, I mean, that's insane.
We know what we're doing. Trust each other.
The circumference. The circumference.
In the triangle? Is that what it is? Circumcenter? Isn't that what they do to babies? Wait, what?
I mean, it's just all unhinged.
By the way, that went on for two and a half hours to solve that.
Oh my god.
Oh fuck.
Meanwhile, I want to show you just what me and Valo have been have been up to. Can you pull up the Jaws guides and then box like a fish? Because this is, I think, showcasing the Zoomer versus Millennial approach to Minecraft. Because the Millennials are all just out there trying to have fun, you know, trying to troll each other.
Revealing area.
And the Zoomers are building steam engines. Like the older generation is getting surpassed.
Your HUD is huge, Josh. Look at all
Captain killed.
What is that down there?
Down where?
Joe, someone shot.
Shot that.
Healing over here.
Last player standing.
You know, he
then
took that
Barlow's
upon
getting his
himself too,
revenge.
and he did that to me. He did that to me as well. Except he jumped a water bucket under me while I was exploring a cave, and I just fell to my fucking death off the waterfall.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A. 30 seconds left.
It's so funny. It's so funny. The word spleef is just so good. And Arden got his revenge on me as well. Arden literally used his years of experience to box me like a fish.
Force just took me on an adventure. I'm in like bad. I'm just talking at the
I'm
beginning
no
of this clip.
doctor,
It wasn't me. You walked
but
into
I
the
can
fire.
catch a bullet hole or two. Let me know if you need healing.
Stop intimidating me. I'm getting very intimidated. I'd like to call the police. Except actually the police around here is Mimi, and she's part of the oppressor. She's part of the fucking oppressing class.
That's actually fucked up, bro. Box like a fish. Box like a fish. Box like a fish. Box like a fish. He got boxed. Oh my god. Look at him fucking. He's a fish.
Shot down.
Well, I don't really enjoyed that.
Holy shit.
What does that mean? What is box like a fish even come from? Is that a Fortnite thing?
It's a Fortnite term where you just, I don't know, you outbuild somebody and box them up. He then ended up pouring water in there and drowning me to death. So anyway, all of this to say, we've been having a lot of fun, and we
One
haven't been
enemy
playing much
remaining.
Valorant on stream, I guess, was the entire point of this intro. But yeah, it's been entertaining. Oh, there was an article posted on Bloomberg saying that Valorant's current player base is 28 million monthly active users, 70% of which are Gen Z as well. So I thought we would appeal to the Gen Z player base for this episode, who all famously love Minecraft, and we would just turn ourselves into Minecraft characters for this. So, Kurt,
Oh
no
my God.
way! Oh no way! I can't believe it.
Can we show Kurt? Can you show the one that I tried to submit, but I was too late?
I mean, it literally is just pixels.
Yeah, I know.
It's just pixels.
Well, I mean, I'll show you what you mean. Oh,
because I was just looking for the most horrific
Spike planted.
Minecraft skin, because I actually didn't skin my character. So I found Shrek.
I've got your trail.
I was requesting that this be my avatar for
Scanning
the
ahead.
episode, but fortunately I missed the deadline.
There they are.
Last player standing. Long.
That's my
Yeah,
real
I mean,
brain
what's
that I
going
don't-
on? I feel like I'm being
X on my intent. Don't give them
I
time
feel like
to
I'm about to do
reposition.
a virtual concert with Iron Mouse.
Okay, let me talk through this because we've got a serious Valorant topic to discuss here. Okay, this isn't just a Minecraft episode. So I wanted to talk about this Bloomberg report, which is written by an excellent journalist within the scene called Cecilia D'Anastasio, who has talked about kind of the explosion in the Valorant player base recently. And normally these kind of articles are pushed heavily by the developer. If you notice, a lot of developers where they don't have their monthly activity.
I'll take it out.
Steam or something. They only release it when their numbers are
Tough dark. My ult is ready.
But this one's kind of nuts.
Party's
It's
over.
not like a small increase in the monthly. It's an absurdly large increase in
One enemy
users of
remaining.
Valorant. It went from
Spike down A.
in 2021, 14 million monthly active users, which is the amount of unique users that log in and play the game every month.
Match
So it went
point.
from 14 million in
That was their
2021,
last breath.
which is when a lot of other games were at their peak because of COVID and stuff. And it's now 28 million, so it's doubled in monthly active players in the last 2 years, which is wild increases. And I think part of that's probably because the game released in China, although we don't really have any numbers for what the what the player base is in China.
Deep.
But it's enormous. I mean, the increase is just massive.
Yeah, I don't know if this does rope in the Chinese. It would make sense if it did, just given that growth. I remember
Neutralized.
When
One enemy remaining. Spike down mid.
Into the game were insane because there was just so much instant demand as soon as they went.
Last player
So I feel like
standing.
this has to have those included.
Yeah, and I believe another part of this was that Valorant, I think, is already
You should run.
one of the top spots in Chinese PC like gaming cafe, which is
it's
insane.
top 5.
Yeah, top 5 already for a game that just released like maybe 6 or so months ago in China. And I think that is definitely part of the meteor. Not just across the world.
Spike planted.
Comparing the numbers to even 2021. I miss being Minecraft. Anyways, that's also nice and safe and warm and comfortable. But it's just absurd, that amount of rise so quickly. I don't think you can attribute that all to the game releasing.
Defenders win.
You're calling me again when you're trying.
Also fourth in Korea right now, so it's
I
still
don't have
hovering around
a
the
huge
top, which
amount
is really good.
to say on this, by the way, but I do have to call it this one byline because I know Bloomberg is not for 18-year-olds. It's for typically 30-plus-year-olds. So I'm just like, the line, the
Me in high
game's
school reading
characters have
Bloomberg.
green. Buzz cuts and where blue lace sneakers, a college kid might wear. wait in line for. I know that, you know, and like really brought it to the forefront. And so
Podcast?
or, yeah, visual lag switching.
There's
And it was like
unbelievably
millennial.
but, like,
Vape is Gen Z. Vape is Gen Z. Vape is Gen Z. That's just
take a hit of your vape. Okay, I haven't. I'm trying to not bring it out on this. That's
a good point. That's a great point.
You know
Thank
what?
you. That's very
And
respectful.
you know what?
I will
And vaping's a
happily
big
drink
issue.
beer on this podcast, but I will not smoke.
True.
Thank you. That's
Unless it's a
excellent. Let's
sponsorship.
Drawing a line in the sand.
In which case, email us.
I mean, there probably is some vape company out there that would sponsor this stream.
I mean,
so.
I think personally, you know, at the end of the day, I have a strong moral stance against vapes unless they give us a partnership. So I think that like I don't have that. So I mean, realistically,
Right,
it's
so it's
your
not that
choice.
strong.
You
It's
guys
your
already
choice,
had a
companies.
freeze pipe. I guess I could smoke.
Exactly. All right. Let's move on to talking about the new agent. There was a leak about the new agent. Everybody's favorite leakers in the scene, Sadak and DRX, somehow managed to leak the picture of this brand new agent that's supposed to be in the game, a duelist main. Hello. Today's game plan. Cloud9 versus DRX VOD review. We're going to get it done. I'm going to get it out the way. And then we're going to play more Minecraft. I've agreed to meet up with Custer. We're going to do some of the Twilight Woods area that we have still yet to do. The Goblin Fortress or the Goblin Tower or whatever that's called. So we're going to pop off. But for now, it is DRX versus C9 VOD review time. And possibly looking at clips of other people from last night on Minecraft, because I joined and my offline chat was saying, can't wait to see his reaction to what happened last night, which doesn't fill me full of joy. DK Forkula, thank you for the 3 years. Thank you very much. Good evening, good day, good morning, whatever the hell it is in your last night. Like, and I've just saw somebody say, well, actually, there's been that he built a horizontal tunnel borer. No, it's a 9, so maybe not a true sub. But the other was from their DRX Academy team called Flashback, who was playing Viper for them pretty much the entire tournament. I think he played maybe 1, maybe 2 maps of Killjoy as well, but mostly a Viper player for this tournament. And we're going to VOD review it. We're going to take a look. We're going to finish it up. I'm going to make a YouTube video about it. And we're going to get that behind us so that we can actually move on to doing other shit. Because I feel like I'm stuck in a time loop at the moment where all I want to do is play Minecraft and I have to force myself to do other work. All right. So I want to, like I said, I want to crack on with it because I want to kind of get this over and done with. So let's get to it, shall we? So let's start. We're here on Split. We saw DRX absolutely murk EDG on this map. They had some players just popping off on their defense side. This time they're starting on attack, so we haven't really seen too much of this. We don't know how good DRX look on their attack side. Usually this is the side where they have some of their difficulties, in my opinion, around like how they play exec heavy styles, where they don't really seem to do too much defaulting or mid-rounding. They just have early game plans and tend to commit to it. In terms of the composition, they're running a somewhat standard composition, except that normally people would be running the Astra instead of the Omen. On the other side of things, we've got a Cypher instead of the Viper, so the Cypher will still provide, you know, on the attack side, these kind of cage setups for you to be able to get lurks up on ramp. The cam can be really useful, the trips can be useful as well, but you have to get ready to catch the double divers, and if you play in hard anchor positions on the A site, it's very easy to get overwhelmed by the double duelist engages on A. So with that being said, let's crack on and take a look at it. Fluff279, Thank you for the 4 months. That's what I'm thinking. Subby! Yay! Right, let's have a look then. Dropping in to say hi before I go back to the mines, boss. Thank you, RJ. What's up, what's up? All right, so let's have a look at what's going on here. Whippy's going to pop down. Okay, so a cam to get early contact towards and see over the top of the Viper wall and Viper smoke kind of setup. So this kind of cam gets value if you don't have any aggressive ramp pressure, right? This is a kind of like gamble forwards cam that gets really good information if the person that's playing in this position is not an aggressive lurker. A flashback is a very heavy lurker, but not an aggressive lurker. They don't lurk in the mid round or early round particularly. They tend to lurk in the late round, but they lurk all the time in the late round. All right, so great shots by Oxy there, and yet Cloud9 still lose 3 in mid by trying to contact down into positions deep. So 3v2 situation out of that could have been a lot worse had Oxy not hit some nice shots. And now Stax calls to rotate back over towards A on the pistol. Whippy's going to take a bit of contact. The trade is fairly slow there from Foxy9, and Whippy hits some better shots with the Ghost. And cleans all 3 of them up. Okay. Big round from Whippy. And Oxy. If I was Oxy, I get 3 there, but you know, he did alright. Yeah, true. We should get the Bronze King RSW Reese out here in the pro games, huh? Hey, Messenger. Vanity tucking himself into this corner with the judge. So Vanity's tucked himself in here, and now this is a weird setup because they've all rotated over to B Heaven. So now Whippy's going to be under quite a lot of pressure. Wow. That's really unfortunate for Foxy9. Not that they had much chance of winning this round anyway, but now they've got very little chance. I smurf your peak, little guy. Know your elo. That is just a lie. You do not smurf Immortal 2. That is... there are very few people in my chat, very few that smurf my peak. Good clear on Mako. Vanity clears out the player over towards ramp. Little vulnerable as well, and Cloud9 easy cleanup. Your Immortal 2 is a lie. Fake Immortal 2. Okay, well then... Okay. Since they added Ascendant, my peak has been Ascendant 3. Reese is also not smurfing in Ascendant 3. He's just not. Same kind of setup here from Whippy. I would like to play my peak again, bad starts. I need to play more. I started playing more recently, and I felt really good about my aim. I mean, apart from, I had a horrendous day of gaming a couple of days ago, but... Alright, whoa, what's going on here then? So, they're trying to flush out B main with the double duelists. Vanity goes for this dog in mid. It's a really strange position for this guy to be playing, actually. To not be with one of the duelists in B main. But, yeah, a bit unfortunate for Vanity. Just gets outplayed by Foxy9. Nice idea by Foxy9 there, very opportunistic. Whippy tucks into a hard anchor position. Good timing from Whippy, but Flashback still gets the entry. And this round's going to be a weird one for Cloud9. They need this kill on Foxy9, and they're not going to get it. Foxy9 stayed in a lurk spot, which I like this from Foxy9. I think this is a really well-played round from him. Wow, and then even picks up the judge to contest ropes. What a lovely round by Foxy. That's a really rare round by DRX, where it's based on calling an audible in the mid-round, or one of their players just having a, you know, an improv decision. Like, there's no way that they commed, okay, Foxy tried to dash on Vanity when he's using his dog. That's just Foxy9 doing that in the spur of the moment and Stacks mid-rounding off the back of it. You don't see many rounds like that from DRX, and it looked really good. So, big props to DRX for that one. That's what I want to see more of. Weird from Vanity there, didn't pop the flash. But the dog... Oh, no, that's not fun. Oh, yeah, it was Vanity. Yeah, my bad, my bad. Yeah, so Oxy forced off the angle. Not watching Home Ground. I'm going to catch the VODs of Home Ground potentially, but... yeah, I'll do a VOD review of it at some point, maybe. Foot and Heretics interest me. I'm not too interested in Focus particularly. So this is just one of the classic DRX rounds where it's, you know, they haven't really done anything at the beginning. They just force... Well, I mean, they force the Opera off the angle, right? They do actually take some space over towards A and make some room. They group up and they go for an execute on B. So it's not a terrible round by any means. But Whippy's in a hard anchor spot and rinses Buzz. And then Zeppa just fills back in the gap as Jake's put down some really good smokes utility. So, again, very good anchoring by Whippy and really good support by Jake. And I think Cloud9 did a great job in this round of setting up, you know, trips over here and the op on this angle so that even when the op is pushed back, they don't really have to worry too much because the op just falls back to here and they're not worried about ramp because they have the trips. It allows Cloud9 with this defensive setup to stack B with 3 players, leave mid pretty much open, and then have 2 players, one of which is including the operator, over towards A. So you have a weak middle of the map, but you have a very strong B setup with 2 of the people that are the best at hard anchoring, the Cypher and the Astra, and then you have an operator on the other side. It's a very good defensive setup, as long as they're not going mid. And then I'm sure they have different well, actually, maybe they're quite a new team, so maybe they don't have all of the reactions fleshed out. But in time, they would have very good reactions set up off the back of this. Where if the attackers took mid control, then one player ends up rotating away from B to cover towards B heaven, and if they break the trips, somebody ends up having to back up, or you repost the op, and then the play goes back, something like that. And this is just going to be a save after both of the duelists got smacked on the entry. So far, very good map from Whippy, especially. He's looking clean, and he's been able to deal with the engages from Buzz and Foxy9 without getting overwhelmed, which is pretty impressive. What's going on here, then? Is this a timeout? Much more of a passive setup here. Foxy9 has scouted out the operator, gone for the smoke. In theory, the longer Oxy stays here, the more dangerous it gets, but Oxy has Jake and Zeppa supporting, so they're going to go for the walk down in mid. Zeppa should be able to get a trade kill here. Yeah, Buzz ends up falling. But really good flash and very good posting up on the line from DRX again to deal with that, so I like that from both teams. Cloud9 with a good method of trying to fight for mid, and DRX with a good method of trying to break it. Now DRX control a lot of the map, so Vanity's calling for a reclear of B main. They go 1 for 1, and they get information that there's another player over there. Foxy9 finds the timing past Zeppa's nade, and Stax takes the duel. Even if Stax lost there, Foxy9 was going to be able to kill Zeppa. So this is a good round again. This is DRX actually with great work dismantling what Cloud9 were trying to do, which was to put pressure down mid and then put pressure over in B main. Some good rounds here by DRX. Actually, and C9, I think I like the calling from Vanity on this map. I think it's been very, very dynamic on the defense side. Plenty of different setups. I mean, this is another setup again from Whippy, where he's put his trip in B heaven, cam. This is the same kind of thing that we saw in the previous round where, they're playing a 2-1-2 setup with the op over towards A. Now, the op at the moment is getting stuck behind the Viper setup. But, again, you have a very, very strong B site right now. You have the Raze here, who has Nade and Showstopper. You have the Astra, you have the Cypher. This is an insanely strong B setup. And then on A, you have the op that you're going to be running into, which I assume Oxy is using. Oh, no, actually, I don't think he is. No, he doesn't have the op. He had Bladestorm and Shorty. So, yeah, they don't have the op here. So this is a bit of a weaker A site, but it has Bladestorm, which I assume he's going to go for an updraft behind this to see if he can spot somebody, if he hears anything from the attackers. Yeah, he's just got Bladestorm Shorty. Vanity's waiting for the next cycle of Viper utility here before he uses his dog, so making sure he doesn't waste it. Viper util goes up, dogs get traded. Great timing on the utility from Vanity there to deny DRX the space. Now they're worried a little bit about mid, and I think that makes sense. And we'll see whether they have any adaptations. If this B trip gets broken, this B heaven trip, then somebody's got to... I mean, Zeppa's already getting in position. And remember, this is a really tough B site to crack. Zeppa has ult. You have Astra and Cypher. Interesting that this is a kill trip. I didn't expect that. I definitely didn't think this would be a kill trip. I thought this would be some kind of trip like here for info. You know what I mean? Like, you put it here right before they get on the jump-up box, and you're just trying to get info with it. But instead, it's a kill trip in B heaven, which does leave B heaven a little more open. But this cam can see B heaven, I suppose. So, yeah. They have cam contact, and then they have a cage that dets, and then they have a kill trip inside of it for somebody here to get a kill. Possibly the cam is going to take contact and Zeppa's going to ult first, and then they do the cam cage setup. They could definitely have 2 waves of defense over here towards B heaven. Zeppa has to jump spot in that situation because we haven't got smoked and the cam can no longer take contact. Let's just have a quick look at how A heaven got compromised here. So they had a trip in this area, I believe, didn't they? Oh, no, they don't. They've got it over towards B. Yeah, so A is really weak in this situation once they've taken mid control, because Oxy has to look forwards and backwards. So Vanity's going to rotate around, and Vanity's going to try and pick back up this walkout, which allows Oxy to just face down here. I think this looks really uncomfortable, but Zeppa's trying to react based off the smoke, and DRX are doing a good job of playing both sides of the map here. Oh, and Buzz beefs the movement. Nice from Foxy9, though, sneaking in behind the Viper wall. Whippy, though, is so sharp. Oh, and Foxy9 is fucked. These are some great rounds. This is much better than the other maps that we were watching of this tournament. Much, much better than the other maps we were watching. I don't know whether the teams brought their A games because it's the grand final, or whether they're just both better on split. I know that DRX are good on split. I suppose the Vanity teams have been good on split in the past. Double trip setup to catch the double duelist here. Some high tripwires as well. Looking like they're ready to catch a jet engage. Cam used. Later on in the round as well, maybe just to avoid it getting broken right off the rip. Yeah, it is good to see Whippy on Sentinel again. Again, with the operator here, you got Jet Sky. C9 are playing much... Oh, here we go. Yep, I'm caught by the trip. Oh, but Buzz gets around the other side. And Buzz does a great job, but they still go 2 for 2, and they don't really have any space towards B. So this B setup is crazy difficult to crack. There's trips in the way, and if you get past the trips, there's 2 players anchoring. And then even if you get past the 2 players anchoring, there's a player in B heaven ready to come and reinforce. So this B setup looks monstrously good here. I think if you're DRX, it's about the time in the half, after this round where you're just like, fuck B. If we go towards B main and we see the Cypher setup, we're just leaving. We're taking heavy mid control and we're trying to put pressure on B heaven and A heaven at the same time. And like that's the game plan. Or maybe we're just doing full A pops if we feel confident pushing the Opera off the line. Like something like that. Like this B site's a no-go. Cloud9 have invested so many resources into shutting down B. However, they now have A heaven control because Stax has taken it, realizing that there's a bit of a weakness there, calls for Mako to come and plant in a spot that Stax is holding, and actually they've got a nice post plan. Flashback is doing his lurk thing again. I don't know why you wouldn't just come up here. This lurk pathing that I've drawn makes so much sense because it's shorter. It allows you to retain control of heaven even after Stax goes to help Mako, whereas this lurk pathing is so long. Flashback always lurks in these positions. I feel like I don't like it. We'll see whether it ends up working, but I definitely don't like it. And they were watching for it. Vanity was very cautious of that. They've got to be careful, though, of ramps now. And it looks like Flashback's got a good timing, actually. Okay, so now he's up into A heaven. Yeah. Okay, so his lurk ends up working there. And he found a nice time past Vanity. I'm still not too much of a fan of it, but he certainly do be lurking. Very slow round here from DRX at the beginning. Dog over here. Much more defaulty from DRX than I was expecting. I really feel like what we've seen from this tournament from them is just exec. And now they're slowing it down. Now they're adding some more of this tactical mid-rounding kind of stuff in. Don't think that flash really serves any purpose from Vanity. But he loves playing with the Judge and he gets value out of it again. The Judge really is the real divider. Stax is going to try and make a play. Ends up getting caught. And the round's over. I think that's a fine round from DRX too. They just got caught by a Judge. The Judge is the great equalizer in terms of the weaponry. That looked very close to the DRX players' heads. So now C9 have swapped things over. They've got both of these anchor players of Jake and Whippy playing on A. What was Foxy9 doing here? Foxy9 and Buzz take heaven control. And Buzz is just way further ahead than Foxy9. I don't know why, but that's very non-synced up from the both of them. I think Buzz just paths too quickly into sight. Foxy9 and Buzz were both stood here. Buzz is kind of a bit just selfish in this situation. He blast packs all the way to rafters. He hasn't cleared this spot. He hasn't cleared this spot. So he hasn't actually made space for Foxy9 to come in after him. It's better in that situation, instead of blast packing through, to just methodically clear this way, then this way. Like double face this, double face this, and then either send like a blast pack or a boombot or a cloud burst, or, you know, some piece of utility in that direction to dissuade people coming back up. Then make sure you clear this corner, and then you can actually exec into the site. And you can backfill this with one of the players as well, while another two of them go site. So you end up having two coming from heaven, two coming from site, and one kind of making sure that you maintain heaven control. But instead, Buzz double blast packs through, and then the timing is way off. And they don't have any heaven control, and they just get massacred. So this is one of the first rounds I think that was badly played from DRX. What's up, Regina? You're a Minecraft enjoyer? We will be playing Minecraft after this VOD review. Half buy from DRX. Wow. So this time Vanity is playing with them over towards B when both duelists fight this area. I think Cloud9 have got so much good defensive aggression going on here. But one of the best ways of playing against this is just to play really slow at the start of the rounds, allow them to waste utility, and then try and do late round execs against them. You might say Buzz is light years ahead of his team. You might. I won't, but you might. Hey, Cavalry Archer. How long I wish to see the fallout? It'll probably be 2 hours. But it might be a bit quicker if Custer comes online. If Custer comes online and sends me a message, then I will, you know, cut the VOD review short. Good nade to stop the B main aggression. There's going to be a repop. Are DRX ready for it? Yes, they are. It's a fake flash from Vanity, and everybody from DRX realized what was happening. A lot of these rounds are getting decided just by how well DRX react to what Cloud9 are doing. And apart from probably 2 rounds, DRX have dealt with it very well. Will you do any of the Game Changers versus VCT games? Look at what the Game Changers teams can do to improve and get closer to VCT level. Maybe. I fear that a video like that would just end up being extremely I mean, if I'm reviewing a game of like G2 where they get beaten 13-0 or 13, I think their best result in this tournament was 13-5. I wouldn't normally do an in-depth review of a 13-5 game. I could, but personally, I kind of disagree with what, I can't remember, it was one of the G2 players tweeted about it, I think it was Mimi, where they said that you have to play against the best to be the best. I think you need to play against opponents that are a little better than you, but not a lot better than you. I think there's less to learn in situations where you get blown out. I didn't watch the game, so I don't know whether they did get blown out. Maybe it was like, it was actually fairly close, but the scoreline didn't look like it. I could do something like that, but I don't know how good it would be. I think I'm actually in her message a bit. I don't think so. I mean, she said that being invited to tournaments like this is super important because it's one of the best reasons, or it's one of the best ways to close the gap is by having Game Changers teams participate against these teams. And I had the same discussion when I was playing at a top level in TF2. When I was on my way up, we would have like decisions about whether we wanted to scrim like the best teams in the world or whether we wanted to scrim like the teams that were just a bit better than us. And invariably, we ended up improving more by scrimming the teams that were like a level above us, not 3 levels above us. So that's where my point is coming from. But yeah, my point being that I'm not sure there would be that much value reviewing the games, but I'll give them a look maybe. Was Froyo the top name back when you were scrimming? No, because we were playing in Europe. Wow, that's quite nice from Cloud9. They use the boombot and the dog together. The dog, the boombot finds the player, they get stuck in the corner. Jake swings through, and then they get the spam kill, and Oxy follows up immediately afterwards. A lot of players from Cloud9 in mid, but they're actually being decisive about it, and they catch the DRX group. This is what EDG want to do when they 4-1 default. They want to try and catch like passive players in mid like this. I think the most important part of Game Changers versus VCT teams is to normalize incels seeing women, in my opinion. I mean, sure. The Valorant Game Changer circuit already has like one of the largest viewership out of any of the similar circuits in other games. I feel like Valorant's already doing a really good job with that. I don't think the EMEA qualifiers here have a larger impact than the actual circuit itself. Oh, that's a nasty entry from Oxy. Okay. I mean, the thing is, though, the videos I'm making are not for the team, right? Like, if I'm making a video about TENS, it's not for TENS. If I'm making a video about a Game Changers team, it's not for the Game Changers team. It's for fans to learn. It's for fans to understand more about the game. I'm not actually making coaching videos for the team, right? That's not the purpose of it. So, there would be a lot of value in making a video that was specifically, like, you know, the coach of the team makes a video about like, what we could learn after the games in home grounds, and it's like a proper presentation, including the comms and like what they know of the situation and like the players' tendencies and stuff like that. That's not what I would be able to create. I would be creating a video that's for the fans, which is why I'm saying there would be less value in it. I also think that it might just add fuel to the fire if I made a video like that of like, look how far away the Game Changers teams are from the VCT teams. I think it might even be negative. Even if I wasn't being negative in the video, I think it might end up just being a net negative for the scene. So that's why I'm cautious to do something like that. I don't want it to like pop off, get 100k views, and then everybody's like talking about how shit the Game Changers teams are. That would just be not a good thing to do with my platform. I can absolutely see that happening. Because I think there's a big difference between knowing that, like, for example, I really enjoy watching women's tennis. I know that the women who are playing tennis would get blown out by the, like, top 200 men playing tennis. I don't care. I enjoy watching the top women's tennis circuit. But, so there's a difference between, like, you can still enjoy something if it's not the best possible representation of that skill happening. Like, I enjoy watching Great British Bake Off. I don't watch it because they're the best bakers in the world, right? So, but I think if you look at it purely through the lens of, like, if you make a video coming from the presumption of the Game Changers teams have got to be better, like, where is the gap coming from? Why are they so much worse? Whatever. I think you're just starting with premises that feed into the bad, like, side of people comparing them constantly. So, yeah. So, yeah, that's one of the reasons why I'm not really interested in doing it too much. I mean, maybe I will at some point, but only if I had a good idea of how to present something like that. No, I don't have time to watch Falcons vs. Twisted Minds on Sunday, but I do have that VOD pulled up, Monkey Meatloaf. Look, it's here. For the Deadlock, you mean? Yeah. I will take a look at it at some point, but not today. It's a much studied phenomenon, Cavalry Archer, and I think it's... I think there's a lot at play. I don't think it's as simple as any single factor, unfortunately. I think a lot of it is marketing, cultural expectations. There were some very interesting studies done in chess where if women were told that they were playing against men, they played worse, which again is some like sociological component, presumably, like a societal expectation of like lowered performance. I don't know. There's a lot of kind of stuff that goes into this topic that I don't want to get into now, but it certainly isn't just a single factor. Sometimes the bad games are the most hype and entertaining. Absolutely. For all the wrong reasons, but yeah, absolutely. Wow. The Cloud9 players really turned up here, man. Zeppa looks on point. And I think the reactions from Cloud9 were just a bit quicker when they're on the defense side. Like, for example, in that situation, Buzz goes to reclear B main. I feel like when we saw Cloud9 do that, Vanity was calling for them to do it with a bunch of utility. Like, let's go, let's flash, let's push B main. And they make it more obvious, but it's more chance of success if Mako goes with Buzz and they use Paranoia or they use a, you know, something, at least Mako teleports out and they double swing it together or something like that. Whereas here it feels like there's less of a everybody together making good defensive game plans from DRX. Zeppa looked horrendous when they went out in LCQ. Like it was clearly not his end mechanically. Yeah, I think generally speaking, he's a very good player though. And I think for the majority of this year, he was performing pretty well too. Sometimes very well. I mean, Zelsis chose Sentinels because he thought it would be better for his brand long term. That doesn't mean he's getting more money from them in the short term. That's kind of... I mean, it's kind of true and false, right? It's not that they couldn't... It's not that Cloud9 couldn't afford him. It's that Cloud9 don't have as large of a brand to the point where they actually attract talent to their roster for that reason. Whereas teams like Sentinels or Loud or... What else? What are some other big teams where people want to join them because they are good for their long-term brand? Wow, what a ballsy play, man. What an insane play by Foxy9. So Cloud9 have been hovering over. Oh, he saw the flash. Wait, what a read. Vanity just gave the game away with that flash. Look at that. Foxy9 makes this push down mid because he saw where the flash came from. He saw the flash going like this. He turned it, and then he's like, his alarm bells are ringing. And he's like, okay, they're either full hitting B right now, or this is just the Sky going for a fake. So he literally walks out of market. I feel like the reactions, the small individual decision-making from Foxy9 has been really nice on this map. And it's not something I've seen too much of in previous VODs. Yeah, there's no other sound. There's only one footstep. Great read by Foxy9. Do you think it's concerning for the scene that Prime players are finding streaming more attractive than playing? Nah, not really. I think most of the time the streaming numbers improve when you're playing, with rare exceptions of people that are just very, like, either hyper-popular or hyper-entertaining personalities. So most of the time they go hand in hand. The more you play, the bigger your stream numbers are, or the better you play, the bigger your stream numbers are. And a lot of the time the players are just driven by a competitive desire that they eventually come back to the game anyway. So I think it's fine. Plus, there's always more people who want a professional Valorant career. So I don't think we're going to miss out on... a preternatural talent because they went into Twitch streaming instead. Most of the time you either get some good years out of them anyway, or they, are going to end up just returning back to the scene at some point later on. Dark Drouge, thank you for the Prime. Also, I wouldn't say Zelsis is the most Prime player. I think he's a very, very good player. He's one of the few people who is like a team leader figure, who could also be, I think, a very good IGL with one season's experience. He's extremely vocal. Oh, leg shot. Okay, Foxy9 goes back in for the repeat and gets obliterated, but Michael's trying to dodge. Oh, he was trying to play anti-flash, and he got caught. And they tried to contest the, yeah. Okay, nice engage by Cloud9. You can see how much pressure Mako was under there, and Zeppa found a blast pack up on top, just decided to throw it into his face. Foxy9 go for that home crowd repeat? Definitely. That was an ambitious play to go for. Ambitious. Now, I don't think Zelsis is a star player, but he's definitely one of the best glue players that you could pick up that speaks like in the English-speaking scene, he's one of the best glue players that you could possibly ask for. Extremely good flex with leadership skills. I think there are people who are more flexible than him, but he's very talented. The trades are coming through very well for both teams, and Zepp is popping. The individual form for the C9 players is really good. I feel like this is the first match that feels really high level in this tournament so far. I like it. It's very proactive. Yeah, the spacing does seem pretty good for a young team. Oh my god. Victor Sky was terrible when he first started playing it. I can't remember how good it was later on, because he just didn't play it very much, because Crashy's picked it up. So maybe Victor would be good at that now, but Crashy's just played it all year this year. Yeah. Victor Sky was very, very bad when Sky first came out. His KO was good, yeah. Victor's also a very flexible player. His killjoy is very good. Foxy9 deep with the operator behind the battle box. They've tried this setup a couple of times. Wow, that is close. Just a bit too open to the angle there. Nice flash from Vanity too. Just to push people back and stop them from recontesting the space. Wow, Buzz is re-clearing this. That is a lot of confidence from Buzz. What a read. I don't know quite what he's got the read from here, but Buzz has just maybe won this round for his team. If they manage to win this round 4v5, it's because of what Buzz is doing right now. He's just giving them so much information. And he's going to be able to kill at least one here. Both of them. Yep. Wow. Andy's called to rotate over towards A. Oh, he had done for a while, but he's not sure it's a fake. Oh, Mako might be fucked. Nope, Mako's not fucked. What a perfect round from Buzz. I don't know how Buzz got the read that they were leaving in mid, but yeah, I guess it's because they didn't hear anything over towards B heaven, and he didn't hear anything over towards A ramp. It's just incredibly confident that we push into that area. So many weak mid rounds from C9. I don't agree. I don't think that was a weak mid round, and I actually think that the I mean, look at this situation, right? They go up, they kill Foxy9. So this is the opper in mid, right? Usually you don't have a lot of people playing with the op in mid. I mean, there'd be like max 3 people here. I mean, I guess that is a lot of people, to be honest. So anyway, they get that kill. They dash, they spot flashback, they smoke him off, they flash him off. Yeah, I guess it's just, Buzz is just so happy to immediately re-clear, because flashback isn't calling that there's any pressure here, and then he's snuck back in instantly. And the speed at which Buzz gets back into vents and then goes through, I guess if you want to say Cloud9 did something wrong, it's that they didn't clear this area out fully. I think once you kill the AWPer, a lot of the time you're just going to assume that this area is clear, but you will see a lot of teams go up here and fully clear into the bottom. Like, they'll fully clear this area, because it's much scarier for a defending team to walk down the rope and back up the rope here to re-clear. But overall, I feel like Buzz just caught the best timing in the world right now. Yeah, Vanity's been killed a lot of times while in his dog. He's been killed twice. He's been killed twice, I believe, while in his dog towards B main. Both of the times it was a fake. You definitely need to give up on that at this point. And you know that DRX have been re-clearing down mid in 2 of the rounds where Vanity died. So I think you just leave somebody, right? You insert somebody in mid. Whether that's Oxy or whether that's Whippy. You go, you take mid control, and then you leave someone there ready to catch the person that re-clears. Hello. Hello. You bedging? Okay. You okay? Yeah. Yeah? I just watched an episode of that show. That was really good. There's a line that's going to stick with me. Yeah. Okay. You alright? I was talking about them potentially inserting somebody in mid. So they dog, they have double cages over towards A, as they've been doing quite a bit. Whoa, and Buzz is going to... Wow, Whippy gets him. So now there's no dog, no boombot. They're still going to try and take mid control. So it's going to be a little difficult. Bold from Foxy9 again here. Foxy9 is once more going to post himself up just on his own towards B main. That really is dangerous. So Foxy9 was trying to take an angle towards mid, right? He was trying to get into a funky spot. He had to dash out over towards Mail, and now he's just walked on his own Mako is just holding this angle, yeah? So if the attackers are doing a 1-3-1 default, then, I mean, for starters, you know that they're not doing a 1-3-1, but you know that there's two over here, so they could be doing like a 1-2-2 kind of setup, right? If there was somebody holding towards B main, Foxy9's probably going to die in this situation. But he's read the situation properly. He knows what Cloud9 have been roughly doing, which is committing a lot of bodies towards mid, doing 3-2s or 4-1s, something like along that line. And so he's just taking it upon himself to post up on his B main angle, just basically on his own, which is adding a huge amount of value. It means that Mako can go rotate off and hold like up here, something like that, or he can decide to hold from here and watch B heaven, and keep the other two towards A. So a lot of proactivity from Foxy9 on the defense side. And it looks like it's not being called by Stacks either. It looks like he's just doing it on his own. Not quite timed for the trade there with Oxy. If you're going to do movement like that, you really want, ideally, to be double facing. Or at least have the person trading you becoming straight afterwards. To a certain degree, Foxy has to take that risk, right? Would you want Mako to like omen flash for him? I think a lot of the time you would just see the Oppa post up more on like this kind of line instead. Something like that. So I just think it's particularly bold that Foxy9 decides to walk onto this line. Obviously, you want your op to be trying to get somewhere good. I mean, it's possible that he could try and hold something like this if the smoke disappears from Male. But yeah, I think if Mako paranoias for him or something like that, or if at least Mako goes with him, so that if Foxy9 dies, Mako could get the trade, because you know that there's going to be like max one person here. It's very solo from Foxy9. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying I don't really expect it from a team like DRX, because usually they play in very, quite a stiff manner. Yeah, it's just based on the player's read of the game. Yeah, if you feel like you got that dog in you, if you feel like you've got a read on what they're doing, you get more aggressive. It also depends on whether the player is more aggressive generally. Like if you're a person like, if you look at the more passive players, somebody like Cryo, for example, they're probably very, very rarely doing that. Only if they're having like an insanely hot game or something would they feel confident enough to do that. Cryo lets the game come to him a lot more. Okay, so similar kind of setup. This time it looks like they're going for a 1-3-1 with Vanity in mid. Oh, this is, I've seen Tens do that before. So it's a 1-3-1 default, but they actually don't get any control off the area of the map where the three players were playing. The dog, however, only spots the Cypher. Now, as soon as the dog is used over here towards ramp, though, DRX are going to know that there's a few people over here. Flash pushes the upper away. Foxy9 immediately rotates. I like this from Foxy9. Wow, and Stacks probably saves his life there. Really, I love this from Foxy9. I think he's being really mobile around the map. Pick up the rifle. Oh my god, he just goes for the op shot. These are really excellent rounds from Foxy9. Obviously, Stacks saves his life, probably, by hitting very good shots. But Foxy9's pulling a lot of aggro, and I think this is something that Oppas need to do more, is as soon as you break the dog here, right? As soon as you break the dog right there, and some Oppas are going to allow the dog to walk up a little bit in case someone swings behind it because they're trying to kill the player. But as soon as you take the shot, let's say, you need to rotate and try and pick up another angle. You have a timing window that's like 5-10 seconds, something like that, if they're going for a pretty aggressive push, where you can get into another position. If it's a very slow round, or your teammates have good counter utility to throw, maybe you can get posted back up on the same angle. But kind of a lot of the time, you just want to be rotating off somewhere else, and I think that counts if you get a pick too. Like if you're over here, and let's say Whippy was trying to go for an aggressive lurk, if Foxy9 kills Whippy early on in the round, I really like it when Oppas rotate immediately, where they just instantly say, right, I'm swapping with you, Flashback. And Flashback comes over here to defend A Heaven, and Oxy now tries to pick up the mid angle, so that you're keeping your op mobile around the map and stopping the defenders from, stopping the attackers from knowing where you are. And I think Foxy9 does a great job of it in this round. He goes from being posted down a ramp to instantly moving over towards A rafters, and then dropping down into site, and then tucking deep onto the site. He moves a lot. I think Foxy9's attack side is just pretty limited, but what he's doing in rounds like this looks really good. You can see why they want to invest into him. What the hell is that noise? They just hang on to the rope. And Foxy9's died from that position before in mid, so now he's watching it. And again, Foxy9 is super mobile. He gets a kill in mid, immediately comes over to B. DRX are playing with a lot of pace. I saw that CNED got a lot of kills on Raze. He was like 20 and 15 or something on that map he played Raze on. They know that Cloud9 have been doing quite a lot of defensive aggression. The flash catches flashback. I think as soon as you get hit by that flash, it's a good time to leave. Flashback waits another like 3 seconds, but he's still got a pretty good timing. The dog. Whippy's doing a good job of staying mobile here as well. They get another kill off the trip. The dog wasn't able to clear either of the trips, and they didn't clear them with the blast packs either. Flashback gets a lurk kill. Much more aggressive timing from Flashback, which I really like. Wow, they do not expect Flashback to be in this spot. And Zep is going to die to that if he didn't die to Mako. What a great pause that DRX called there in the round to allow Flashback to go for his lurk. They haven't done that before. I was catching up on the Minecraft VODs on your YouTube. What's the deal with the second most recent video? It sort of just starts in the middle of the action. The Minecraft VODs on your YouTube. What's the deal with the second most recent video? I have no idea. What, on my VODs channel?
First time catching live for a while. Just finished the VODs of the Pokemon Soul Link. I'm excited to catch up on Minecraft.
Thank you for the 7 months, Dandy Dondo. I don't know, Second 7. I don't check those videos because they're just auto-uploaded from Twitch. Maybe it broke. Let me just have a quick look. So you're saying the second most recent video. Oh. Why did it upload in 2 parts? What the fuck? What the hell is that? That's so weird. That is super strange. How did that happen? I was thinking, yeah, but I don't like deleting videos that are up there and re-uploading them. Like, maybe though. Is that a better system? Yeah, that probably is a better system. I was thinking if I just label it the same thing but it's out of order, people would realize, but I don't think they would. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I think I'll delete the video and try and fix the order of it. No, privating it wouldn't work. But yeah, I'll delete it. I'll fix it. I'm not going to create a YouTube playlist because that will break the automation as well. That would be a great idea, except that it doesn't work with the automation system I have. Again, if I put the stream dates in the title, that isn't automated. I'd have to do that manually every time. And not enough people watch my VODs for me to justify putting in... I know it doesn't sound like that much time, but I'm doing stuff all day, every day. So if that takes me, 10 minutes to do every day, that's 10 minutes I'm not doing something else that would be way more valuable. How do you automate it? There's just a button you hit at the end of the stream. But there's a button in the Twitch dashboard that just says export to YouTube. So I finish my stream and then I just hit a button and it just posts it to YouTube. I guess it's not automated in the sense that I still have to hit one button, but it's really just one button. Vanity absolutely fighting for his life. Dodging flashes, dodging op shots. Good try. Good try. Close one. I really like the way that both of those teams played their defense side. I think DRX was a little slow to figure out what Cloud9 were doing at the beginning of both of the halves, but then they learned well, which is promising because that's, I think, something that DRX sometimes struggle with. But yeah, that was a good map of Valorant. I just think I don't need to create a system to deal with over 12-hour VODs. I just need to not make 12-hour VODs. It's the simplest solution, and it happens to be the best solution. Just don't stream for 12 hours. Yeah, the Baldur's Gate theorized that it's going to be, I believe, from Singapore. We went into the kind of Reddit detective stuff before from Uberchain. That's not confirmed by any means, but that's the running theory. The new agent, apparently, I don't know whether this is a code name or its real name or whatever, is ISO. And there were a few official tweets showing like hints as well, talking about it being.
He carries
super
around
accurate.
a sewing kit.
What? Where did I see that?
There's like an image that they tweeted, and then it was like his, I think like ISO's stuff in like the bag that he carries or something, and there was like a sewing kit inside of it.
Ah,
interesting.
I can see. I'll find it.
The first sewing agent.
Okay, and the YouTube chat is updating us that apparently the newer rumors are that he's from China, that it's a Chinese agent, which would make sense as well because part of the like detective stuff was that there was like a, I can't even track the thought process, but it was some kind of like Chinese hot pot or something like that.
Oh, it looked like a noodle dish. It looked like
place.
Dan noodles or something like that. Something like that.
Well, I don't know. I don't know about that, but yeah. So any ideas? Give me some ideas of what this agent is going to be. If it's based on like accuracy and it's a duelist, are they adding the Soldier 76 ult? Do we need to aim anymore?
No.
Beautiful tracking.
Well, if he has a sewing kit, maybe he could attach the bullets to a string, and he could like kind of throw them
Pull
around
them back.
like that. You know, pull them.
You
Oh
can't
yeah,
run
then
out
he's
of
not
ammo.
wasting. Yeah, exactly. He's very eco-friendly. This agent. He's gonna reuse the bullets.
He's a
He has
little
a
bit like
John Wick
Scorpion
time
from Mortal Kombat, but instead he's throwing a bullet through somebody's face and then pulling it back.
He has a time warp. Every time he shoots, he drops everyone's frame rate to 3 per second, and he has time to perfectly line up the shot and kill them.
Okay. The first lag switch agent has been dropped with the official with it.
Well, the
that
first
would be big.
official lag switch agent.
Yeah, official lag switch agent.
We already had Astro Viper.
His ultimate just disconnects everybody from the lobby.
They Neon's text during the middle of that like official hint was he doesn't miss. Phoenix is gonna hate this little Mao, which I'm informed that that's how Zoomers text each other.
What if he's just really funny?
Maybe he just doesn't miss. He's like a vast on a call. Every reference hits. It's unbelievable. He doesn't miss.
I mean, it is interesting to see because it seems to be very much emphasizing like the target practice and like the bullet perfectly bullseyeing. But I feel like we already had an agent that's kind of built around that, which was like, you know, you kind of had like Chamber that kind of had that sort of vibe, you know. So
we don't have an agent with movement like you can run and gun. You know, like TF2 or Overwatch style.
Well, I mean, Neon kind of was. Yeah, I was about to say Neon.
Neon's the closest thing that we have.
So
yeah, I guess Neon, but with like bullets.
Well, they did just release Modern Warfare 3 remaster, so maybe it's an Akimbo 1887 like agent, you know, and he's gonna run around like in the COD lobbies, like. But I don't feel like that's it either, because like I feel like. But the thing is, it's just weird because I think, like I said, for me, the vibes I'm getting are Chamber vibes, because I kind of feel like this was some of the marketing with Chamber, with kind of like where it's like he's super precise, he's like cool, he like hits every shot, man. He's so like I don't know. It's kind of I have no freaking idea what the hell he's supposed to be doing.
To give you more of an idea, right? So there are portals kind of floating, or at least what look like portals floating around the map, and it kind of looks like he's going through some kind of portal here maybe, and like these little teasers that pop up, you know, like how when Yoru was released you would see footprints on the map. There's like these little purple blobs on the floor where things are coming in and out of them. So the one of the rumors is that because his name, follow me here, because his name is ISO, which means you're like isolating things down into a 1v1, and because there's portals like potentially associated with the character as well, what if they've introduced the Gulag agent finally to Valorant? What if you can drag people through a portal and ISO them and take them down in a 1v1? What if? What if Brendan was correct all along?
You're just you're just Mordekaiser in a fucking Valorant game now. Like
yeah. Now, I may have told Bren while he was out drinking like a couple of hours ago, because remember, he's on Korean time. I may have told him that this was a fact and not a rumor. And so he may have sent me back a vertical video of him celebrating in the club.
I told you guys they were adding the Gulag. I told you they were adding the Gulag.
Do we have any audio with this guy?
I mean, right, that's kind of funnier without the audio. I'm not gonna lie. It's just him.
There is audio.
We might get copyright struck depending on what the music is in the.
There is audio. I just didn't output it properly to you guys. My bad. But
dude,
the viewers could hear it.
It's so good.
That is
so good.
That is very similar, and this is not connected to Valorant. This is not connected to the agent, but very much connected to another video that Bren posted in our group chat all the way back in AL 2019 from when he, Reinforced, and Sideshow went to Vegas, and they went to an ice bar, and the whole bar is made out of ice, and then they edited a video together to a song, but then uploaded the video without any audio whatsoever into the group chat. And it's like fucking 4 minutes long, and it's them dancing and wearing really big shaggy like fur bathrobes in this bar, and it is the funniest thing in the world because there's just no audio to it at all.
So further clarification, the viewers could hear it. I just didn't output it to you guys properly.
Nice.
Okay.
That's
it's
fine.
Brian. I think he's listening to like the Bleach opening from, and then he's just going nuts about the fact that the Gulag's in the game. Okay, let's move on then. So one of the other changes that they've added into Valorant, or planning to add into Valorant, are these smokes changes. The fact that they now glitter like a vampire in Twilight, and then tell you when they're going to disappear with a little audio cue. And a lot of people are very angry about this. And a lot of other people are not angry about it at all. So I'm struggling to understand what to think. My emotions are raging inside my head. And I need you to tell me what to think, Valorant Platchat. I must know how to emote.
That's my name. I'm Valorant Platchat. Nice
Oh, wow. Nice government name.
My thoughts on this. So, of course, before, you had to have a brain in your head. You had to know the numbers. Count down the time on a smoke. Oh, Omen smoke. I need my little 14-second timer to be ready to fight past it. And that was always kind of a big advantage to controller players, because obviously you know exactly when you placed your smokes, and it's super easy to count down. You can comment to your teammates, and in the chaos of it, sometimes you get an advantage as the controller or as the team with the smoke, because you know exactly when it's going to drop. Same with Viper Walls, right? You get to choose when you put it down. You know when something is going to happen. With the change, the idea is that it'll have this little like effect that destroys your bitrate just like that, right before the smoke drops, so you'll always know. People are mad at this because they think it lowers the skill ceiling of the game, which it's like skill ceiling versus skill floor. Skill ceiling as high as you can possibly be. Skill floor, the like lowest possible brain you can have. People are pissed at this because they think it takes away that like advantage and takes away the part of the game where you're having to count down smokes and keep track of that in your head, which I think is to an extent true. But also, most of the people mad at this are like pros, high level, like talking about it as a competitive scene. And to be honest with you, I feel like most of the time in the competitive scene, people are really good at having that internal clock, that like internal timer, and being on top of when smokes are dropping. I feel like it's very rare that you see people being caught off guard unless there's like some crazy amount of chaos going on. I think it will make things easier at times, but on the other side, I think really what this change is aiming towards isn't lowering that skill ceiling. Because I think at the end of the day, most of the time, pros are doing a good job of keeping on top of this stuff anyway, that it likely won't have huge impact, even if it may slightly dip that ceiling. I think what it's really doing is raising up the floor and kind of removing a mechanic that can be pretty confusing to new players and piss you off. You've randomly died through a smoke that you have no idea when it's dropping. Because especially everything has different timers. It's like, oh, do I need to know the Harbor Cascade is 7 seconds, but his wall is like the full 15, and it's like everything is slightly different. That can be really confusing. Whereas if you have this kind of visual cue to let you know when things are dropping, it can help you to be ready for gunfights and things. And overall, at the end of the day, games like this are largely for a more casual competitive audience. And I think a change like this that raises the skill floor a little bit is honestly good, because I don't see it having a massive impact at the high level. I think it's a trade-off that is probably worth it, in my opinion.
Nerge, actually, it's lowering the skill floor.
I was gonna say
sorry.
Yeah, okay, Nerge.
My bad.
Nerge alert. Owned. But yeah, I mean, I don't think there's like, personally, I look at this and, I mean, to me, you know what this kind of reeks of? When I read this, I'm like, I'm reading, it feels too Counter-Strike pilled, essentially, when I hear this criticism a bit. And the reason I say that is because I feel like in a game like Counter-Strike where there's a lot less base, like there's a lot less mechanics to keep track of. Knowing timings of smokes is like a very important like micro aspect, you know? Valorant, there's a lot more macro game going on. There's a lot more timings, there's a lot more abilities. You're worrying about interactions, you're worrying about like there's way more mechanics to keep track of comparatively. And I feel like, and I think the Anders tweet that Kurt brought up like was one of the best examples of that, where to me it's like, yes, does this technically lower that skill floor? And does it make it so like you don't have as much of an internal clock, or like, you know, have as much of that really hyper focused micro gameplay? But A, all the pros already know this timing anyways, and B, it doesn't change the fact that like you still have to know the total time a smoke will last if you're planning like larger like rotations or like some interesting plays like based around a smoke. All it does is tell you the last like what 1.5 seconds until it's about to go down. Like it doesn't really change anything else.
That's not even really
duration.
that long. That's not even that long enough to like refresh the smoke sometimes.
Exactly.
You'd still have to know a little before that anyway in order to.
So like I don't think it removes that
around
expression of skill of like knowing the larger timings of smokes, you know? It just is the tail end of when a smoke is going down, you know? And like personally, I feel like to me, for a game like Valorant, and their focus is like we want the game to be as accessible as possible, but the expressions of like the higher tier skill, which is like, and the real expressions of very, very high skill are like, how good are your mechanics? Like how good are you winning duels, and how well do you know the mechanics of your abilities besides that? But B, also like the strategy, and like how do you like combo abilities? How do you entry onto a site together effectively? Like how do you like, there's a lot more macro gameplay that in my opinion is the true expression of skill, rather than like, okay guys, I started my stopwatch app and now I know the smoke will be down in like, and like but it also doesn't even remove that aspect, because it still only tells you the last 1.5 seconds of the smoke, you know, but when it's about to go down. So like
I don't think it looks very good.
No, I mean it looks kind of like Disney-esque, where like my fairy godmother's about to appear out of the smoke just a bit.
Yeah.
Like, but
I think that honestly is my biggest issue with it, is that I think they're one of the reasons why they wanted to introduce it is to help address gameplay clarity or game state clarity. I can't remember what words they used to describe it as when Ryan Kusat is talking about this. But they're talking about adding clarity in terms of like what exactly is going on. But I think also this is a bit messy the way that they've presented it for visual clarity. It's just a bit like sparkly and in your face. Maybe it's just because we haven't played with it very much that I feel like that, but it just looks a bit odd to me.
I just don't know how else you
just
easily express it, you know? How else would you really express like the smoke visually? Because like if you thin it, obviously, then the smoke is worse. So like, do you change the color of it?
Yeah, maybe
like,
color. Color would be the first thing I would think of, but maybe that doesn't work.
A really big countdown timer that appears over top of it for like the last 3 seconds, and then it dissipates.
It reminds me very much of the discussion that people had when Valorant was first launched around like CS players coming in and being like, this game tells you how much money you're going to have for the next round. What about all the skill of tracking your economy? And like, you can see what ultimates the other team have, and you don't have to track how many ult orbs they have. Like that kind of thing. Whereas I really like this in Valorant. I like the fact that it tells you exactly how much money you have for the next round so that you can plan around it. I like the fact that you can plan around the opponent's ultimate so that it's not like a guessing game. I agree entirely with Anders that the skill expression is more about how you play around these things rather than just keeping track of them. But I don't want it to go too far. Like, for example, the abilities that are on like 40-second cooldown timers. Like, let's say when people play Silver Breach comps and you stun and you fault line and you use the recon and stuff, they come back 40 seconds later and you know that you have a 40-second window. I feel like it is a team skill to track those pieces of utility and track the timings and know when they're coming up. Like I think I would draw the line personally against it where like if the announcer, you know how they added the announcer saying stuff like spike dropped A, like if the announcer started saying recon dart back online in 5 seconds, something like that, that is to me the point at which it gets a bit daft.
Imagine the audio clutter where like it's like the announcer goes like back to back to back. It's like all the utilities back online.
Online, so
there's just like
online. Shotgun
there's just no
3
way.
seconds.
Yeah, that would never happen for sure. Yeah. I don't even know how you would be able to ever be able to even show that, even if they wanted to.
It would have to be audio. I mean, what, you're gonna look at the enemy Sova, like jiggle peek him to see whether his recon's online.
You have a tracker on when you hit tab that tells you everything. I don't mind this. I'm not the biggest fan of this change. I get arguments on both sides, and I kind of find myself riding the fence a little bit. I think that Anders kind of really nailed it when he said made the comparison to like the jungle timers being added into League of Legends, which it was incredibly controversial when Riot decided to do that. And I think personally overall wish that they had never done that. For me, I think that this is okay, but I think that this is also kind of like the limit. I don't similarly to what you guys are saying, like I don't want to see them continue to kind of push in this direction and change things that have been in the game to continue to increase accessibility, because I think that like entry level accessibility is really important, obviously, when you're trying to just continue to build a player base, keep people sticking around and all that kind of stuff. But I don't want it to go so far into like baby mode that it becomes less fun to play. And I also don't want the game to be so difficult that like no new player wants to pick it up, like StarCraft. Like there's just such a high barrier of entry and so much knowledge that you need to kind of like really start diving into a game like StarCraft. I don't want that for the game, but I also just don't want it to be super fucking simple and everything is laid out and explained for you on the screen. So I think that this is okay. This kind of toes the line for me as far as like keeping difficulty and skill ceiling balanced. I just don't want it to get out of hand from here on out.
I think a lot of the people who are mad about this as well have just learned it. They're probably like, the lower level players that have just learned how this works.
Put in all this fucking time.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, actually though, right? Okay, let's talk about some competitive Valorant that's been happening, because there's been a bunch of show matches that we're going to talk about later on, but there's also been some EMEA qualifiers for the Red Bull tournament, and this Red Bull tournament looks pretty sick actually, but the EMEA qualifiers were occurring with a bunch of teams from a range of different kind of tiers. You had a tier 2 team that made it to the grand finals and did really well. You had brand new team kind of with Heretics after they've made tons of roster moves, and then you had G2 playing in there as well, the G2 Gosen, the Game Changers team. But the team that I want to start with the focus on is Foot, who made a couple of roster changes. They brought in CNED, and they were required. We had a whole conversation last week about, is CNED going to be better than Kiwi in this team? Is CNED going to be forced to flex around quite a lot? And he was farming on Raze. I mean, Foot wiped the floor with this tournament, with cracks popping off, CNED popping off. They even had to bench their IGL for the final match, and they still won with guys playing as their like Breach and I guess probably IGL, their coach in the final game. But this was a fun tournament, and Focus definitely pushed them to like OT in a lot of situations. They had I think Focus had like 4 or 5 different OT maps over the course of this tournament, but Foot ended up kind of smacking them on map 3 and decisively winning the final 3-0. It was a good showing.
I didn't get to watch any of this. I actually will have to go back and check it out and see how this all went, doing home ground. But that sounds cool. Obviously, WCNet. Glad to see that he's doing it. Glad to hear that. I'm always happy to hear that CNET is doing well, because we kind of saw like the evolution of him like coming out of his shell and everything on Navi, and kind of just having a little bit more personality, but we didn't get to see those peaks that we got from him in like 2021. That's just disgusting. So I'm a CNED stan. I support this guy, and it's good to hear that he's having some nice early success with the new team.
Yeah, I think CNED joining this team is like a good addition of like explosivity, to say like the most castery thing possible, that I feel like they were lacking at sometimes last year, where I mean they went to 2 international events, and especially Tokyo, and they ended up playing a lot of the same, just like really structured, like Leviathan kind of style. We've scrimmed this exact exec, we're gonna do it again the same way. I think CNED gives someone who's gonna be able to take some more agency and come out and do that, and I think we saw some of that in this tournament. And also, he just looks good individually. Turns out you put the guy that's really good at the duelist role on this team, looks solid. I mean, we've known for a long time, Cracks, he only plays KO. He actually played a couple other agents this tournament, but he still only plays KO. If you have a one-trick KO, you combine it with a guy like CNED, you're going to be able to set him up really well. This Foot team had a good structure going back last year. I think it's a comfortable place for CNED from what we saw here, and obviously the level of competition at this tournament was not as high as it's going to be at EMEA or in the international competition next year. But for a start, I feel like we got a nice little taster of, hey, this guy, he's still pretty good at the game and seems like he's finding his place on this team. I mean, his like first kill to first death rate across the tournament was disgusting. Let me see if I can pull it up. For the finals, he was 18-6 in first kills, which is
that's
pretty nasty.
Yeah.
I think
that
considering
is
that they didn't
monstrous.
even play their IGL for the final like series, I was like, they were pretty, and they were playing with a head coach. I mean, like it was for like this is preseason, so like it's all kind of Mickey Mouse, you know, obviously. But like they were raw. They looked pretty raw. But I think Mimi kind of nailed it for me because when I thought about a football this last year, it's like, yeah, they felt like it's one of those things where I think those teams that are trying to find their footing, they're like, they only have, there's which way, Western man? There's like two ways. Like you're either gonna go like full like we are just in, we're like gunning, we're running, or like we're like super reserved, like very very scrim heavy, very exec heavy. Like we're trying to like stick to the plan. We're not trying to deviate, and like they lose a lot of that middle ground flexibility of like the explosiveness you see from like top teams. Or like they have all the set plays, they have the coordination, they have the execs, but also they're able to adapt and like just kind of explode and do something crazy like with their micro plays on sides of the map, you know, like fighting for different angles, fighting for different flanks, like very often. And I think adding someone like Cena that has that experience and the firepower to do so is, I think it's really going to do well when you have like players like Ada Captain and Mr. I like to call him Mr. Phelan, but I mean, like, I think this is actually pronounced
Mr. Fallen,
it's Fallen,
Mr.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So like, I think
he
with
went
players
nuts.
like that,
He was playing really well.
no, he was. Yeah, I mean, like, I think overall, like this team with CNED, I think it gives them some of that flexibility that I feel like they lacked last year a bit, while adding some star power, firepower.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly does if CNED's willing to pick up other roles. I think that was what I said last week, is that my main concern is that they just shoved CNED in the Jet one trick locker. But I think if they really rely on him to play a range of other stuff, it'll be good for him and it'll be good for the team. And yeah, you could see that CNED was pretty vocal. I mean, I'm inferring that from looking at the cams, but he was very emotional on cam, and he was also very like communicative, directing people to do certain things as well. So I think that kind of experience is going to showcase itself. Heretics also, it was the first time that we'd seen them play with their two new Turkish players as well, Rian and Woot, who both were up there in terms of the stats for the tournament. I mean, it's hard to say really, because they played 3 BO1s, one of which they won 13-0, and one of which they just kind of got slapped by foot. And then, you know, it's I don't think you can really tell too much from this tournament, but, you know, it looks all right, I suppose. I don't really have too much more to say.
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, you
drawing
need to
any
see more than
conclusions
just 3 BO1s in order to
I don't
really
think
know.
I could tell you who was on Heretics this year, let alone know
there
anything
wasn't
about.
much reason to watch them.
Well, there was the big guy. You heard of his name, probably Mixwell. Okay, well, you probably heard of him, but
Right. Yeah, what
Pelox
about
was either dropping
Zeke?
30 or dropping 0.
Zeke was on there, wasn't he?
We don't know. Yeah, Heretics doesn't like to talk about that. So yeah, I think the overall main event though is looking like it's going to be really competitive. Foot are going to be up there. Obviously, Foot have just won this EMEA qualifier. You've got Cloud9 coming off the back of winning the 10 tournament as well, along with some heavier hitters like DRX and Fnatic. Unknown whether DRX will be playing with their full team though. Achilles, what do you reckon? You're the DRX enthusiast. Are they going to troll?
I haven't had a fucking read on these guys this entire year, basically. Like, ever since the first flip flop between Foxy9 and Zestiker, and I was just like, you know what? I just don't know what's happening anymore. It's like being in a relationship with somebody who's just persona changed overnight and just a different person. I think they're gonna come at this and take it a bit seriously. I'm curious to see like what their 5 ends up looking like. I don't think that we're going to be seeing like too much of their sub roster or anything, but I think that they're probably going to try to use Foxy9. That would be my guess. Whether that's Foxy9 with RB in the roster, with Zest in the roster, you know, because I feel like they're going to pivot one of those two if they're running with Foxy9. I don't know. All I can say is I think that we probably won't see Flashback. I think that Flashback gave a decent showing at the was it the 10 Invitational
Yeah.
in Busan. He had some good, he had a shaky start as you would expect from a player who hasn't really played on stage before, hasn't played in a big event on LAN and everything, at least on Valorant. Like, I think he had a little bit of a rocky start, but by the end of it, he was doing some really good lurking with his Viper play. I was kind of impressed by him, but I don't think that we'll see him at that event.
My dude was actually just playing like Get Right in 2013. He was on the lurk every round. It was driving me nuts actually watching him. But he does look like he has quite a bit of potential, yeah. The other part to this tournament though that again drew eyeballs was the fact that okay, so Focus did pretty well and people were impressed with them. But on the other side of things, you have G2 Goes in the G2 Game Changers team, who won 9 rounds over the course of their 3 BO1s that they played. And this, of course, drew some community attention because it's one of the first times that we've actually seen a Game Changers team participating in like a... this is... I think I would call this a tier 1 competition, right? Because when you look at the teams that are in the main event, it's, it ranges all the way up to the skill of Fnatic. So this is, even though not all of the teams are tier 1 level, it's like a, tier 1, tier 1.5 kind of event. And we haven't really seen the Game Changers teams get invited to this event before. And listen, not to beat around the bush, they got slapped. I mean, G2 Goes and got 13-0'd, then 13-5, then 13-4'd as well. But I think Mimi came out with a... I mean, yeah, Mixwell, I don't think was trying to be shitty here, but he said, welcome back to the 13-0 club, reminiscing on his own time in the 13-0 club with G2, when they got beaten up by Gambit. But Mimi from G2 put out a tweet saying how rewarding the entire experience was and talking about how these initiatives, which I think they're basically referring to the fact that like they got invited to a tier 1 event, right? What's going to help not only our team, but the Game Changers seem to improve. I was left a little disappointed that the gap was as large as it appeared to be between these teams, but at the same time, these were a fairly good crop of tier 1 and tier 2 teams. Like Focus is really not bad at all. They've always been punching. So the competition here maybe just being a little more difficult than the field that they would be used to. What's your feel on this, Mimi?
Sure. I think for one thing, first of all, I think Game Changers teams playing in mixed tournaments, in just normal tournaments, very good. If we have not been listening to fucking Melange preach for the last 50 years, there should just be one thing to learn. That it's just like the best way to improve is to play in mixed events. And I think that's why we've seen, generally, at least talking about the North American GC scene here, the teams who are playing the most non-Game Changers events are the ones who are rising up and doing the best. Your V1s, your Shopifys, your teams that are going out there and competing in other things. It's just the best way you can learn because you get such a kind of closed off amount of tournament experience if you're only playing these GCs and you're only playing against one type of team. A lot of the time these tournaments are like slogging through qualifiers of like really random ass, like ascendant, immortal, average, like open qualifier teams. Credit to them. They're just trying to have fun, but it's not the practice you need if you want to push to be like a proper tier 2 level team. People will shit on them because they got shit on. That's, that's always going to happen. But I think the thing is, to the credit of her tweet, it is good. Like, going there, getting LAN experience is something different. I imagine the idea of this was ahead of the Game Changers Championship that they qualified for, is going and getting LAN experience, and getting experience, honestly, losing to other teams. That's another thing that Mel and a lot of the players have talked a lot about, that like learning to lose when you're one of the better teams in Game Changers, you're just winning every tournament and you're like destroying people. And that was G2 for a while. They struggled more in this Game Changers. I don't think they're in their best form right now, but that's definitely an important factor. I think the question then comes down to, because this was an invite, right? For the CMEA qualifier, all these teams were invited?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
Invite.
That's where it becomes a little bit more, kind of, it is what it is. Like, it's an invited tournament. If this was an open qualifier, they got shit on, that is what it is. I think the reason that people are mad is like, oh, they got invited and they took a slot another team that would have been more competitive could have had. And, like, I kind of get that. There's probably a lot of other tier 2, tier 1 teams that would have put up, a closer games than what G2 Goes and ended up doing. But I think it's a tournament. If a team gets invited, if a team wants to play, honestly, credit to them for going out there and doing it. I think it's a step in the right direction. Am I disappointed that the gap was that big, like you were saying, Josh? Yeah, absolutely. I wish they did way better. Again, I don't think they're in their best form, but I think teams playing these mixed events is the only way we're going to get closer to having like actual game changers players and teams at a higher level. So I think it is important to do so. But then it goes back. I feel like in EMEA, I don't keep as apprised on the scene, but compared to a lot of the NA top teams, I feel like I guess there's not as many like tier 2 tournaments to play in EMEA as we have here in North America. I feel like I see a lot less teams competing in those. So that's kind of like my biggest thing of just like, teams, please, if you are a top GC team, sign up for tier 2 tournaments, compete in them. That is the best way to improve.
I think, though, in EMEA, it's not the team's faults at all. All of the tier 2 tournaments in EMEA are region locked.
Yeah.
In all of their rules, it says like 3 out of 5 of you have got to be from Germany, or like 3 out of 5 of you have to be from the UK.
And it's that, or it's like the Challengers Leagues, which are like locked system to even get into. So
yeah, exactly. So basically, I think this is highlighted in a bigger issue is that why the hell this is completely separated actually from Game Chasers entirely. But why the hell is the entirety of EMEA region locked? Why is every tournament region locked? I don't get it. I don't understand. And I feel like it kills the competition in the scene. Because even if you think about things from the wider circuit perspective, you want more experience playing against other people from your level or a level above. You want a wider pool of people to play against. You don't want to just be participating in German-only events or French-only events or stuff like that. And it also hampers the multinational game changers scenes from participating in these tier 2 tournaments to the same degree. Because I don't think even if G2 wanted to participate in some of the others, I don't think they'd be able to find too many of them. So that to me is the biggest issue, and it's directly hampering their involvement, because I do think that it's probably a bit too much for them. I mean, maybe we'd have to wait until we see the very best Game Changers teams participating in tournaments like this, because G2, like you said, are not currently. Like BBL just won the most recent EMEA tournament.
Yeah, they did. G2 dropped out, like they weren't even in the finals. They had roster changes since the last GC champs, and they are not dominant in the same way they were before.
Yeah, so maybe we'd have to wait until BBL were playing in a tournament like this, but my suspicion is that the Game Changer circuit still needs more experience playing in tier 2 competitions that need to be opened up more so that they can actually play in them before you introduce them to tournaments like this and you can really take too much away. Because I don't know about you guys, but Connor, when I was participating in like playing TF2 at a top level, I know that isn't really applicable, but I would not go for, I would not try and scrim teams that would like shit on us. I would try and scrim teams that would beat us like in a close or kind of close fashion. I wouldn't go out there looking to get 13-0'd. And if we were playing Platchat Premier, I wouldn't go and try and find like a scrim against Sentinels or something. I'd try and find a scrim against someone.
Yeah, maybe we could be close versus Sentinels.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. You never know what could happen with. I mean, you play it's just 2 content orgs at that point. Platchat Premier and Sentinels. You know, we got 2 content orgs playing each other at that point. I mean, I think the interesting. I think the more interesting part of this, realistically, is the tier 2 discussion at EMEA, not so much because like, let's be like, what is the like? Essentially, the argument is like you're making is like. People are like, well, it's like pretty much like what, it was a marketing stunt. And I'm like, okay, but it's an off-season tournament. Like, at the end of the day, it's like not really that important to anything. It doesn't really have any relevancy to anything in the wider scene. So like, what does it really matter if there is like, we invite some teams that maybe like didn't have their best chance? I think
there's a chance that Heretics could have got 13-0, 13-0.
Yeah,
we didn't know what that team was going to do.
I mean, you never like, essentially for me, like, I think the debate around this issue is like, essentially when we even like, this is a very different issue that I think we have a different topic later on, which I think is a more interesting debate. This debate is like a non sequitur to me, because it's kind of just like we're essentially just giving airtime to the fact it's like, are women bad at video games? And like, that's like, to me, I'm like, that's like, I don't know, it just doesn't seem like even worth discussing, because it feels like it's like, this is an off-season tournament, like, why are we that worked up about it? We know Game Changers teams need to be playing in other events to get better. So like, it's just the wider discussion is like, why is EMEA all region locked? And like why the hell can't Goes in and then be participating in other tier 2 tournaments anyways, besides this? I think that's like the more interesting point here. And I'm almost certain, my brain, the reason it goes this way is because I'm almost certain Europe does that because it's easier to sell partners if you're like regionalize it, because
100%.
the EU has a very hard time selling EU broad sponsors because all the countries have very different like laws and things like that. So I'm pretty sure I'm almost certain that's the reason they do it for like the TOs and the orgs that operate in that way. But it's obviously bad for the holistic competition and like for teams to get consistent practice at the tier 2 level. But yeah, I think G2, obviously G2, like I have no issue with them being there. I think it's already been said to death a million times. Like they need to play in larger events. They need to play against better competition, and that's how they're going to improve. And like, I think just looking at the arc from what the start of Game Changers was to what the teams are playing at now, there is no doubt in my mind that the current level of Game Changers teams, like you've seen that improvement in competition because they've just had more exposure than when the scene first started, you know? So I think it's kind of like, you know, obviously that needs to keep happening. It's more so like, hey, Europe, let's fix the regionalization problem.
Yeah, I mean, I'm scrolling back through like current events in EMEA right now, and the only things that are like open are there's so few events that are not a specific region. You scroll through this, it's like 90% of events are it's a French event, it's a Spanish event, it's a whatever Danish event, I guess. Like everything is so specific that. Yeah, like you're saying, Josh, they don't have the same opportunities to compete. If you compare it to like the V1 Cloud9 White Core, they've went and played in like the Philly lands in that NSG put on back when they used to do that. They've played in like Knights events, pretty much everything. There's just so much more potential in NA to play in these events. Like you see, they're playing more third-party events than they are things.
Yeah.
And they're not doing fantastic. They're not winning those events, but they're competing in them. They're playing against tier 2 teams, and that's why they've improved so much. And it's kind of goes back to the broader issue with the EMEA of just everything is so locked down that you just don't have the same opportunities. So honestly, I mean, if I was a player, if I was a manager of G2, I would fucking snap at any opportunity to play in an event of really any time, just because I feel like there's so few out there. And I think it sucks that they got rolled as hard as they did, but I feel like it's more indicative of a larger problem with EMEA Game Changers and just the lack of tournaments in EMEA as a whole.
And I mean, part of me hates the fact that the majority of stuff that we end up talking about on Plat Chat is around the drama in the Game Changers scene rather than the results of Game Changers, but I think that's my own fault for not following the scene as closely as like Mimi and Bala and stuff like that. But I mean, the next topic is just more of that, to be honest, because Evil Geniuses removed one of their Game Changers players after they qualified for champions in Sao Paulo.
Can I use the restroom? I'll be right back.
Yep. And they...
What a close in of him smiling as he left to go piss. I was like, it just got a
Match
snapshot
found.
of Seth just like
I
right
mean,
there. It's like,
in terms of pissing incidents, nobody beats yours, do they, Avast? The
true.
flow stream. So.
To this day, I demand someone have a similar pissing incident. They can't replicate it.
No, they wouldn't want to replicate it, actually. But yeah, so Evil Geniuses almost immediately, actually, removed their Game Changers player after misogynistic comments on, I mean, a range of platforms. I think it was probably the tweets that ended up blowing up, but then there was a bunch of like videos and stuff like that as well that were all similarly very creepy as well. And yeah, I don't want to give airtime particularly or go into detail about like how shitty of a person he is, but it is tragic that people are abusing a space that's specifically try and provide opportunities that people are not being given them regularly. Like it's so fun.
What's going on? There's a lot of different arguments around this.
Dominating.
EG didn't release, hey, we're firing Keenzy because of these tweets. They were very vague in their statement. But I don't know why I pronounced that word like that. So that was like me receding into the most like fucked up Midwestern accent. So mad like that. I'm so sorry. Anyway.
People in the Midwest say bog?
Some do. It's horrific. It's horrific. Some of the also like bagel.
Yeah, bagel, yes, but I thought like bog to me is more so like for like some Eastern European
I had like some
fashionista.
friends in high school who like their family would say like bag, and I was like, how you say that word.
Dude, the Midwest is a crazy.
Wisconsin is a crazy place.
They're frying up
Anyway,
cheeseburgers. Shit.
what the fuck was I
breath
talking
now.
about? Kinsey?
Release the
So
tension.
there were some clips
Good?
released.
Let's
they
go.
Said some
Fight.
weird shit to people. They made some weird misogynistic
I am
comments.
with you.
I think there's
We-
some discourse about their identity and all that stuff. I don't know that because I don't think there's any definitive proof, and I think a lot of but I feel like the biggest thing that should be discussed here isn't whether to put this person on trial for being a good or bad or whatever they did and bad shit. Is just how hard this is. For context, for people who don't keep up on the GC scene, V1 has won every event ever, always, and forever. And Shopify is almost always forever the second place. Everyone expected that to be the two teams going. We make it to the grand finals, and EG, they're a pretty new team. Only like 2 weeks before the tournament, they picked up 2 new players. They made a few roster changes. They get knocked down to lower bracket teams. They go on to crazy run. They beat ZSG, who was one of the top 4 teams last time. They beat Complexity, who was in the final last time. They beat Wingman Patrol, who's a really good like tier 2 team. And then finally, they beat Shopify, who was the team that is always in the final. And then they go on to beat Version 1 in the grand finals. Before this, V1 had only ever lost 1 match in Game Changers history. Like ever, as a team. And they never dropped. First series they ever dropped is in this grand finals. EG is crazy.
Better luck next
They
time.
win it all. The only way they could have made it to GC Championship was by winning the tournament. They fucking lost their spot. Story. And all during that, Kinsey, highest rated player here. They are absolutely nuts at the video game. For whatever they are as a person, you cannot imagine they are absurdly talented at this
And they
game.
also, sorry, you said that EG made recent roster moves, but Kinsey wasn't one of those
Kinsey was
recent
not one of the
roster
recent roster moves. Kinsey has been an established player in the scene and playing for EG for a fair bit. So that's why I'm a little bit more like, I don't know about the question of their identity being whatever. I don't really want to kind of entertain that because they have been in the scene for quite a while, despite the fact that they've done bad things. I don't know. But yeah, they go on this crazy run, and now with Kinsey gone, it puts this team in such a tough spot because one of the big reasons they made it
Dominating.
whole crazy run to the championship is having a player who's outperforming every other like individual event. Now they're gone. They're gonna have to scramble to find someone with like a month of prep time before the tournament. So kind of just honestly is a tragedy for the rest of the ZG roster. They're fucking roll after kind of going from probably the, I mean, 100% the highest point of any of these players' careers to now being in this scramble ahead of the only international competition I take them out for to try and put together a roster and find someone who can replace Scheme.
Dominating.
And honestly, that's going to be a real tough player to replace. I mean, that's like if like Optic heading into Champions, yeah, like Gay got fired for being a good person, and they had to like it's gonna be really tough for them to get a good replacement.
It is. And I know that this is. I know we don't want to go into the identity stuff.
10 kills remaining.
It just seems like dogpiling, to be honest. But it does always
Just
bring up the
swag.
same topic of, is it too easy to do this? Blah, blah, blah. I think that what people don't quite realize is that whenever you're trying to create a test, no matter what it is, I went to med school, right? And then I got kicked out. So that's what my brain always goes towards.
That's a bit of a medical background, you know.
5 kills remaining.
Tiny medical background. So whenever you're trying to make a test to distinguish between something or something else, whether or not somebody should be allowed to play in game changers or not be allowed to play in game changers, you almost always have to sacrifice two concepts. You have to make a compromise between them. One is sensitivity and the other is specificity. So basically like your false positive rate and your false negative rate. It's almost impossible to create some kind of test, no matter for whatever in life.
1 kill remaining.
And also make sure that you exclude 100% of people that are not supposed to be picked up. And so it feels like Game Changers has gone the route of trying to include as many people as possible and try to introduce as few false negatives as possible, right? So somebody that should be allowed to being involved, who ends up being put on the outside of things because of the test that they're using. And I think what people don't quite understand is there has to be a compromise between the two. The more open you make it and the more you try to include people in a space that doesn't that it's very easy to get excluded from because of a range of different issues, the more you're going to allow people to abuse a system like that. And that's just how Game Changers has chosen to kind of make its system, to be as inclusive as possible. And yeah, that's going to mean that it is possible to abuse the system. But that, in my opinion anyway, does not mean that you should lock the fucking shit down and make it so that you need, like, I don't know, it tattooed on your forehead or something to be able to participate. Like, I don't think that those logically follow.
Match found.
It's just going to be a reality of the situation that some people abuse it in the same way that some people abuse cheats in games, right? Like, we know that we don't want everybody to have to play on LAN at all times. We do still want to have an online aspect to video games. So, in order to allow that to happen, you also have to live with the fact that some people are going to cheat the system. And I think that that's just one of the realities of the Game Changer system, is that it's going to exist with people trying to cheat it because people are fucking bad people.
Yep. And for context, what you're talking about there is the North American system, where it is quite open, where they want to allow non-binary folks. They want to basically allow anyone with a, I think the terminology is any marginalized genders to play, which means like NB folks can play, women can play, obviously, and that opens up to a lot more stuff. Because at the end of the day, a lot of people, even if if they're non-binary, if they're trans or something like that, can't. Not everyone is, because a lot of people are young, might not have parental support or the ability, or be in a relationship or something where they can't get like an identifier changed on a birth certificate, or get something like that that is like, if you look at it like, oh, that's definitive proof you're the identity you say you are. It's just not realistic for a lot of people. And so that's why they want to do this, because so many people are young, so many people don't have that agency to be able to do so, which I think is good. If you really, really heavily lock this down, you're going to remove the ability for a lot of people who didn't want to play in the scene to be able to play. And if you compare that to some of the other regions, for instance, EMEA's rules are a lot tighter. I'm pretty sure they don't allow non-binary players. It's only if you're...
Really?
I'm pretty certain that's how it was for a while. I haven't checked the rule book. It's only women who can play. So that kind of difference there is kind of representing this. Yeah, I don't think the reason for that is necessarily just for having more people. I don't know fully why they do that, but that's kind of them taking a different line on that. And overall, well, NA is generating a lot of drama and issues sometimes, like the whole fucking like AI-generated player that was competing in the qualifier, like all this random drama that comes out of it. It's kind of just a byproduct of having that openness and giving people the place to play. We haven't had incidents where, up until this event really, at like the highest level, this has been an issue. It's mostly in the qualifiers where the bullshit happens. Again, not saying this is necessarily applicable to the Kinsey situation. Beyond just what they do to get fired, to bring back to the discussion as a whole. You're always finding that kind of place between those two variables, and the different scenes have found
what will it be
places.
this time?
And
Have any
I
patterns emerged yet?
Leaning more towards the openness
Fight!
that we have in North America,
We go!
even though it comes with a lot of drama. It's worth it to allow people to compete who otherwise deserve to. Look at that.
They're weighing in. They're weighing in.
That's a big cat.
She's tiny.
Go.
Sorry, I didn't mean to derail.
Rest.
That's I mean, I don't
nice
have much
vibe
to
shift.
say.
Well, I wanted to end on a positive note.
I wanted
to end on a positive note.
I have nothing else to add to that, because
The Katsumi recently tweeted they were having an update about limiting game changers, but not for any kind of bad reason, because they just wanted to push themselves further into like an uncomfortable territory of playing in tier 2 in the wider like BCT challengers kind of circuit. So this is really cool. Katsumi's a player that's been playing, I mean, won a ton of stuff with Cloud9 White, right? And then
Gecko's gone,
I believe. And is just talking in this tweet about the fact that they don't really think that they're ready or would be, but have decided to take the leap into playing on mixed rosters and just going to be playing on, you know, teams outside of Game Changers, which I think is pretty cool. I know that they said in the tweet that they don't want to make a big deal of it, but I think that this is a pretty sick thing that I hope we see do, because it seems like it's difficult for full teams to make the leap. So doing it on an individual basis might be the next best thing.
And I think that's the goal here, personally. I think I didn't want to add anything to the last topic because we talked about it, but to this topic is more interesting because, you know, some people like, well, like, what's the point of game changers? Like, what's the success of game changers? And I think for me, when I holistically look at it, it's like, it's kind of moments like this, and also like when you actually give players, especially like women or marginalized groups, a chance to like compete in a safe environment. And I'm ready to take the leap now to like play in rosters, to play in circuits. I think that's part of the point of the mission of game changers is to give someone that base that they can and then once they gain the experience and kind of like know that they're like ready, they kind of do a lot of that initial learning. Like, I'm ready to, I feel like I'm ready to keep continuing on towards it. I think that's part of the reason why game changers exist, in my opinion. Like giving that platform,
Omen kill,
and you know, then learn. I also think that like when people brought up arguments like, you know, how many when we think it back, like literally just 5, 6, like in like I think it's players could people in the general populace to follow.
You fought well.
Off the top of their head. And I feel like here with Valorant, a lot more, a much larger percentage of the player base that actually knows them by name, and knows that actually like, hey, they compete. And they are like making a name for themselves. So to me, that's also why I feel that this is despite you know some of the challenges that obviously arise from that, because like because even myself personally, and like I was when I was really getting into esports, especially I named maybe less than 2 max female players ever. And so I feel like this is obviously a huge shift to what game changers do. Follow competitive talent, you know? So overall, I think this is like a great that still shows that that's initiative as a whole.
Return to dust.
It's one of the most watched non-male products in esports as well. I think it might be
it is the most watched. Nothing really comes close. And honestly, most of the other stuff that is cropping up now kind of has come as a result of like Owl Circuit,
Jet ground
pushing it. It is by far the biggest product for any non
players on that's cool. You know, like people just know names, and I don't feel like that.
Gecko's gone.
Yeah.
Nobody knew your name when you competed either.
Yeah, but I was just nobody. That was my ass was not winning. Well, actually, there was a period of time where my ass was winning, but like not that.
Your ass was firmly glued to the bench.
10 kills remaining.
That was more so 2017 me. That was 2017 me. Okay.
Don't make me act up.
Make me act up. You know, I saw Huck. Did you? Yeah, I saw the president of gaming. For those that are in the know, he was there. The president of gaming was there, and I ran into him at a boba shop because in Toronto there's a Michelin-starred boba chain that started in Taiwan. Can't remember the name of it, but pulled up with my crew, and then his crew pulled up, which I was assuming the gaming secret service as they protect.
And you had a dance off?
We did not have a dance off. Instead,
5 kills remaining.
Yelled at him. Like there was like so many people in the Boba tea shop too. I turned, I saw his ass because he's you know he's kind of tiny, so I was like I kind of turned him down. And I was like, President! I was yelling, President at him.
Oh memory. All right, let's keep moving on. So M80's roster. Let's talk about some challenges shit happening. So M80 have kept their team together. They're one of the only teams that have really, like, most of the teams that had the quality to be able to make it into. A lot of them have like broken to pieces, and I'm thinking of Apex specifically in EMEA. Their players have scattered and now look like they're joining all of them. Shadow has just been linked. But M80 are deciding to stick together, and their roster looks nasty. This is a tweet from Purist saying that BCJ is set to join
1 kill remaining.
Challenges. We had Nitro already linked with this roster as well. I mean, look at this roster: Koala Noob, Nismo, Nitro, Xander, BCJ. That is filthy. That's
really
a
good.
disgusting roster.
Assuming Nitro is still obviously like as good as he was. Like he took a break. Like he was obviously still competing in Counter-Strike, but yeah, I mean like that's a nasty fucking roster.
Yeah, that's a bit of a beastie one, and pretty cool for BCJ as well, because I really felt for the guy. He put out some tweets where he was talking about his time on the reserve roster for EG, and he said that it was, you know, a good experience, but he just wanted to compete. And I feel like that would have been really difficult for anybody, just being on the bench, knowing that you're a top player. BCJ was one of the top, I think maybe the top rated initiator player coming out of Champions when he played right
Match
before Partnerships
found.
began. And then he's just kind of benched for a player that becomes the best in the world, and his team ends up winning Champions, and he's just there on the bench like, "Ooh, go guys."
Yeah.
That's gotta be gut-wrenching.
This is, I mean, obviously, like, the reserve roster system really helped EG, but this is the drawback, is that, like, keeping the steady reserve roster is just going to be impossible, because these players, ultimately, what you want to do is just, you want to compete. You want to be on stage. You want to be up there sharing in that glory. Unless you're
yeah, sure. I was
like,
so thrilled.
But for the most part, you know, you want to be out there, so you could always kind of have like a revolving door, I guess, of people coming in, but ultimately, right now, so I'm really happy for BCJ. He's great guy. Back on stage. With them 80.
They could have been in partnership this year, depending on how the ruling from Riot, you know, would have changed. This roster literally could be in VCT this year, like competing if they have a rule.
Dominating.
So like, this is going to be a nasty roster.
The franchise.
I also personally
dominating
think that I think it's time to end subs in esports. I think it's time to call it. Like, I actually think I've arrived to this point in my life where I think subs in reserves are just like, I was already feeling this way years ago anyways, but I'm like, I think it's fine to call it the great experiment is over. It's just, I understand EG was like, we couldn't have done stuff in the reserve roster. And I'm sure that's partially
I'm the last thing they'll see
but
before they
feel
die.
like they
Lucky them. Fight!
Me on the outside with years of trauma of being a bench boy. I think you're lying.
I'm just thinking that they probably could have done it without the reserve roster. I just think because at the end of the day, it's like it just doesn't work. Like there's not enough. It works in physical sports because you literally need to physically rotate people. You must physically rotate them or their body will disintegrate. Their tendons and ligaments will be snapped. Like Aaron Rodgers the first 8 seconds. We need to like, we have to have reserves in physical sports. In esports, you don't as much. And in esports has the memory of a goldfish that's been living next to a lead plant. So like it's all like, and like everything, no one remembers anything past like the past 2 months. Okay. So like if you're on a reserve roster, your career withers on a vine. In fact, I think it's kind of impressive at all that BCJ, it shows like like driving to play that immediately coming back and like a good roster within 80. Because like you know, like a year, you know, and like in esports time, that's like a really long time at the level.
I think one of the biggest differences though is that in scrims as a 5-person roster against all of the top partnerships during that period of time, and that, to be honest, like how you scrim can sometimes land in players' brains more than how you performed in matches. If they're thinking about like, who do I want to play with next year, and someone was just banging them out all year, even if you didn't play a match, sometimes that can really stick. Whereas I feel like a lot of the people you're referring to just actually get to scrim all year long.
No, I mean EG did something that no other team has essentially. I feel like essentially no team, especially at like this tier, literally scrimming against other teams. You know, not just internal. That's something that is very different. But the problem is that that's not. That's how 99% of teams aren't going to use their sub roster like that because they don't have enough subs. You know, they're going to have maybe one. They don't have enough players. And EG was like, let's just build a fucking army, and like we're gonna do that. Like, that's very atypical And the majority of the time, like a reserve, like having, like if you're a reserve sixth man or you know, sixth or seventh man, like if you're just like, EG did obviously do something very different here, which I think, like that's actually a good point why BCJ probably could find a team so much easier, because he was at least staying informed and scrimming still consistently. But like, I just think it needs to end. But I mean, technically, I mean, Riot themselves agreed, because they kind of said like, okay, no more six man. You don't need the six man. But like, also I think that was a financial. That's it. That's my random answer. No more bench voids. No more.
A profited from the system, and now he wants to close it.
That was it's not. But the thing is, like, not everyone I schmoozed my way back in. You know, I didn't like. I like the complete, like, my career was killed, and then I essentially said like, what if I talk my way out of this? And then I like did.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I want to move on to talking about things happening in Latin America here as well. I mean, M80 is going to be an interesting roster to keep track of, but if we're going to talk about partnerships, we had Aspas and Leviathan playing recently. Leviathan just officially announced their roster, which was entertaining. I mean, it's a bit unfortunate. Everybody knew what was going to happen. They did put a lot of work into it. But I do think that this Tex announcement video was funny. They were basically just taking the piss out of the fact that Tex can't speak Spanish or Portuguese, and he's not playing Duelist. It's like they're just roasting themselves for putting a dude in roster.
I think it's the best way to do it. I think this announcement video, like, this is a really,
it's very fun.
Like, it's a great piece of content. Like, that's like actually a fantastic way to do it. I feel like that's like, I think it's a really good idea. So
10 kills remaining.
Yeah. Now, was it gonna work though?
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Like, the content is good, but is the actual
I'm just
gameplay gonna track?
You know,
they're obviously gonna speak English. They're not gonna speak Spanish or Portuguese.
I was about to definitely not ask to know which language they're speaking. It was obviously logical to speak.
Oh, you haven't heard? Leviathan's sponsored by Duolingo next year.
Oh, that's
Hex
awesome.
is gonna be in the lab non-stop. He's gonna be in the lab. If he gives a single day, the Duolingo hour is gonna kill him.
But they played this show match. I don't think anyone was taking it seriously. I mean, we had some bonkers compositions. Pull up the VLR page or something. You've got Shy playing Reyna, Kesnit on Sova, Aspas on Reyna as well.
Finished.
Tex was playing Jet, despite definitely being a center.
5 kills remaining.
He's like gonna be their champion. Well, you know, whatever better ends up happening. I think they're gonna be fairly decent. Very good, but yeah, so I'm kind of holding my breath. Or I guess I'm not holding my breath. I'm just gonna I'd be down for more Aspas right? Give me that at all times. Let me just see Aspas, no comms, running it down on red.
I mean, if they just don't pick a language and they just don't calm. They calm within the language. The core 3 calming in Spanish, and then just Aspas and Tex both playing Duelist in a fucking island, not understanding words. I think that's the optimal way to run the game.
1 kill remaining.
All languages, so they're just gonna do nothing to fully assimilate with the ping system in game. And that's
every round.
They don't need words. Pinging is faster than talking.
I mean, if ISO puts you into the gulag, I mean, they could just have Aspas put every player individually into the gulag one at a time.
Just always,
he's just citizens
awesome.
arresting them. He's just every time it's like, you're under arrest, and puts them into the fucking gulag, and like that's it. Like,
Imagine he does. I hope he has that ability, and I hope it really is just called like the gulag.
The gulag. That would be so funny.
It'd be so fucking amazing.
But
if
also,
they just completely went with it.
Like, the only way to make an ult like that work, surely, is that you get ripped into the gulag and it, like, pauses all the rest of the action that's happening. And everybody else just gets
tech
stuck.
pause it.
Yeah, it just tech pauses all the rest of the team while everybody's just gets up from their seats and goes and crowds around Aspas and cheers him on as he
What if it's not
fights
an
in the
ult?
gulag.
What if it's a piece of util that you buy? Like, you get like
every 40 seconds.
You get 2 gulags per round at a cost
But
of
it's like
800
really
per
short.
gulag.
Like, it lasts like 5 seconds. Like, you literally hop in. It's like pulling like your pistol out like a Western duel, like, and then then it's over. Like, it's like if you hit the shot, you get the kill. Otherwise, it's over. It's done.
I think you'd have to have it though. I love how we're just talking about.
I mean,
this
there's nothing else. I
honestly.
mean, this show match was like, it was Mickey Mouse, you know? Like,
I
what is
didn't
there
see
to
the
talk
show
about?
match. It reminds me of like the Riot 1 event in Japan last year where
Match
Mako
found.
was playing Phoenix or whatever the hell it was. But it would be so. You have to have it where the action is continuing. But it would be really unfortunate if you like. Imagine playing, especially online, like in solo queue, and you get somebody in the gulag, you win your 1v1, you come out and the rest of your team's fucking dead. Now you have to 1v4. No one's calming, so you don't know like what the fuck is happening.
Yeah,
I think
Can't
it'd be
wait for
good.
ISO. Can't wait for ISO.
Yep.
Yeah. Can't wait.
Overall, though, this show match was. I mean,
But Aspas killed more people than killed him, so we know he's going to be really good on Leviathan, and they're winning it all next year.
Yes.
But
Yes.
King has help. And that's
King
scary.
does have help. Yeah.
That is scary for every other team. The King is
One
no
help.
longer a one-man for Leviathan.
I mean, the Leviathan G2 game, considering both of those rosters look really good on paper, like, on paper, they look like they should be 2 of the top teams in Americas. That match with Tex playing against his former team is going to be a lot of fun. I know that Tex is like, the end of his announcement is like, G2, I'm coming. And it's like, it feels a little bit drummed up, but I actually think... I assume Tex... I actually don't know, but I assume he didn't take the offer. He did have an offer given. But
Who
I
knows?
don't think that's public.
I don't know if it was ever, yeah, I don't know if it was discussed, because like, typically most players will choose. So like, it either has to be they were either not selected to move forward, or the
There were some other little bits and bobs happening. Touching on MW0, back to Duelist, surfing on people. He's playing against tier 2 teams. This is the
Sort out your gear
Furia
quick.
lineup.
Time's
So it
more
looks like
precious
they're
than a
kind of
bullet.
cooking. They got Havoc on this
Fight.
team, who's one of the
Stay
best
in the
up-and-coming
moment.
players who's rumored to. They've got, I mean, fantastic. A few other players that look like they've got them. Looks like he's doing fairly well. And I look at MW stats. He's just rolling people. The GOAT is back. The GOAT is back. No? Is it just me that's on the GOAT
I thought you were
train
going to
for
keep
MW?
going. I thought you were going to keep going.
I thought
felt
you
like
were
there was a
popping
dramatic
off.
pause. I thought you were like,
Stay down.
a third
Okay,
GOAT
the
is back.
GOAT is back! That's what you were waiting for.
He's back.
Pretty much. I mean,
Good. I mean, Cestas has not seen this. I mean, like, we get, like he's been doing
I
something.
don't watch shit
Oh,
that isn't
I
the
definitely
same.
didn't watch this. Yeah, I just looked at the stats. Did MW even play well, or were all the kills eco kills? I don't know. I just read the
I don't give a fuck. He got 52 kills in 2 maps, baby. That's 26 a game. 15-6 first kill, first death. He had an 83% cast percentage, baby. He's fucking back.
Holy
Furious win it all
stats,
next
Sally.
season. Holy
Statistician
shit.
Sally over
22%
here.
headshot rate. Never mind. Fuck.
Stacy would be better.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, yeah, that too. I mean, listen, we've been preaching at one point MW0 will actually be back, and then Wyatt River will bust out through a wall. You know, like, then he'll be there. But until that time, I'm not putting anything stock into it yet, because like obviously he's really good, but like I mean, yeah. So you know what? If he makes
But he was also hosting and fucking eating people's nachos in Americas. He is the GOAT.
True. Yeah. I mean,
He
like,
was.
he's good. He's pretty good. Yeah. So I mean,
His
like,
Sky on 8. Disgusting.
Yeah.
I think though that this roster could actually do something more exciting about this roster than MIBR, but MIBR and like changing around their coaching roster. I don't think we knew at the time that Fraud was head coach. I think we were assuming that the duo of Fraud and
hang it up, buddy,
kind of work with kind of the same way that it did last time, with Fraud being the assistant or strategic or something like that. But Fraud as head coach.
Yeah,
not just making this up.
They clarified that Bazooka is going to be an assistant. So I think like what Fraud obviously did for like the end of that champion this year, and then like with them like they got third this year, loud. So like I feel like it might, and like it's clear that there was a system put in place after the team, thought like they're like two of the most
dominating.
So like I feel like for them like this is like kind of a situation where like MIBR is clearly a team where I feel like, because that's something where a lot of I think teams, across all of VCT, it's like you need to find the right coach, the right person to set the system, and like it feels like they're probably like, well, we think there was a good system now. We want to like,
see that?
The right guy to do it. So like,
I'm kind of hoping personally that wanted to bring Frog in. Frog was like, well, I'm not really interested in assistant coach. In this case, like, literally have that's just my own headcanon. That's not even, that might not even be true. I'm just making that up. But that would be really cute, wouldn't it? It'd be really like cute and sweet. They really like what
Yeah, I just they're gonna coach a team together. Maybe they're gonna get 8th place instead of 10th place this season.
The soft boy coaching arc. The soft boy coaching arc is happening right here. The Bazooka X Fraud fanfics are firing up on Wattpad right now.
I mean, they were presumably good together at Loud. Presumably they'll be good together again. It's definitely MIBR last season.
10 kills remaining.
I'm not like giga excited about this. I think some of the changes they made was good, so I'm like, I have a modicum of excitement.
Do you want to see the greatest romance of our time? Do you want to see what everyone's going to be writing fan fiction about for the next year?
Please.
Artis and Angel having their fishing lives in a cabin in the woods together.
This is so
video,
fun.
It's
dominating.
So good, man. It's so good. It's the best announcement video I've ever seen. It's just nuts. It's funny, it's well done. It made me want to go and live in a cabin in the woods with Angel. He's actually just living his most chill life of all time. And it's so fucking good. I was wondering to myself, how do you possibly make a video of artists coming back to Na'Vi interesting? Because
dominating
knows it's happening, and it's like, it's not good news. Go back to the whole team. But this video
5 kills remaining.
It starts with Angel in the kitchen, reminiscing about them losing and wondering where it all went wrong. I mean, it's so good.
Wow, this one slipped my radar. What
pretty recently. Past week or so. Yeah.
It's phenomenal though. Seth, you have to.
It's amazing. It's a great piece
I wonder if this was when I was in Busan. I was in Busan with my dad and my wife for 2 days. So maybe I missed it there.
It's a really good piece of content because it is.
Kill confirmed.
Yeah, it does. I mean, he looks like the guy that you would see fishing, you know? Like, he looks like a dude, like, when you pass by, like, a waterway, his ass is like, fishing off the into the waterway, you know? Kind of.
But also,
1 kill remaining.
It's like written like fanfic. He comes to his famous fishing spot, and Artis is just there.
This is so fucking farmer cool. This is farmersmeat.com fucking dating ad. Like 100%. Like this shit is like that. 100%.
I'm watching this and I'm thinking Brokeback. This is like, I wish I could quit you. Like,
well, I mean, Brokeback is that's farmer core in a way. I think it's technically cowboy core, but you know, like I feel like it's. I think also the thing about this that's so interesting too is that something about it just feels like Eastern European. it just has the vibe as well at the same time.
That
Imagine
scene
if
though
they filmed
where Seth, because you haven't seen it, let me just explain for a moment. The scene that we just saw, Angel looks over and says, "Oh, what bait are you using?" And Artis just pulls out like $100 US bills from his pocket, and Angel goes, "No, that bait would only work on you." it's just peppered with such excellent writing.
That's amazing.
It's so beautiful. Why is it so beautifully shot too?
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, what if they filmed it like ice fishing in fucking Siberia? Like,
I mean, that would have been
instead of
funny. That would have been funny
It's
too.
just
But
like
I like
in like
this.
an igloo or something.
I like this because
Match
it feels like
found.
I like the heart, like the grass fronds are like waving like in the wind and everything. Like this is like a perfectly. This is a very
Okay.
very well done.
What we need to see is.
By the way, look at this. It's nighttime. They're talking. The video literally canonically says they're talking until it's nighttime here. Over the fire, over and over. They just can't stop. They're just, okay, they're going on and on and on. And then watch what happens when they go back to like the next shot, right? Remember, it was nighttime. Comes back. It's daytime again. And they're just laid down on the grass together. Now, I'm not going to speculate what they spent the night
Remember,
doing.
your weapon is only a tool.
But I-
you can't just shoot.
I think we
you
all
have to
know.
think.
They're talking
They had an
stress.
Oh. We need to see. We need to see the raw footage. We need to see everything that was shot that led to this finished product, because I guarantee this took a decent long while to get through this shit, because I know these two guys. And they're literally just cracking each other up the whole way throughout.
Yeah.
This was probably a painstaking process by the
I mean, they
video
definitely did it the
team.
whole day. This is definitely a full day shoot.
Nature girl down.
Just there the full
I
day.
mean,
Trust me,
they're
it would have been a
also
full day
just-
shoot even if they weren't waiting for it.
It's
They
also
would've
the
just been
like
taking the
most
piss out of
old
each other.
married coupled vibes. Like when like at the gold events we were doing like the different like content with like the at, like multiple times like fucking artists would just walk up and I don't remember which one I mean, it's like that you guys are really trying to fucking push this what's going on there, and then they just fucking like get on screen and just like quibble like they've been married for 50 years. It's like they had their midlife crisis, they got their brief divorce, now they're back together with their
Angel does give male wife vibes a little bit for sure. Does give some male wife vibes.
What does that mean? I don't know if I want to know what that means.
I mean that's it. It's a male wife, man. Like I don't know. Like that's all there is to it. It's really
Wonderful.
like he just has that sort of like those songs when you open your front door and you see the produce in his cabin. You know, you just fall into those pools. Yeah, it's just a male wife.
I could believe that. I could believe that. I mean, that is. You never rely on Urban Dictionary for anything.
I mean, that is kind of the male wife. Yeah, that is. But it's not always necessarily submissive per se.
Okay, let's move on. There are some other things, by the way, that have been, like, reported on this week, but I kind of wanted to save those for a later date. I know that there's some Pacific stuff too, like sports have just finalized their roster, but I want to dig into Pacific a little bit more once, because Gen G look like they've reported an almost complete roster, so I wanted to wait a little bit. So I think we're going to close it out here for this week. There is more to discuss. We'll get to that another time. And also, I'm actually...
I long for the mine. Let me return.
Oh my god!
Thank God.
Dude, I was tabbed out and it scared the shit out of me.
Hello! Or rather, bye-bye. Yeah, can we trigger the wave again to say bye-bye to everybody?
Wait, what about...
Video, Josh.
Oh, it's a video. I thought it was a button you were clicking the wave.
I could make it a button, but
makes
that's
more
pretty
sense.
complicated.
Yeah, that does sound a bit
Go ahead and
complicated.
do the-
That's okay,
well,
that's
we
okay.
do why it's we work,
Let's
right?
do the... Exactly, let's do the final section. Why
Nature
is-
girl
Yo.
down.
New. I haven't seen that one.
They're all new.
Okay,
They
I haven't
recorded
seen
a
that
bunch
one
of different ones.
I have a
Westlake
pipe in my
Youth
mouth?
Soccer.
What is in my... What, did you see this? What's in my... Is that a pipe? What is that?
That's the skin
black?
you gave me. That's your skin. That's
No, I
you.
know, but I've never even noticed. Like, do I have a growing out of my...
Yeah.
What is going on here?
It's a
think it's
mustache
like the
that's just
smirk.
slid down one side of your mouth.
Oh,
It
it's...
also looks like the red from your mouth continues down into your neck.
I just I have like a South Park character mouth.
Okay, well, the Wise Wizard Award is going to go to
10 kills remaining.
Sentinels. Sydney Marlum, who is responsible for making a bunch of past, I don't know how many years the guard has been involved in Valorant, to be honest, but they've made a bunch of and I imagine that it's just going to level up the Sentinel's promotional side pretty drastically. So
5 kills remaining.
The community was excited about it. I didn't really know too much about it. I saw what was going on, but yeah, Sydney's doing some cool stuff.
Got 3.
Like, designs are really sick, and I'm sure it's working quite a bit. So yeah,
1 kill remaining.
No more Sova over there. Well, and also when asked in the Reddit thread why, somebody said something like,
Sova.
"I'm surprised she didn't join EG." Of course, the fact that marketing materials is tragic, and she responded with "fuck EG." So that wins you the White Weekly Award if nothing else does, frankly.
Wait, I need to see that. I need to see that. Where the hell is that?
It was just in the Reddit thread about it on competitive Valorant.
Funny.
You know, it's crazy that Sydney came.
based.
I mean, like her org literally exploded, and she's still like, actually, fuck EG. Like her org literally exploded, left, and like vented everyone, just like shot them out the airlock, and then still she's like, no, fuck EG. Like that's very funny. I mean, she's good. She's really good. I mean, like someone that like. If I had the budget to, I would love to have got someone at the caliber City, because like she really, I mean, someone with that sort of level of expertise of like building those 3D visual environments and like motion graphics and things like that, like, and the art and the promo materials they use is like really, it's excellent. You know, it's like it's just something that like the community loves to engage.
Perhaps
with,
you could prestige her and make the clone join Misfits. Are you not on your prestige arc anymore?
Well, the prestige arc is one. I mean, yes, but the thing is, prestige technically you don't. The clone, dies.
Yeah, the one has to die.
So you don't actually. You don't. You only get to hit the same number of Sydneys, no matter what. The amount of Sydneys does not increase because the other ones die still.
That, by the way, is still one of our, if not the most watched moment in the history of Plat Chat. It's like our most watched episode, and the most watched moment from that episode is you saying that you're going to lock up and potentially, if what you're saying is correct, murder all of the most powerful players in the Pacific region in order to create a good Zeta division.
Yes. But once again, I mean, like, but you have to understand, it would be wicked. It would be cool. So that's what you
pull it off. That'd be pretty neat. They should I was gonna say, Sentinels could probably make so much money if they just took that idea and then put it on a t-shirt and just sold a shirt that said fuck EG. Probably be so many.
Honestly, they might. That's wait. If they do that, we have to get rev share. We have to get rev share if you do that. Rev share to Plat Chat if you do that.
I will.
Awesome.
Yeah. I mean, that's really good. I like that.
It's
Okay, all right. Mimi wants to go and play Minecraft, so
I've joined
I
in
think
Minecraft and the podcast.
We're ending the podcast. We'll come back next time for Plat Chat Minecraft episode 151. Or maybe we should do a Pokemon episode for 151. So
that's a good idea.
Bass and I won't come back.
Well, no, I mean, I'd come back, but I will be like because my ass knows nothing about Pokemon. I would be like, now is that like, I don't even remember. Porygon? Is that the one?
There is a Porygon, yeah.
You're done.
Excellent. Okay, well, that does it for us. Subscribe to the channel, and we'll see you next time for 151. Bye! Bye!
thin. Sure. Insecto. Finished. Three souls. Ten kills remaining. Cypher Berry. Five kills remaining. Breach killed. One kill remaining. Match found.
Anyone dehydrated? Need a quick rinse? Just checking.
Fight!
Show them how we fight. Target down. Fly, my friend. Stay down.
Dominating.
Got ya. Slow down, kid.
Dominating. Ten kills remaining. Five kills remaining. Dominating. 1 kill remaining. Match found.
Their death demands our attention.
Fight!
Ut på tur, aldri sur. Take a nap. Scratch one.
Ten kills remaining.
So long. Gecko down. Halibra.
Five kills remaining. One kill remaining.
Scrap metal.
Mew? She stiffened up, but didn't try to run. I slid my hand past her thighs to her tail. She had the kind of supple muscles you'd expect of a carnivore, but she was soft in all the places a woman should be, too. My hand traveled up her back, feeling along her waist. It was tight and toned, tempting me. It's my first time. Go easy on me, Mew. I didn't respond to her request. It's scary if you don't say anything, Mew. You know wanna. Just kidding. Mew? I gathered my strength and lifted her princess style in my arms. I made my way toward the adjacent room while carrying her, using my foot to manipulate the doorknob and nudging it open. Darkness spread out before me in the cold hallway, and that was where I unceremoniously dropped Linnea. She landed with a thump. I slammed the door in her face and locked it for good measure. There. Now I can rest at ease. The evil has been expunged. Hey. Boss, aren't you being a little cold? I can't hear you. There's no more enticing monster cat in my house, no siree. My fidelity remains intact. Hey, Rudius. What are you doing? Eris had trailed me, nearly clinging to my back, but her protests weren't going to sway me. Eris, please don't get the wrong idea about me. The person I want in my bed is you. I don't need that cat, really? If you're sure, then I guess, but I can't do it with you till the baby's born. Got it? Of course, I understand. And there you have it. Boss, open up. If you leave me out here like this, you're gonna leave my pride as a woman in tatters, Mew. Linnea was beating on the door, but I ignored her. As far as I was concerned, she didn't even exist. Yep. Nothing out there but the wind. Boss, Linnea said again, this time raising her voice even louder. I'm begging ya, Mew. I'm sick of Aisha picking at me constantly. Perhaps she and Aisha really did have clashing personalities for her to say something like that. It was strange. Aisha had sewed that maid outfit for her only days earlier, and they seemed to be on good terms then. I want to be your lover, at least, so I can rise in rank here, Mew. I don't care if you just use me for my body, Mew. I'm begging ya, boss. Please. I'm definitely not hoping to get pregnant with your baby so I can give birth and become your fourth wife, which would in turn completely erase all the debt I owe. Honest, Mew, so that is what you were planning. Then again, I couldn't really blame her for it. She owed us such an exorbitant amount that it would take more than a lifetime for her to pay it all back. Even so, I had no intention of using her as a sex slave. It would be a lie to say I had no interest in getting dirty, but Linnea was my friend. I wanted to stay friends. I already had 2 daughters, and after that conversation I had with Aisha this afternoon, she would be livid if I slept with Linnea now. Roxy and Sylphie probably wouldn't look too favorably upon it, either. If I gave in to momentary lust and cheated on them like this, that might cause our whole family to collapse. I couldn't let that happen. A cry echoed through the house. It appeared Linnea's shouting had managed to wake Lara. Well, now what? Perhaps I should open the door for now and at least shut Linnea up? In the second I hesitated over what to do, a door outside burst open. Hey, Linnea, do you have any idea what time it is right now? You woke up both Lucy and Lara. Meouch. Fitz. I am so sorry, Mew. I didn't mean anything bad by it, honest, Mew. My name isn't Fitz, it's Sylphie. Anyway, it's late, so keep it down, yes'm. Sylphie's scolding was enough to silence Linnea. I could hear the reluctant thumping of her footsteps as she slowly dragged herself away. It was probably safe to assume she'd retreated to Eris's room, where she usually slept. Lara continued crying for a short while after that, but she quieted down soon enough. With that, silence fell over the Greyrat household once more. I couldn't help feeling bad for Linnea. While part of this was admittedly her own fault, she was being kept like a pet with no real way to return the money she owed. Her job performance was abysmal, and she was struggling to work amicably with the head maid, Aisha. With no other option, she thought to sell her body to her master in hopes he'd take a liking to her, only to be rebuffed instead. For all I knew, she was crying into her pillow right now. An uneasy atmosphere had settled over the house. Aisha was gloomy, Lilia was exhausted, I'd heard Sylphie shout for the first time in a very long time, and Lara was sobbing her eyes out. Maybe Eris jaunt to the school earlier and her attempts to let me have sex with Linnea was her way of dealing with the mood in the room. Don't get me wrong, her actions made it clear she didn't really understand how to handle what was going on, but she was trying in her own way. Regardless, tensions were growing. The worst part was that Linnea, the main culprit, didn't even seem to realize her attitude was the cause of all of this.
Follow through there as they catch him post blink.
And he didn't die. He got some kills there. He's the hero that can cause a lot of problems for DP. Nice roll dodge.
Geomagnetic grip. But the silence taken away. Beyond with the spirit siphons. The right click damage on the Beyond. He needs to be careful. And he'll morph into the Earth Spirit.
They try to proc the Aghanims. They actually will get him by the looks of it. Beautiful follow through there as they catch him post blink. Take him down once. Can they take him down a second? Moon looks for the timing. Miracle though with the Manta dodge. Gets himself away. Dodges the Aftershock passive proc from the Enchant Totem back up to the high ground. He will survive.
Opportunity, like this opening in which Miracle is just
nice
get
that Manta dodge though. Oh, hard up. There's a refresher orb on the tide. Mind control's ready to rock and roll. Mid lane racks are gone.
Corral them maybe into a spot that they feel more comfortable fighting in, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Walrus Punch, though, as the BKB comes out, as well as the Overgrowth, so now Ace isn't really able to do anything, and with that, he and his team want to get out. They relocate away. Snowball going the other direction, and they still find Ace. They've got Boom moving in on a Miracle. Miracle getting low, not a lot of mana to work with, but he still does have himself that wand, and the wand charge is going to bring him back up to a healthy spot in which he can continue to fight.
Gyrocopter
the stun hits
vessel.
from Boom. They've got the life chain coming in from Tofu out onto the Gyrocopter. They get the kill onto the Gyro to take his life out. It's the Aegis popped on Boom, and they're going to continue to move on in and look to take out Lostrak for a second time. They've got the tether. Boom looking to land the stun, but it's a little bit off the mark as Miracle continues to hit away. Ace not dealing with a lot of health right now. The Burrow Strike, the Snowball all the way through to Solari, and they get Boom and Solari.
Hiding, wants to make the move. Stun is going to Save land. a swap. No. Trying to do it. They're right on top of this Drow. Swaps her out one time. Still has a swap afterwards. He's a swap out general. Not going to do it. Instead, the Manta dodge, and now the TP out of there. Miracle Yule sceptered up, though. Didn't have the spin. Can he escape, though? I don't think so.
He's got another spin.
He's got another
Oh my
out.
god, that Manta dodge
Are you
saved
kidding
him.
me?
He can hide for once as Libertango. Oh, that's a nice dodge on the call. What a massive dodge out for Garchi. Now with the arena down, this is looking really bad already for the side of Sandboy. Spanskin has been caught through the BKB. He'll lose Hypeman as well. Garchi's going for Snowy. And that's it. Bunskin's called that he has had enough as Boots gives a big echo, but it's not going to matter. And Garchi gives him a GG Storm. Tell him, Garchi.
Double drop the bubble on you, you're hitting faster, and you're oh Jesus.
On all your Ilus. It's bonkers. It's the future.
It doesn't matter if you just die.
Oh, you made the dodge because you're a god.
Oh, the stun comes in from DB. That was beautiful off of the shackle shot as well. Wombo combo city from Army Geniuses. That was pretty as a penny.
Have mercy. They have families.
You just recently learned English, right?
Yeah, no, it's...
You can only tell a little bit.
Les Québécois.
Ulu!
Oh no!
Ulu turn. Ulu thunder. Ulu find him, but
Ulu
Ulu
silence.
silence. Ulu in trouble. Ulu disrupted. And they catch on to Imitator. Ulu trying to run away. Ulu glimpsed. Ulu in trouble. Ulu beats Thunder. Ulu, the greatest player to ever play the goddamn game. You can't beat him. He's Ulu. His name is basically an utterance.
Holds him in place long enough for Rezo to get that double kill. ILTW challenging anybody from OG to fight him at this point. A man to dodge, try to help out, but is it enough for Smail to get off the Thunder? He does manage to get it with the Rolling Thunder on through. Resolution finally dies. ILTW is getting low as well. A Primal Roar pushes them all out of the side. Oh, what a Rolling Thunder! OG! What is this? What is happening? Are they about to turn this one? No one turns with the Spirit Siphon trying to steal through this. They have the swap back, but Smail, he punches out the damage. Now, no one's dead. ILTW,
Another
a
swap.
desperation TP, but it's denied by No Tail. That is a six-man wipe.
They
Burn is
held.
pro.
Here comes Liquid into the enemy jungle. They're hunting Miracle. They're going to 4-1 split. They say, we're going to go look
Oh
for...
no, he Manta dodged it. He had just picked up his Manta. There really is nothing that can stop this man.
Here, even with their partner. Sexy Fat is a little bit poorer than Rezo, but currently dying mid is going to be Duster. No, he's going to stay alive and pinned to the wall. It's going to be Kuma. Do they have the damage, though? RDO unable to bridge the gap, but a beautiful hook shot. Duster actually hits him on the way, too, which will stun him. He's still going to get the blink off, though, as Duster will eventually be executed by the Fissure.
I don't think that was a beautiful hook shot. I think that was a beautiful Manta dodge. I didn't even know you could Manta dodge the hook shot.
Oh, fair enough.
Playhard did die for this. Armel's trying to keep the tombstone alive. Armel holding on to his BKB.
Waiting for the BKB to end?
They are looking for it. And Givesh for the Manta style. This bleed just got made. And Gabby destroyed by a quicker Jackie. Now go for Armel. Armel's not going to survive this. Armel's also dying. Jackie showing us Manta style dodges are still hot this day and age.
What a play. Bleed are absolutely friggin' cracked right now.
Oh, Jackie is certainly cracked.
The past 10 minutes.
Uh-oh. Oh, the linkage gets broken. This might have been too aggressive.
Nice dodge.
Nice dodge. Beautiful. Sonafly gets used up over here. The rest of the team coming in.
I guess the reasoning is maybe he finds this. Oh, Chew. Oh, no. Glimpse? Ooh. Oh, what a dodge.
And Nande.
Oh, and glimpses him. That's rude. That's a great play. That's outplayed so hard.
If you're Shopify, I think you're happy just forcing it, right?
Yeah, I think Geekslate, the only way they win fights outside of their base is like when they play on one of those high ground wards and they can get a really good supernova, whether it's on a high ground or spaced appropriately. What happened?
Arteezy, known for his Manta dodges, Manta dodged his own smoke. What
no
a
way.
monster.
A bit of a way to create some space.
Smoke. Arteezy, known for his Manta dodges, Manta dodged his own smoke. What
no
a
way.
monster.
A bit of a way to create some space away from the Viper, away from the Pugna, but got to join the fight now.
Hana's gonna. Oh, the Manta!
Join the fight now.
Hana's gonna. Oh, the Manta! No, no, no! Ana, what have you done to them?
Only brought back for this fight.
Can they get him?
See if they can deal with Yatoro. He's still got the back of his teammates collapse. He's playing around in the trees. He's managed to find his way on top towards Makoto. Makoto's gone. The multi-shot comes in from Yatoro, only desperately diving away. Jumping with the horn. See what target 23 can find. He's trying to step up towards Yatoro, but Yatoro's keeping his distance. Jabs is taken down. Q and 23 desperately trying to get to the Drow, but they just can't. The Master dodged the hot shot. They cannot get on Yatoro. Yatoro survives. Double kill for him. It's down to Yatoro and Maposhko against 23 and Ollie. They get the glimpse to cancel the TP. The kinetic field will hold him back. Yatoro's got to be a bit careful about how he goes about this, as he is pretty low himself.
He's got the
keeping
demonic
the
cleanse.
stacks built up onto 23, kiting this poor Spectre that can't do anything in this situation. 23's gone. Ollie will be able to dive away in time. See if Maposhka can find him, and he doesn't want to dive to tier 2. They'll let him live. But again, just the real.
I mean, we've seen before what a Phoenix can do. Not only it's Chu looking with the silence. They have Zeus ult, doing what they can. Mines drop down. It's not enough. Low, but can't get the finish. And TA2000. Now he's dead. Shows up and cleans up the kill. And now Invis. Do they see these heroes though? DM wanting to find it. Here. This is a good initiation if they can find enough damage in time. Trying to kill him off. TA2000. He Manta dodged it. What? He Manta dodged the Zeus ult. Insane. Stolen Infest. And now trying to live through it. The stun is out. All right, call. Y'all are done. You can't come back from that. He Manta dodged the Zeus ult. As that is going to be the rundown onto BZM. Oh my goodness. Stolen Thunder God's Wrath. Call the police, because that was definitely illegal for him to stay alive in this fight. Now they had the Stolen Infest. They just heal him up. They get him.
I always thought she was the type who could read the room. Maybe she wasn't emotionally stable right now, given that she'd become a slave, was shouldering enormous debt and had barely escaped being sold off to some people she didn't know. If that was the case, it was my duty as the person who forked over the money to buy her to find some way to resolve this. Starting tomorrow, I guess I'll look for a job she can do that doesn't involve cleaning, laundry, or cooking. End of the 5th chapter. If you like my content, become a member of the channel. You can leave a donation by clicking the Super Thanks button. Thank you very much for your support. Chapter 6. Starting a business. I couldn't leave Linnea in the house. The atmosphere had worsened with her presence, and if she kept tempting me sexually, there would come a point where I could not resist her any longer. Our family would fall apart if I didn't do something. If I lost control of myself and cheated, Sylphie might take Lucy and leave. For all I knew, the future foretold in that diary might still come to pass, despite how hard I'd worked to subvert those events. I had to stop it before it came to that. That was why I decided to find Linnea another job. I had considered canceling her debt and getting her out of the house, but even though we were friends, there were boundaries still. The amount of money I spent to buy her was obscene by anyone's standards, and she needed to return it. It would do me no good to compromise on that, but what job might suit Linnea? I couldn't picture it, frankly. She could manipulate magic and fight, but off the top of my head I couldn't think of any work that would help her return what she owed. I racked my brain for ideas. I considered paying her to help Cliff and Zenoba with their research. Her grades were respectable when she graduated, so it was possible she might be of some use. But then I realized doing research didn't suit her personality. She would not be able to commit to repetitive office-type work. Also, despite the probability of any hanky-panky happening being low, it didn't feel right to push someone as bewitching as her on Cliff when he just had a kid. I also considered entrusting her with the responsibility of overseeing sales of Rudyard's figure, but I quickly gave up on that idea. She went into debt the moment she tried her hand at being a merchant. Since she'd already proved inept there, I was in no hurry to trust her. Sending her off to the university to be Norn's personal maid was another option, but I immediately dismissed it. Norn wouldn't be pleased with the arrangement, and it would most likely cause an encore of what was happening at home. I could make her work as an adventurer to earn some coin. Except that, while some jobs paid well, most didn't. Linnea wasn't even licensed as an adventurer. It would take her too long to start making decent money at it, and there was a possibility she'd die in the line of work before she ever did. None of the options I considered offered a way of paying back the 1,500 Azuran gold coins she owed in a reasonable amount of time. Still, it was too soon to throw in the towel simply because I couldn't think of something. Maybe she was better suited to one of the options I'd considered than I had realized. For that reason, I decided to bring her to the university with me. Linnea wore her maid outfit as we navigated the school grounds. She walked in front of me, acting high and mighty as she threatened the other students to make way. "Boss is coming through, Mew. Make way for him if you don't want to be stepped on." It was hard to see her as anything but a common street hooligan. "Yo, long time no see." I considered stopping her antics, but the male beast folk we passed greeted us happily, so I decided to keep an eye on things a bit longer instead. Only 2 years had passed since Linnea graduated, so many students here still knew who she was. Some of those about to graduate might even have served as one of her subordinates when she ran the place way back. Perhaps the answer as to what job I could assign her lay somewhere in this mess. "Mistress Linnea. Haven't seen you in a while." While I was lost in thought, one of the boys strolled up to us. "Who the hell is this?" I felt like I'd been introduced to this person before, around the time I was a second year. I couldn't recall his name, but I did remember him being top dog of his class. "Oh hey, it's you. Got some fighting spirit in you, Mew?" "Sure do." "Good. Keep that up, Mew. You got it." Linnea truly acted like she ruled the roost, despite wearing a maid outfit while drowning in debt. "Mistress Linnea, you sure everything's okay?" Linnea tilted her head. "Mew? What do you mean?" "I mean, your current situation. I heard about it, you know. They say the student council president's older brother is keeping you as a slave. That right? I guess. Kinda screwed up big time and landed myself in this sitch, Mew. Still, it's the beast folk dream to serve under someone stronger than them, so it's not so bad, Mew," Linnea said proudly. The student breathed a sigh, and after a long pause, said, "To be honest, I'm kinda disappointed." "Why's that, Mew? Before you graduated, you still had guts, like you fully intended on taking back your position at the university from Rudius and Ariel. But now you're like, a puny house pet." Linnea went silent after that. I figured she would bare her fangs and lash out in anger, but she merely chuckled. "Yeah, guess I have fallen pretty far. But just you wait, Mew. I'll claw my way up again, Mew." "Claw your way up?" "You got it, Mew. If you wanna claw your way all the way back to the top, you gotta hit the bottom first, Mew." The student's eyes lit up with the realization of what she was saying, a smile breaking over his face. "Mistress Linnea, I knew you had it in ya. I guess I just wasn't clever enough to pick up on your plan." "Well, my brain's built a lot better than most, Mew," Linnea said proudly, tapping her forehead. In no time, the student was gazing at her with respect and showering her with praise. Once he was finished, he finally left to return to his classroom. Well, I guess it's great they get along. I kept quiet as we made our way to the research building. The whole way, people continuously paid their respects to Linnea. It wasn't until we slipped into the building, where no one else was around, that it finally stopped. As we shuffled through the halls, bathed in silence, Linnea glanced over her shoulder at me. "Boss, just so you know, that was just me talking tough, Mew." "You mean with that underclassman?" Linnea rubbed her hands, sidling up to me as if she were trying to ingratiate herself. "The part about me clawing my way up. Gotta save face in front of the younger kids, but I have no intention of opposing you, boss." "You feel meow, yeah?" "Right." Knowing her, she probably did mean what she had said. Especially with the weird vibe of her last sentence, I suspected she was just trying to placate me. Her true intentions were probably what she'd told that student. "There's nothing wrong with ambition," I told her. "But I'd advise against spitting on the very people you should be grateful to." "Of course, Mew. If you think I'm lying, let's go into one of these empty classrooms, and I'll prove my loyalty, Mew. I just ask that you be gentle with me." "Yeah, no." I wondered if her talk of clawing her way up was less about trying to outrank me, and more like trying to be my personal number one. First, by becoming my sex partner, then earning enough affection to be my favorite wife, thereby usurping the ruling triumvirate of Sylphie, Roxy, and Eris. What a crafty little thing. Perhaps she was actually an assassin sent by the man god to force my family apart. "Hey," I said in a low voice. "In these past few years, have you had a guy claiming to be a god show up in your dreams? What's this all of a sudden, Mew? Some kind of prophetic dream?" "I don't remember anything like that, Mew." "Trying to hide it won't do you any favors," I said, threateningly. After all, in Dragon God Court, the suspicious get the guillotine. Not that I was quite that violent. "The dream I had yesterday was about a bunch of fish falling from the sky, Mew." "The one before that, I can't remember." Must be nice to have such pleasant dreams. No doubt she'd get 1 point per fish, and by the time she collected 100, she'd be rewarded with an extra life. Of course, if she wasn't careful, she might fish up a dumbbell or something. That aside, she didn't seem to be one of the man god's apostles, as far as I could tell, anyway. He wasn't the kind to employ someone as wild and unpredictable as Linnea. "That's enough of that then, I guess. But if you do happen to have any dreams like that, you better tell me right away," I said. "Yes sir, Mew." I sighed and started toward our first destination, Zenoba's research room. "Master." Zenoba pulled a face the moment he spotted Linnea with me. "It's been a while," he said. "Yo, Zenoba." "Sure has been a spell, Mew." Cold sweat beaded on Zenoba's forehead as he scanned his room. "Pardon me, but please a moment while I clean up a bit." He hastily began stowing away every displayed doll or figure into a box for safekeeping. It didn't matter if they were fragile or not, he did not leave a single one out. Julie was halfway through painting a Rugered figure, but she stopped work to mimic her master, cleaning her desk area. "This should be acceptable." "Very well, let us speak over there." Zenoba motioned to a table that was a bit removed from his work area. Julie pulled away from her desk and started tottering over, only for Zenoba to put up a hand. "Julie, you keep working," he said. "Understood, master." Linnea, Zenoba, and I took our seats at the table. Zenoba seemed restless and turned to Ginger, who was standing in the corner of the room. "Ginger." Yes, Your Highness. He didn't issue any explicit commands, but she moved to stand between the table and the work area, as if protecting it. Now then, Master, Zenoba said, turning his gaze my way. What business brings you here today? Even as he asked, he kept sneaking glances at Linnea, not letting his guard down. He hadn't said anything, but he probably wasn't pleased about allowing Linnea inside his research room. I felt bad for imposing. Nothing too special, I said. Judging by his attitude toward her, there was no way I could let her help out with his research. As I'd expected, or perhaps even worse than I'd expected, the two clashed too much. Linnea bullying him and destroying his figure had left a lasting impression. It was just like with Aisha, save for the bullying part, Linnea breaking her beloved teacup had been the last straw. Zenoba was maintaining a cool facade, but if I asked him to let Linnea help out, that same facade would probably shatter. By the way, Master, why is Linnea accompanying you today? Zenoba asked. I heard you were keeping her as a maid at your house, but, I shrugged. It's a rather long story, actually. I'm trying to find her a job. I see, his eyes darted back and forth. Maybe he had some idea of what kind of work she could do, but at the same time he didn't want to be saddled with Linnea. Don't worry. I'll take her back with me, I promise. This was a good example of how past misdeeds could bite you in the ass down the line. Well, that's enough of that, I said. Let's discuss your research next. Yes, a splendid idea. After I indirectly made it clear I wasn't going to push anything onto him, Zenoba returned to his usual, cheerful self and started discussing the magic armor with me. We ate lunch in the cafeteria. While I discreetly enjoyed my meal in a corner by myself, Linnea sat a short distance away, surrounded by people. And that's when I told her, Mew. Persina, aren't you a bit of a chubster? That's just like you, Miss Linnea. Takes some real guts to say that kind of thing to Miss Persina. I didn't realize it back when Ariel was around, but Linnea had her own charisma, the kind only a delinquent possesses. The people who clamored around her were all unsavory sorts. It occurred to me that she could use that skill to accomplish something, but what? Some kind of job involving gathering people. Well, for the time being, I'll try stopping by Cliff's place. In short, things didn't pan out there either. Cliff had some things he could use some help on, but much like Zenoba, he wasn't too fond of Linnea. He didn't seem keen on having her work with him. Honestly, not a big deal, working for him wouldn't be earn her enough to repay her loans quickly, anyway. It's not like he had vast wealth at his disposal. With that out of the way, now what? Couldn't you have her help you out with your work? Cliff suggested when I asked his advice. My work? As in, help me make it so Orsted was the world's master puppeteer rather than the man-god? Yeah, there was just one little problem there. I could do that if Sir Orsted didn't have that annoying curse, I said. The curse doesn't trigger unless she comes into direct contact with his mana, so it'll be fine as long as you don't let them meet. Oh yeah, that's right. Well then maybe, no, absolutely not. If we're both working out of the same office, she'll end up running into him eventually, I reasoned. Cliff nodded. That's a good point, now that you bring it up. Plus, there's also the fear that, as one of the beast folk, she might get hit with the curse from his smell alone. The curse could affect her via its smell? That was the first I'd heard of that. How intriguing. Are you implying that beast folk can smell mana? Yeah. There's no conclusive evidence yet, but I do feel like it's a distinct possibility. Since you have Linnea with you, it might not be a bad idea to test it out and see. What do you think? Perhaps smell was another source of Orsted's curse, which meant we'd need to work on doing something about his scent as well. If Cliff was onto something here, we could use some kind of deodorizer to completely suppress his curse. That meant testing to see if perfumes and the like could override his natural smell. A dash of floral cologne, and his scent and the curse could be neutralized. He'd smell nice and pretty wearing that big helmet over his head. Yes, it painted a disturbingly bizarre picture. In that case, I'll do a little research into that, I said. Right. On that note, it'd probably be best if you could get an Adoldia to help out. I hear their noses are the most sensitive, so we needed a dog for this rather than a cat. I wondered how Persina was doing. Had she managed to become the village chief? If we're looking for a keen sense of smell, I stroked my chin. It might be a good idea to test this out with all sorts of races, not just beast folk. It was said that non-human beings could perceive a different range of colors. Most of the humanoid races in this world didn't seem all that different from one another, but even so, there were demon eyes that could perceive mana. If we research the differences between races, we might be able to identify the cause of the curse right down to the specific particle responsible. You make a good point, but even among beast folk and demons, there are a bunch of different subraces. It would be a difficult task to gather them all. True enough, I agreed. The population of Sharia was quite diverse, in part because the University of Magic accepted all students regardless of race. Though that wasn't to say that you could find someone from every single race here. People came and went rather quickly. We would have to round up individuals from even the rarest subraces, test them one by one, and use that data to pin down a central cause, which would be dizzyingly overwhelming. Of course, that was the nature of research, testing one variable after another until you'd narrowed it down. In any case, we can't make any progress before we gather test subjects, I said. Cliff nodded. Yeah, though, I can't really go anywhere, and I'm no good at drawing people in anyway. Which was true, Cliff definitely lacked communication skills. Not that I was one to speak. We need someone popular. Someone who can draw people to them without effort. Naturally, our gazes were drawn to Linnea. True, she had a habit of attracting shady characters, but at least she could reel people in. Plus, the more people she drew in, the more would naturally want to sign up. Rather than selectively gathering only what we needed, we could widen our sample size to begin with and lower the risk of missing out on anything. Of course, having more people would lead to more problems. There were always going to be bad apples. Sometimes, people who wouldn't normally do wicked things on their own might feel emboldened in a crowd and go on to commit heinous acts. A group of people with no one to lead them were no better than a bunch of hoodlums. In the past, Linnea had managed to tame the other delinquents at the university and bring them under her heel. To me, that showed leadership potential. What's this all about, Mew? Why you two planning to gang up on Linnea squeaked. She had been lounging in the corner of the room, yawning to herself, but the moment she felt our eyes on her, she jolted. But how would we go about this? Sure, Linnea could effortlessly draw people to her, but we could reel people in more efficiently if we had something to bait them with. And what usually made people come together? Money. Where there were profits to be had, people tended to congregate. What about an event with prize money? No point, because the crowd would only be temporary. So, a business then? Though then we would need funds to start out with. I could use my own finances for that, even though that seemed to defeat the purpose, but if I considered it an investment, it didn't seem so bad. That's it. I realized. We could use the people we brought in to help with Orsted's work, or mine, rather. Thinking on it more, it had been exhausting to do everything by myself. Having an organization to provide support sounded quite promising. And not just that, they could take on the simpler jobs for me as well. We could help 3 or 4 people at a time, instead of just one. That would make the future easier on Orsted. It was possible the man god might try to interfere by manipulating one of our members, so we couldn't entrust any of the truly important tasks to them. But since I was under Orsted's patronage, it wasn't so easy for the man god to interfere with any organization I ran from the shadows. But what about when I didn't have any work to do? Having a bunch of extra mouths to feed would be a big financial drain. I'd have to hand out work assignments one by one. How should I go about that? Hire them out as temp workers to other places when we didn't need them? Orsted had plenty of money. Perhaps it'd be best to operate like a general trading company. We could invest in people with talent and make them do all kinds of odd jobs. I wondered if Linnea would be able to manage all that. My guess was not likely. Someone would have to be hired to support her. Someone good with numbers. I had the perfect person in mind, and I had something else to talk to them about while I was at it. This was perfect. Linnea, I said. What is it, Mew? Starting now, you're going to be recruiting people for us. Linnea tilted her head. Recruiting them for what, Mew? Good question. We're going to bring together like-minded people to do all sorts of odd jobs, business sales, mercenary work, you name it, and how are we going to fund that, Mew? I thumbed my chest. I'll provide the initial funds. Those who successfully complete missions will have a bit skimmed off the top as a fee. A portion of that will come back to me to repay the initial costs. If that wasn't enough to cover it, then I could always explain the circumstances to Orsted and ask him for support. Depending on how things went, We might even look to Ariel for financial assistance. Linnea blinked at me, clueless. Okay then, Mew. So where are we gonna gather these people? I plan to start preparing a location now. Now? You sure this is gonna end well, going into this without any kind of plan, Mew? Linnea pulled a face, neither entirely opposed to the idea nor convinced. Make no mistake, I didn't think it would be all smooth sailing. We could begin by recruiting around 10 people, most of them probably beast folk. If we could make good use of them, we should be able to bring in some decent profit. We might be able to find someone with a talent for business to sell our Rudyard figures in the process. There's no way of knowing whether it'll go well or not till we give it a shot, I assured her. Personally, I'd really don't want to add to the ridiculous debt I've already got, Mew. Linnea frowned anxiously. It was no surprise that her first failure weighed on her, but she couldn't keep earning the bare minimum, living the rest of her life as my slave. If things stayed the way they were, my family really would fall apart. I really would have to resort to using magic to leap back through time if that happened. Better put your back into it to make sure that doesn't happen, I warned her. Linnea still didn't look entirely pleased, but she nodded in agreement in the end. We stopped by a real estate agent on our way home and purchased a building to use as our office. It was rather small, and in a poor location, but right now all we needed a roof over our heads to serve as our headquarters. The price was what you would expect, and I planned to count it off as a business expense. I currently had Aisha cleaning the place. This'll be our base of operations for now, I said. Gotcha, Mew. I really hope to recruit some good employees to our new business soon. We needed someone to organize documents and oversee paperwork. Sadly, there was a chance we'd have to dismiss them if they got hit with Orsted's curse, so we had little choice but to hire those who'd be expendable. These are our current funds. I handed Linnea the equivalent of 10 Azuran gold coins, which was more than enough to jumpstart a business in Renoa Kingdom. You're really gonna give me this, Mewch? Linnea's eyes lit up as she fixated on the money. It was just like casting pearls before swine, or in this case, gold coins before a cat. They had high value, but giving them to an animal oblivious to that value was pointless. Perhaps the takeaway was that trying to teach an impulsive creature the value of money would only lead to them impulse spending, so it would be best not to hand over the money at all. At least, that's how I interpreted it. Boss, I've got your back, Mew. With this much cash in hand, I swear I won't fail you, Mew. This time I won't screw things up, Mew. Great. Linnea's eyes had turned into solid dollar signs. Now I was the one feeling anxious. Handing her such a fortune was probably a bad idea, wasn't it? I had to leave on an assignment for Orsted shortly. By the time I got back, Linnea might have doubled her debt somehow and be relegated to churning a giant hamster wheel in our basement. Or maybe Eris would decide to make her a pet for real and slap some kind of fancy collar or ribbon around her neck. I had an idea how to prevent that from happening. Big brother, I finished the cleaning, said Aisha. Yes, indeed. It was Aisha's time to shine. Aisha, I have a favor to ask of you. Aisha frowned. After a long pause, she looked up at me and asked, what? From her sullenness, it seemed she was still sore about the conversation we'd had the other day. I'd like you to watch over Linnea for me. Make sure she doesn't use that money I gave her on anything stupid, and while you're at it, provide support so she doesn't royally mess anything up. I have housework to do back home, though. I nodded. And that's why you don't have to do it all the time. Checking in once every few days will be enough. Aisha stole a couple of glances at Linnea.